A very good morning, everyone. Welcome to St George's Park, a venue historically known within the futsal community. Beautiful court here. We're here for the FA Futsal Summer Showdown National Futsal Series. This is the big one. Division 1 is here, and we've got an amazing lineup for you today. We kick off with the curtain raiser, that is Bolton versus Derby. We'll then go to Worcester versus Pro Futsal London. London Helvetia then take on Birmingham in the early afternoon, and we talked about a good curtain raiser. We've got a great finale as well as Manchester take on Loughborough. Stephen Jameson here with you today, and I'd like to say joined by Mike Scriballa as well. Mike, pleasure to have you with us. How much are you looking forward to being back? This has been a long time coming that we've seen the top level of futsal in this country back on court. It's a big moment.
Yeah, hi, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Yeah, I think it's just amazing really to see futsal back after we've been through this last year and the challenges we've had with COVID, and I'm sure the players are just really excited to just get back going. I'm sure the coaches are so. But to come into this environment with now with this setup here, and like you say, at SGP at St George's Park, if you like, it's just a great arena to be back into, so looking forward to it. Yeah, you couldn't wish for better conditions. It is perfect out there at the moment. Players have been warming up on court. They've gone back into the dressing rooms for their final preparations, and we are almost ready to go. Just a few moments ago, I did catch up though with the coaches of both sides. For Derby, it's Chris Hewell, and Bolton, Joe Ryan. Here's what they had to say.
Hey, Chris Hewell, ahead of the game here today. Chris, first of all, I guess the question is, how nice is it to be back? How much are you looking forward to it? It's been a while.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, what's it been, 14, 16 months now? And to be back first game of the season at St George's, absolute dream. And the setup, production around the whole event, absolutely superb.
It's going to be an interesting one, this one. It's a game that a lot of people have sort of earmarked as a potential game of the weekend. There's a lot of unknowns as well, a lot of new players. What are you expecting from this game?
I'm new with Derby. I've been in and around the league for the last few years, but first day with Derby, so it's just going to be getting in, seeing the lads. I think today's game will be a really exciting one.
And what are you expecting to see from it, and what do you expect to see from the opposition as well?
I just want to see a really good game of futsal. I think everyone's pretty much in the same boat. Pleased to be out of lockdown and back on the court. There might be a little bit of rustiness because of the lack of prep time, but it's going to be a good experience for everyone, I think.
Best luck.
Thank you.
With Joe Ryan ahead of today's game. Joe, massive game, so nice to be back for everyone here at the National Futsal Centre. How much are you looking forward to it?
I'm buzzing to be back.
It's been such a long time, isn't it, since we've been in this environment. Has it been in the camp quite a big thing? Has everyone sort of been earmarking this day for a long time?
Yeah, I think everyone's excited to get back. It's been so long, so it's just about making the most of it and having do our jobs properly, and we'll have loads of fun. It'll be fine.
Bit of a unique competition, this is Summer Showdown, a shortened season, but gives us the opportunity as fans just to watch so much good quality futsal in such a short period of time. How much are you looking forward to getting involved in this? Because it's top quality, isn't it?
It's going to be brilliant. There's going to be some top teams out and show some top players. So I'm glad that I'm on the side of it. To be honest, I get a decent view, don't I?
Not a bad curtain raiser as well against Derby today.
Wow,
they're a good side, a lot of new players. What are you expecting from them?
Well, obviously Chris is an experienced coach that's just come in with Derby, and we've played them before and other teams I've worked with, so we know that they'll be a decent side, they'll be tough. So for us it's about doing our job and making sure that we can expose their weaknesses and play to our strengths really.
And for viewers watching you for the first time, what should we look out for in a Bolton team?
Loads of hard work, some really, really skilled technical players, and some top quality young lads. Part of the England pathway, a few internationals as well from across England, Northern Ireland. So it's a really exciting group out there today.
You've sold me. Can't wait. Good luck.
Nice one. Thank you.
Oh, Joe Ryan, really looking forward to it, as are we all. The scene is set then here at St George's Park for the first game of the day. And for many, this is the game of the day as well. It's some way to get us going. Bolton versus Derby. Derby are in the blue, Bolton in the white. Mike, several players here who are very familiar to yourself. Who are you looking more forward to most seeing out there today?
Yeah, well, there's quite a few players here that we've known with the national team programme over the time. A few that have been in the 19s, a few that have been in the 21s, a few of the senior experts, and it's just good to see them back on court, getting back playing. but also to have a one eye on any young talent that's coming through as well. But Stuart Cook's obviously a big name in the Bolton side that's taken on a bit of a leadership role with the coaching. Matt Overton there, big part of the senior programme, but then some of the the older guys like Jerry Polson in goal for Derby. So this is going to be a really, really exciting game to watch as the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Payne starts in goal for Bolton. Rob Harper, Matt Overton, Conor Kernahan and Mikey Bulmer are the rest of the starting five. For Derby, their starting five is Chris Polson in goal. They've got Tom Gascoigne, Sam McGrath, Sam Huntington and Jordan Riley as their starting five. Substitutions will be utilised throughout on the regular. We are underway at St George's Park. Delighted to be so. Really looking forward to this one. It's Derby with the early possession. And already you can see it's almost like a release of pent-up energy out on the court. It's a fast start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Great seeing that going. Obviously Derby, a bit closer to here than Bolton, so we'll see how brilliant there.
Fired across the face, eventually gathered in. It was a lovely little bit of work there by Conor Kernahan on the left side.
Both teams here will want to start really well, with probably disruption in their sort of prep for this, having to be outdoors a lot, and it's going to be a little bit different for some of them. So
Sam feeding it down the line, shot deflected and well dealt with by the goalkeeper down low to his right. Decent save there.
Yeah, so Derby have started really well with a few wall passes, blocks into the wingers, just trying to get 1-2s and little parallels off, starting really, really brightly here.
Yeah, Sam Huntington, number 9, has been with Derby since the club's inception in 2011. It's a lovely ball across. Now then, Ken Bolton manoeuvres something down the right, tight angle, fires in the shot. Couldn't quite square it across. Derby with the counter. Just had a little bit too much legs on it from Sam Huntington to get Derby away.
Sam's been a strong player over the years for Derby. Really, really, really strong player. Started really brightly. Bolton here playing a bit of a 3-on-1 with a wide pivot with Matt Overton.
Yeah, for those not as familiar as you are with the nuances of the game, it's five-a-side, but not quite as everyone knows it, isn't it? It is very particular and very tactical.
A bit more tactical than like you say, the five-a-side traditional game that we're used to. But there's some definitely different tactics going on here, trying to use Matt as that top man or that pivot. Here he is now. And then Mikey Bulmer, a very talented young, well, not so young player now, but under 21 player at the time.
He won't thank you for that.
He's still young. I wish I was still 21.
Yeah, absolutely. Time on the ball will be at an absolute premium. That's an early error. Overton looking to spin out, couldn't bring it under. That was half a chance if he could have controlled. That's a lovely turn of pace, squared across. This should be the first goal, and isn't. 2 bites of the cherry, and not quite home for Derby. That was a big moment.
Yeah, huge in transition there, because I think Bolton had the ball down the top end, and then Derby broke really, really quickly through. I think Liam Hunt, who's really bright in those moments, probably should have been 1-0 up there.
Yeah, you would have expected a player of Liam Hunt's ability to finish that one. He did everything right, didn't he? It was a good block by the keeper and defender initially, and he had the presence of mind to look to dink it over. Just got his angles wrong. Should be 1-0 to Derby.
Again here, but Bolton trying to build through that wide pivot, Matt Overton, but probably just need to move the ball a little bit quicker in and out of those spaces.
Just saw as well the danger. It's what you see in the modern football game at the moment. The danger of that transition period. Give the ball away on the hoof, and you are in real trouble.
Yeah, definitely. We term it as positive and negative transition. It happens so much in futsal. So here again, positive transition from Matt Overton. Again into another transition. And then Derby building here. Bolton's had some joy when they've been a bit higher, pressed a bit more. But quite solid.
Good turn. Angle was tight. Goalkeeper did his job. It's the one thing you notice with these top quality keepers, that at this level, just being in the D is absolutely no guarantee of a goal. It's sometimes almost impossible to score with how good the keepers' positioning are to spread themselves.
Both these keepers, really experienced keepers, national and international level. Joe, recently with the senior team. Jeremy's been with the senior teams, the 21s in his time, so they know what they're doing in and around the D, and the way they smother the ball is brilliant, get the K saves, and that's why sometimes you think it's going to be an easier goal than it is, and they really do know how to control their areas really, really well. Yeah,
they're almost like netminders in ice hockey, aren't they, the way that they manoeuvre themselves.
And it's so important, to have such a strong keeper for a team, because in transition you might get opened up, and they're sort of the final defender, if you like, in moments of parts of that game.
Yeah, the vast majority of them are all right with their feet as well, should need be. Here come Bolton. That looked to me like a foul, the referee not having any of it. That's Mark Burkett over there in the yellow, he's the man in charge.
Yeah, really experienced referee, ref the World Cup, recently out, Champions League. It's great to have Mark to help the development of referees in this country as well, at the level that he's refed at.
Because for those not too familiar with futsal, fouls are a pretty big deal. We've got the foul counter on the screen there for you. It's important. You can't give away too mmany fouls, otherwise you will just give away a penalty.
Yeah, it's like you timed that then. I think it's the first foul, so it looks like so. Or is it side kicking? That's the first foul. There we go.
First foul given away. And fouls reset at the half. And you have 5 before you're in some serious trouble.
Derby are moving really, really well here to just move around the Bolton defence. A bit more fluid in their movement compared to Bolton, causing a few problems, but not really getting through that first line to try and penetrate at the moment.
Yeah, they've got a lot of debutants in their squad, Derby, as of everyone, with the transitionary period that we've had in the last year. So much has altered, not least in this sport, of course, but Derby got a lot of new players bedding in, lots of unknowns heading into this season, and of course this isn't what we're used to regularly seeing. This is a very unique competition. It's a sign of the times.
I think they've got some new players coming in. They've got some old players. I'm really keen to see John King today. Over a couple of years ago, John came onto the scene and was really, really promising. I think he not quite committed to the game, but he's a really talented young player. This left footer here, John. Be good to see how well he does.
Something we see not too often is an aerial ball, and it's well fielded by Cook at the back for Bolton.
Cookie, very experienced, as everybody knows, within the futsal world. Probably, in his time, probably been one of the best players in the country. Really starting to show his dominance really on that court. So all of a sudden we've got Cookie as a fix, and he's really sort of starting to get control of the game, and that's really going to have a difference. So I think the difference could be at the start how much Cook plays compared to try and break down. Yeah,
the fix is it's almost like a libero position, isn't it? You sit at the back, you hold your position, and everyone plays off you.
Yeah, that's it. And also, they've got to be strong defenders, but they've got to be really good with the ball to try and open up the opposition as well. So, unlike sometimes, in 11-a-side, you can't be just great at defending. You've got to be good with the ball. And Cookie's, he's a master at that role, really.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of futsal. You've only got 4 outfield players. So they all better be pretty good with the ball at their feet and scoring goals. That's a painful-looking one for Derby. It's when you see it at this top level, my ankles squirm just watching that. But knees and ankles have got to be so strong on this court at this pace.
Physically, these will be strong. From playing over years and years, they'll be used to this tempo. They'll be used to this intensity. They'll be strong. But saying that, they wouldn't have had friendlies of this level.
Chance. Bolton then away. Shot comes in early. And I just wonder if Lamb didn't really trust his pace there.
Yeah, I think there he could have cut across the defender and got in a little bit closer. I think he's took it a bit too early, like you say. Probably didn't trust his decision making in going across the defender. Just kill that defender's movement.
Goalkeeper did his job though. For Derby, worth pointing out, right to the edge of the D, narrowed the angle, and it doesn't take much to narrow the angle in a futsal goal.
Great save it was. Yeah, I was just saying the intensity of the players, because they haven't had a competitive game for a while. This is where they're just probably feeling it physically to see what the tempo of this level is, because this is going to be a whole different tempo to training, as we know.
Yeah, and as we've seen certainly around different sports as we sort of emerge out of lockdown, everyone's so pleased to be back. Feels there's a lot of pent-up energy to get out, and just got to guard against that a little bit, haven't you? I suppose more of a coach's role, just to get into the players and keep them level-headed, keep them calm, because you don't want to burn yourself out for the first 10 minutes. Temptation will be there.
It's great here, Bolton playing 3 in line with Matt and Rafe, I think it is, and Cookie, so they're starting to tactically now move Derby a little bit about more and try and build something in that phase of possession.
Here is Cook from the back. It's a lovely ball out to Barber.
Bolton here controlling a little bit more of the possession now, moving to try and break down things.
This is where it's so difficult, Lonnie, when you've got all your players behind the ball with so little space out there on the court to work anything. Overton trying to force something. Two Derby players and the keeper in his way, though. I think their Bolton did really well. They're setting up tactically. If they just moved the ball 1 or 2 more times, switched the play, I think they would have opened up more, more gaps. They'd probably be a bit more patient before moving forward. They're trying to they're getting territory here, though, definitely. Lucas for Cook.
Here's this transition.
Overarm and well fielded by the Bolton keeper. We said they could play with their feet if need be. There's the example.
He's going to be told off for that. He's been a bit, cheeky there, but
yellow cards for Joe Payne. Says to the referee, "Go on," but he's got it. He's got that right.
Joe Payne in there, in the moment of transition that we spoke about, the ball needed to probably go early from Mr. Paulson, but Joe Payne swept up behind and actually stopped the transition straight away. So actually, it was really brilliant goalkeeping and defending. You see how high he was. He took it on the halfway line. So actually, in that moment, it was a brilliant decision. Then probably should have had a shot.
Picked up the yellow card for his troubles, though.
Nice idea. Nice idea.
It's not too often you see a diag on a court this size, but
but it was definitely on. It was just that execution. Probably a little bit flatter, a little bit harder for a volley.
Alex Mora with the vision.
He's done well. He started really well, Alex Mora has.
One of the 6 Derby debutants in the squad today. Including the coach, by the way, Chris Sewell. Travelled down from County Durham, here with the squad for the first time. He's learning a lot about his players. They're learning a bit about him as well. Chris,
really good guy. Really thoughtful in how he goes about his coaching. Been around sort of university settings and different clubs. So that's a really good signing for Matt Hardy and the Derby club, in my opinion. Really calm as well.
Teed up from the corner. It's a fierce strike from Huntington. Got a hold of that all right, but it's flown over the crossbar. And a goal kick. It's been played at a decent click, this. The clock winding down pretty handily. It's been in play a lot.
Yeah, it's good.
Clock stops every time the ball goes out of play. Just don't be fooled by the half lengths. It will take about double that, but this has been a really open game. Yet to really, apart from that early chance for Derby, see too much in the way of clear-cut chances, though.
Yeah, at the moment I see more of a goal coming from transition than really in and out of possession, if you like. Teams are finding it quite difficult to break other teams down to create those chances, but
you often see at this level, don't you? The players are so good.
Defensively, they've been strong,
It's a clever bit of work from Derby. That looked like a foul. The referee's going to give it. It was a lovely bit of control from Sam McGrath there. Just stepped in and took it on his back foot, created the space. And then we saw what I used to call as a youth a bullyender.
Bullyender, what's that? I've never heard
the old
that.
toe-pun.
Oh, the old toe-pun, yeah. Well, the toe-pun's just really effective in futsal, so because you can get it off really quick, really powerful, without the back lift. So, you'll see that a lot today with the top players, that if they can, toe-punt it to get their shots off, it's difficult for the keepers to set themselves. So Matt's doing well there, but he just needs to not lose any territory. So he's a strong lad. He needs to get side on a little bit more. Started the game well. Matt started a lot of minutes as that top man, as that pivot.
Strong defending from Bolton. Here they go in the transition, 3-on-2 here. Shot comes in. What a brilliant strike it is. And the first goal of the Summer Showdown in the men's top tier goes the way of Bolton. What an absolute banger it was too.
Yeah, it's a great goal in transition again. I said the goal might come from transition, but this was brilliant from Bolton in a 3v2. So I thought he could have passed it and moved it, but actually the strike's phenomenal there from Ollie Wally, who we know has got a great left foot.
Ollie Wally has just absolutely blasted Bolton in front. Couldn't have placed it better, off the inside of the post and all the way along the line. It was the perfect strike, and it needed to beat Poulsen.
Yeah,
to beat Poulsen in the goal.
One of those defending moments where you would have just hoped, as two defenders defending against three, they'd have stayed a little bit higher and let Jez Poulsen sort of take a longer shot. So they needed to block the shot and the stronger foot of Ollie. But they were fearful of it going behind them. But actually, one of them needs to stay a bit higher in that 2v1 defending, 3v2. Sorry, defending.
Forward come Derby. And they're up for this, Bolton. Subs are giving it a little bit on the sidelines as well. Everyone has missed this for such a long time.
Yeah.
Real positive energy in the place today.
Yeah, it's
really
amazing.
feel it.
And these teams are playing for a Champions League spot, so that's what they're going after, really. So
and the thing is, with the way that this season works in this Summer Showdown competition, there's no stale tunes, is there? This is top team versus top team, just consistently. There's no bad games here.
Nothing. I think it's brilliant, to be able to get, the board and the management committee of the NFS have done really well to get this off the ground after COVID and get these teams back playing, which has obviously been, for indoor sports all over the country, all over the world, has been a challenge. But what a great little event it is to get futsal back on track, really, as a national game. Mikey Bulmer's on here, another great young talent I think we spoke about before. They're just shoring up the defence here. They've been quite cute at Bolton. They've got some really strong physical defenders on here.
There's a chance for Hunt. Couldn't quite poke it through the legs of the Bolton defender.
Superb defending there from Mikey Bulmer. What he did is he cut off the passing line to the wide player, which is what we're talking about when you're outnumbered. You have to do a job and a half, really.
No way past Lamb, who can drive forward, but no way through for him either. Derby looking to make the court as big as possible. Tough job. Hunt is wide. Lamb higher, the pitch wins it. Now what can Bolton produce from here? Just going to take their time. Barber.
Cookie looking for a little 2v1 in there, looking for that overload. That's where he's really cute in finding those little pockets to play in.
That's a lovely pick for Lamb.
Yeah,
space, but it was shut down very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's where they've worked a little bit of an opening there. I think if Lamb could have played that lacrosse a little bit earlier, we had Mikey Bulmer ready for a sweaty, as the kids call it, tapping it in the back post. So they did really well there, Bolton. They moved the ball round. Derby got a little bit flat. It went into sort of two lines rather than having what we need is the three lines of defence, and it caused problems. This is where I think Derby needs to be a little bit faster in terms of moving the ball.
I was going to mention that actually, when they have had this spell of possession, it has been very patient and probing, but not a huge amount going forward with it.
I think sometimes, and obviously Derby, looking to play at this level, sometimes the defenders can dictate the intensity of the game, and at the minute when Derby are in possession, I would say Bolton's dictating the tempo, where Derby need to move the ball quick but still be patient in their decisions, and at times then the ball's moving a little bit slow across the court, so I'd say Bolton controlling it, right?
Yeah, totally. All well and good having possession, but possession for possession's sake isn't much use, and Bolton doing a really good job of preventing Derby from really getting anything going.
Yeah.
Although, having said that, in that transition period. Derby did have the best chance of the game prior to the goal.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're really, they've been really good in transition. I think it's just working out those little bits now about how they can really open up.
And is that something that will come with a little bit more time on the court together? We mentioned how many debutantes they've got. Those are the patterns and the movements we see this attack here. That's a lovely little back heel, and there's the shot coming in. And Hunt has got himself a goal.
Brilliant. So that's what we're talking about again. If I look back on that as maybe a transition, but what a goal again for changing in speed.
This is super from Sam McGrath. Have a little watch of this. Takes on the back foot and just sets it beautifully. Past the keeper, and Barber couldn't keep it out on the line. It's a great finish, and we've got a game on our hands here.
Yeah, definitely. I think defensively there, I think it was Tom Lander didn't really quite get it.
Dangerous ball, and Derby are in again. Good goalkeeping.
Great goalkeeping then to keep that as 1-1.
He was so sharp off his line there, Joe Payne, and he had to be. It's a loose ball from Barber. And Derby there, almost scoring 2 goals in the blink of an eye. There and again, maybe here. Cook shuts out the line.
Yeah, that's where Derby on the wide areas and wingers now are just dropping a little bit deeper to face forward, which is actually making them more attacking. At times they're trying to get too high and they can't face forward on the ball. So actually, we talked about the possession phase. By dropping deeper, facing forward to be able to play forward a little bit more is actually causing Bolton more problems now.
So Bolton just taking a minute just to slow the game down. Not the worst idea. Derby's tails have been right up in the last minute or so. And what's Bolton look to produce with the ball at their feet. That's going to hit the roof here at St George's.
That was a great little move by Bolton there. If the ball would have come in on the ground and hard, Matt could have hooked that round to an open Ollie Whaley. So you can see what they're trying. It's just that level of execution that needs to be better. Sometimes tactically they get things right and do things well. But execution needs to be a little bit stronger at this level, right?
Yeah, it's what I was talking to just before Derby went and got their goal. Is that sort of that familiarity and that level of almost that muscle memory and the movements and it's almost like when you're set in possession, it's almost like a set piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you've got so little room to work with. Your movements have to be so precise. It's almost memory.
Yeah, we talk about different sort of rotations. We talk about different principles, really, about like in a 2v1, a 2v2 principles, dualities, or working as pairs. And a couple of times, some of the more experienced players are trying to work those familiar patterns out, if you want to call them patterns, but more principles of play, which has been good.
It's a foul. Frustration for Bolton, but no question about it. Definitely a foul. And those are starting to add up now. Mark Burkett just laying down the letter of the law.
I'd say after the Derby goal, Derby have probably got that little bit of momentum now. Seem a little bit more relaxed on the ball. Bolton have lost their sort of tactical flow of breaking down Derby. So
yeah, it seems like it's been a bit of a nerve settler for Derby, doesn't it? This is Tommy Marzano, the number 10. Been impressed by the big man, the number 6 there, just to the right of your shot. That's McGrath.
Yeah, he's played, Uni of Notts. He's played at a decent level of NFS futsal for a few years and in Bucks Championships with the Uni programme. So quite an experienced futsal player.
And see, he loves being that forward presence, doesn't he? Being the number 6 playing in a traditional number 9 role, being that forward man.
Yeah, he's a really good presser. He presses the ball very well.
But he also holds it so well as well. He's clever with his first touch, taking defenders out of the game. Saw him make the Derby goal.
Yeah.
Close to making a couple more too. It's Kernahan for Bolton. No way past Marzano. This is the goal scorer, Ollie Whaley. A bit of frustration on Bolton's face at the moment.
I think after that goal it settled Bolton down, but then when Derby got a great goal back in it, that's what I was saying, I think the momentum has shifted here, and I think Bolton need to get a bit of a foothold in the game. And the only way they can really do that is by getting more possession and good possession.
So we talked a little bit about Derby having a lot of possession but not really doing a lot with it. Actually, when the game's back level, it starts to be a little bit more of a controlling mechanism, doesn't it? And Bolton are being stifled here.
And I think sometimes, when you talk about possession for possession, it's easier to get good possession from having lots of possession than sometimes trying to get possession of the ball, if that makes sense.
Sort of, mate. I can see where you're going.
Do you understand what I mean? So
here goes McGrath, squares it across from Lozano, can't quite get on the end of it and wrap his toe around it. Might have been better served throwing his left foot at that one, but don't think he'd have been able to beat Joe Payne either way, but it's lovely work again from McGrath.
No, but both teams here have got new players with them. Bolton have got a few new players and training with them, so this is definitely new territory for quite a lot of players playing together as well. And it does take time to gel. So for Derby and Bolton, it's going to take that bit of time for these teams to start gelling over the next few weeks.
It's going to be a corner on the far side, just a little nick off the Bolton defender. Timeout called. Well, first chance to catch our breath. It's been a bit of a breathless start, this one, hasn't it? Been immensely enjoyable. And we are really enjoying this game. It's one each. Not long left of the first half, 4.5 minutes. What have you been most impressed by? We'll start with Derby here, the team in blue. What have you liked the most about them?
Yeah, I've liked Derby. They've tried to get possession of the ball. They've tried to play. They're trying to rotate in a good way. Really trying to overload and make 2v1. So I've been really impressed with the way they've tried to go about their work. But they've got really good intensity in transition as well, in positive transition. So I think they could be really effective in those moments.
See Sam Huntington there doing a little bit of the magnetic counters. He's the assistant coach as well as one of their players, and got a great mind for the game. Been playing for so long. He's done that role since he was in 2011 as well.
Yeah, he's been doing that for years. He knows the game really well, and I think the pair now is sort of Chris coming in as more of the sort of man manager, head coach, but also knows the game, and Sam can then concentrate on his game, which is really important for player coaches, because it's really difficult with high intensity games to be trying to play a coach all the time. So I think it just gives that bit more stability within that performance setup, if you like. Yeah,
and you can see Cook doing the same thing.
Yeah.
For Bolton as well. There's a player who knows his onions when it comes to futsal.
Yeah, I think he knows the finer details of the game. He will be a great coach. He's a brilliant player, but he's just making that transition as he won't mind me saying, getting a little bit older into that phase. But I think he'll be a fantastic coach.
So return with that corner for Derby.
Be interesting here to see if Derby sets something up tactically. You might see Sam McGrath go and block a 7 and trying to open spaces through the middle. Yeah, just try to stop. I think it's Ollie Whaley coming out to press the ball. So there's at corners and set pieces, there's a lot of things tactically that go on that looks quite a mess, but it's not. It's quite,
Yeah, it's probably the main reason why Derby took the time out there, right? Was to figure out a bit of a routine in the corner. Here come Bolton. It's a good switch of play to Whaley. Couldn't quite connect with the shot. Huntington in pronto on the interception.
Brilliant worked move there again by Bolton. In possession. Matt coming in for a 1-2, but opening up the diagonal, which left a 2v1. Fantastic moment of play there from Bolton.
Great ball across the face as well, wasn't it? Well, he couldn't quite connect.
Yeah, that's a head injury. I don't think it was on purpose, but...
Yeah, it's a tough one, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely got a bit of a whack in the face there.
Mark saw something different.
Well, yellow card showing the way of Conor Kernahan.
I was just saying, Bolton had a really good passage of play there, and they played the ball, a 2v1, ball across. If they just executed their final pass there, I think they would have had a good opportunity to score. Yeah,
it's a bit of a painful whack, this one. We'll have another watch of it. first look it seemed pretty innocuous, but the other card was shown. I think there is a bit of a flailing arm there from Kernahan. Just to, I think the contact with the face is purely accidental, but
it's difficult
trying to make
one,
a bit of space for himself, and he's
Yeah, I think this is the other thing. Like futsal can be really physical, and as you've seen today, the intensity, the physicality of this game. You have to be strong. And there's lots of bodies, and actually, in a way, you're protecting your space a lot of the time.
You don't get a lot of it.
You don't get a lot of it, so you have to understand how to own. We say own your space. You have to control your space.
It's Tom Gascoigne, the man who's down, and he's just starting to get his wits back about him. Saw a big moment in the Champions League final yesterday, of course, with a similar sort of incident, almost like an action replay of that, wasn't it?
It's good the physio's on here. It's the person sitting behind the bench with the officials is the physio for the day, and it's really important that he can get on really quickly and hopefully patch up Mr. Gascoigne.
Yeah, Gascoigne seems okay. Might just take he's got at least 4 minutes here just to relax, and then he's got half time to maybe just double check everything.
And I think the physio will have to go through the concussion protocols as well because of the head injury, so it's important they do that.
Back underway. And it's almost as if we never had that pause. The pace is right from the gun. Here goes Hunt through the middle. McGrath won't quite keep it in. Players tumbling left and right. Decision's gone Derby's way.
Yeah. Interesting there, Derby playing a little bit more of their 4-0 that they've been playing with rotations, and they opened up the middle of the court, and I think it was Liam Hunt that drove through.
Just great pace, isn't it?
Yeah, so they had 2 rotations in their sort of tactical 4-0, and they opened the middle up, and he drove through with some great intensity.
Yeah, it was Overton, wasn't it, who tried to throw the leg across, but McGrath was strong, drew the foul.
This will be a good moment to score if they can hit the target here. Let's see what they've got in their planned here. Little block.
Hunt's over it, sets it back.
That really good set piece, a good block, and then the ball's gone to the weaker foot of the 14. I can't remember his name, but if it had gone to his right foot, Jordan, he'd have had a great strike, and he was setting himself up for that. So again, just that level of execution. Tactically looks good, but the level of execution in the finer details needs to be better in those moments.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot. That's where you really notice it, isn't it? Because you get so little time and so little space, you can't miss your passes by a millimetre. Yeah. They've got to be on the right foot, the right area, at the right time.
Yeah, I think it was Jordan who was setting himself up for a right foot with a block with Sam McGrath, and Liam played it to his left foot, and all of a sudden he's probably got to take a touch.
From Hunt.
Brilliant.
Shot comes in, good save, doesn't hold it. McGrath on the rebounds, can't quite divert it home. But Hunt's pace and his fleet of foot is really starting to impress here for Derby. A lovely turn from McGrath.
Yeah, I think Hunt's bringing it in the 1v1 situations. I think Hunt's just opening the game up as an individual at the minute, which is doing really well for Derby. So,
what a difference maker that is, by the way.
Yeah,
in a 4v4 outfield, you can take a man out. It's not an easy thing to do, but he's doing it brilliantly at the moment. Back on Bolson after a wealth of substitutions. Pretty much I think the whole outfield 4 was changed at once there.
Yeah, and that's not unusual, to change the 4. I quite like to do that in my national teams. I would like to change the 4 to keep the intensity, but also what you'll find is these 4s train together in those 4s as well, so they know each other more. So rather than having to blend 14 players to know each other, you can blend blocks of 4s. So tactically, when you're going to work and you're training, if you're really confident about your game model and you're confident about your players you have to your disposal, they can train in those ways. So that wouldn't surprise me if that's what they've been doing at Bolton.
It's Barber prodding it forwards, no way through. Cook brings it down. McGrath has wrestled it off him, and wrestled being the operative word. Foul's gone against him.
Yeah.
Looks like Mark Burkett's enjoying being back. He's had his work cut out for him in this first half.
I think Rafe signed from Manchester, good little player as well. So a couple of players here have moved clubs as well, as you see, usually through the closed season. It's not been a closed season, but the off season in some ways.
Yeah.
As we get into this short season.
Yeah, I heard that from the coaches before the game. I was speaking to them out on the court, and they were saying that the structure of the season has meant they've had to lose a couple of players who couldn't commit to the super short season, just a few weeks, month basically.
Yeah. Bolton were building really well there, and then as they played into the middle, they broke the lines. Probably if it had gone out with one pass rather than having that touch and then pass, they'd probably have opened up Derby a little bit easier than they're finding at the moment.
Grab that muscles. Bulmer. It's clever for Schofield. Just had a little bit too much in terms of legs on that pass, and will be a Derby put-in.
Sometimes Derby here, when they're going from a 3 and back into their 4, they're actually ending up in what we'd call a 2-2, which is actually making it harder for them to keep and retain possession of the ball. In these moments like this, they won't come out with the ball.
Here comes Cook.
Oh,
I love that. Can he get the shot away? He can. That would have been some goal. No, I've not played FIFA Street in some years, but that is... Can't remember the name of that one, but that is beautifully done.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes, you know, futsal is a very tactical, very much a passing game, but because it's tight, because it's in these situations that players sometimes have to find, you know, their own ways to be creative out. You know, sometimes I think the Brazilians call it the laboratory of creativity, and people think it's coached all the time in futsal. It's not actually, but players have to find these ways out, and you know,
it's also because of the nature of the game. They have to be so unbelievably technical and so quick with their feet, so deft. You know, you see it all the time with the. You look at the professional football side of things. You look at the players like Thiago and Coutinho, real exponents of futsal, played it in their youth, and you see it all the time with soul touches and the way they dribble.
Yeah, well, if you'd have gone through the history of some of those players playing in the Champions League, Man City and Chelsea last night, you'd be surprised how many of them grew up twin tracking in football and futsal, and how many of them played the game. I
instantly think of Phil Foden as soon as I think of futsal.
Yeah,
he'd be a demon on a court, wouldn't he?
He'd be great at futsal, yeah. But even though the keepers, you know, Edison last night, you know, growing up in his home countries, but there'll be some of those technicians, but also, you know, then some of the futsal players who, if you look at them at top level, are supreme technicians with the ball. In some cases, more so, you know. And I think that's what's amazing about this pathway. It can be a pathway in its own right, and it can help as well, you know.
It's the biggest change, isn't it, that we've seen in the sort of last decade or so. We'll get into this conversation at half time maybe, as we come into the last 20 seconds of the half, just keeping an eye on the clock. Bolton maybe with one last attack. Here's Schofield. No way through. Derby have been pretty resolute.
Great positioning there by Schofield and Cook to get out. He's just probably got to drive that one across as two players at the back post, and it'll force a bit of pressure on Derby there in the last moments.
See Paulson, the experienced keeper and captain, just telling his players just to chill, just to hold it.
Yeah, he's done really well. He's controlled the troops really well today.
3 seconds. Cook's just going to launch this one forwards, and that will do us. First half in the books here in the Summer Showdown with the National Futsal Series 1. That was a really, really high level game. Bolton 1, Derby 1 at the interval.
Great start to the Tier 1 male Summer Showdown. It's been a really good intensity to the start of this game. Two teams probably just working out each other a little bit, but a couple of great goals as well.
We'll just pick up on the conversation that we started just before half time there. We sort of look at the way the game in this country has developed, and the game I'm talking about there is football initially, but we'll come to futsal. The way the game's developed in the last 10-15 years in particular, the level of technical ability among the top players, and most importantly I think among the not so top players, has gone up so far. The way that futsal helps there could be huge in this country, because we always think of the top futsal nation, think of Brazil, Portugal, Spain, those super technical, nifty little players. England never had one of those. That wasn't a stereotype of an English player. That's changing now.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've seen lots of good things. I don't think it's necessarily down to one thing. I think there's lots of different things that go into building better players. You know, the Advanced Youth Award courses for the FA about how coaches are dealing with players at all levels, and that has an effect on futsal coaching, football coaching, you know, grassroots coaching. I think that's really important. I think you know, futsal slowly becoming part of a young player's journey. We've seen in the academy structure as well. I think there's just so many elements come into it, but I think, you know, definitely futsal's probably still underutilised, if that's the right term, within football arenas. But I think slowly but surely people are starting to recognise that futsal is probably the Rolls Royce of street football.
Yeah,
that's the way I'd explain it. You know, you've got street football, you've got multi-format. For me, you know, when you look at the constraints of the game, you look at the evidence that's based around it now and what other people are doing in other countries, it's probably the thing that's given them that extra little bit that I think we need to, if we were talking about football, we need to tap into a little bit more. So, as you spoke about, if you look at a young Portuguese player's journey, a young Spanish player's journey, you know, they're playing futsal in schools nearly every day, well, nearly every competition. So if you think about, they're playing futsal so much in schools and their schools competitions, they're getting this game weekly, and I think that's the thing that adds to the melting pot effect of creating better players, whether they're futsal players or football players, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ball their feet doesn't really matter. They're absolutely amazing with it. Let's take a look back at the highlights of that first half, because there was a fair few. It was a frenetic start. This was a great opportunity early on. It was Gascoigne, wasn't it, who had the opportunity. That's a great work again. That driving run from Hunt was a real feature of that first half, wasn't it, for Derby? As we see the first goal for Bolton, and what a hit this is, by the way, from Ollie Whaley.
It's a great strike. It's a fantastic strike. And he took his decision making well there. I thought, you know, I was looking at it in real time, and I was thinking they could, you know, create the overload and finish on the second post. But actually the decision making there for him to strike was perfect, because the defenders had dropped quite deep.
Here's your equaliser. Again, the driving run in transition. Lovely work from McGrath to set that up. Been really impressed with him.
Yeah, he's causing problems, isn't he, in those sort of forward movements. He's very, I wouldn't say aggressive in terms of personality, but aggressive in the way he plays the game. He reminds me of a little bit like a Richard Ward type player who we'll probably see today playing for Pro Futsal, but he's been good, Sam McGrath.
How's that for a little bit of skill? Could watch that absolutely all day from Cookie as he fired wide. Would have been the goal of the day so far. But it's half time here at St George's Park. It is 1 apiece between Bolton and Derby. They've given us some great fare so far. Do stay with us. Second half on the way soon. Welcome back to live pictures from St George's Park, almost ready to get back underway here with Derby versus Bolton in the National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. Bolton in the white, Derby in the blue. It is one apiece following a great first half. We talked about what Derby did well, probably the better side in that first 20 minutes, Mike, but in terms of what Bolton will look to change and will look to advance in the second half, a little bit more of the ball would be a start, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was probably slightly shaded. I think it was quite even, lots of moments, but Derby probably looked a little bit better in those transitional moments, whereas in possession Bolton looked a little bit more trying to build something. So I think Bolton really need to start probably taking a little bit more advanced passes like that, exactly like that, and trying to breaking down Derby a little bit more, quicker. But then at moments they need to be a little bit more patient and move the ball across the court more. So both teams sort of working really, really hard, but need to be more efficient in what they're probably trying to achieve.
Driving the ball and no way through there. A little hook down the line. It's good to see Gascoigne back on the pitch. Obviously had his little run through with the physio. He's determined that he's all good to go. He took a whack to the face in that first half.
Yeah, just took a little bit of a hit, but he would have gone through those protocols, and good to see him back on.
thought that was really interesting as he was defending there up against Kernahan. Wasn't watching the ball at all, was staring straight into the eyes of the winger.
Sometimes in players tactically like to look at in 1v1 defensive, look at the eyes, it gives you more clues, look at the hips, it tells you which way they're going to face. So there's different ways of defending on court sports that might be a bit different to the way you might defend in other moments.
It's a lovely little dink, and Hunt again driving forward. Probably been the one biggest feature of this Derby team, I'd say, is the use of McGrath as a pivot and almost Hunt as that extra runner, that third man through the thirds. That's a lovely feed. Chance here for Bolton, and Paulson has done really well just to block out the light. Yeah.
Brilliant. Both teams here setting up a 3-and-1. McGrath on his favoured right foot. Conversely, Overton on his favourite left as like false pivots. So very similar in the way they've both come out to attack it in this second half.
Yeah, foul count has reset for this second half, none so far. It was a little bit of a spicy first half, but nothing too out of control. A couple of bookings, mind. I think they were both for pettiness rather than for fouls particularly. Here come Bolton. No one home.
Great down about the halfway line here, where they got a lateral 2v1 on with Mikey Bulmer, I think it was. Just overloaded that area, really nice to get that opportunity. So some little things starting to work out in possession here for Bolton.
That's a lovely wall pass. Gascoigne couldn't quite get the shot away. It's a really important toe from the Bolton defender.
Great movement off the ball there by Sam McGrath to get in late but quick to offer that wall pass, offer that 2v1.
He's been that great focal point in attack, hasn't he, for Derby all the way through the game?
Yeah, he's done really well. He's strong, he moves well. He's just off the shoulder of the backman, so he's very hard to pick up.
Gascoigne fires across. McGrath can't bring it under his spell. And Payne has himself a goal kick. And in comes the four-man switch for Bolton. We saw this in the first half. Rafe Barber picking up the ball and gets it out to Cook here. Away the goal scorer onto Lucas. Already you can just see Bolton rotating a little bit more in possession.
Yeah, a bit more intensity of what they're doing as well in possession. Those moments where they can go and attack facing forward is really important, and the different sort of runners off those moments is key, and that's what we saw there.
Just helps build that intensity when you can make those sort of wholesale changes, doesn't it, to keep that energy up and keep the opposition moving and guessing. Yeah,
you're completely right. It keeps the intensity in the fours, as we call it. Keeps the tempo of the game up in your favour. But then sometimes you can change too much, and the players don't get sort of into it, if that makes sense. There's a real balance to when you do it, why you do it, how you do it.
McGrath.
And that's a challenge for the coaching staff, how often they change, when they change, how they change. And again, tactically that's something different and challenges coaches probably more than, you would say in football where you have 3 or 5 substitutions. Coaches here are making, could make 30, 40, 50 substitutions a game.
Interesting one for me is I don't think McGrath has spent a minute off the court yet. He's played pretty much every second of this match so far. Talk about being a focal point in attack. He's been a focal point of the team. He's not been off. Yeah,
he's done really well.
And it's quite rare that happens, isn't it, to play so many minutes?
Really rare at this level. At the top level. very, very rare. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Because some players just do have those natural engines for futsal, which is high intensity engines. He's a fit lad. He can deal with it. And maybe that's probably where you would want the intensity of the game to be higher from a Bolton point of view, to not allow that to happen as well.
And it's not like he's not been involved either. So Derby back in possession.
Just trying a false pivot there from Sam. It's the little details here, you know, when they're trying to create an overload, a 2v1, it's making sure that passing line is open. And the defenders are blocking off passing lines a little bit too easy, so the attackers need to adjust their body shape and their position to really create that overload, to give confidence in the passer that the ball can get there.
It's not quite been the super high scoring game that maybe a few are hoping for or indeed expecting. But you've got two top level operators here, and neither one of them is going to give an inch in this first game of the Summer Showdown. Format is pretty brutal, it's very unforgiving. A defeat could be disastrous even in week one.
Yeah.
It's 3 games, if you top your group you're into the final. It's a tough school.
It's tough because it's such a short competition, if you like, but it's great, but it's tough because you... Oh, great strike. You've got to get into it straight away.
Caught that beautifully, didn't he?
Great
Good
touch.
save. Oh, Whaley set it up. Chance for Bolton, and a big save from Jez Poulsen.
Ollie Whaley there, fantastic touch. Drops it off to Ollie Lucas, and what you want him to do here is strike really hard and high.
Have a watch of that touch and pass. Took 2 out of the game.
Here, strike it hard, strike it high, as the keeper's probably going to have to drop to do the K save. That's where he could try and hit for the roof of the net, and you see a lot of that, you know, futsal high into the roof of nets in those situations from angles.
I'm going to use you as my futsal glossary. K save.
That's the key.
Talk us through
So
it.
the keepers dropping their knee, dropping their hands, makes it look like a little bit of a K as they come out, and then what they're trying to...
Another good save from Poulsen as Whaley back in the thick of the action. Wants it on that left foot, which is so dangerous. And the free kick has gone against Derby. Huntington is unhappy with that.
Yeah, I was just talking about the goalkeeper's save, the K position where the hands are down the side, their knee or their legs on the floor, which is basically a long barrier, right? From our teaching days at school, you know, how do you create a long barrier? They're basically trying to cover as much as the goal as possible, rather than going to ground, because also if they get beat 1v1, they can turn on that as well, rather than, you know, sometimes they'll smother, sometimes they'll block, and it's just more of a blocking save.
So timeout called, and that's not a big surprise here. It's a great position for a free kick, isn't it? What can Bolton look to manoeuvre from this position?
Yeah, it's a great position from a free kick, and then, again, as a coach in your head here, it's like, do you want to use your timeout this early for a free kick? So if you've used it, it's gone. So it's a very again, tactically, even when to use your timeout's really important.
You just feel at this stage of the game, though, that the next goal could be absolutely massive.
I think so. I think we're definitely going to see this game open up at points in the next few minutes as well. So it's going to become more open. I think it's probably the team that can be really defensively strong, but really aggressive in their attacking moments.
Here it is then. It's Cook over the ball. 2-man wall, which creates that sort of 3v2 in the D.
2 left footers at least on here, so you'll notice that they'll probably set something up for one of them to shoot. Blocking off the wall, I think Ollie Lucas is it. Here we go.
Skies in the pass from Cook. Barber couldn't quite keep it down. It was a long old run up from Cook, wasn't it? Roberto Carlos style.
Yeah. He was looking to fake shoot, and then he had probably a couple of options. One down the side to, I think, Ollie Lucas, Ollie Whaley, and then the other one to Rafe. And Rafe probably needs to come around a bit quicker to set himself, get his body shape right, so he can really strike that on target.
It's a good battle right in front of us here. It was won by King of Derby.
Great battle.
Bolton have just started to pick it up at the start of this second half. Probably been the better side in the opening 5.5 minutes.
Bolton just getting a bit more court territory here, so they're definitely playing, on the halfway and a bit more advanced when they're in possession. So Derby maybe tiring now, maybe dropping that a little bit deeper. A couple of chances or half chances zipping across. because Derby are getting quite deep in there in the defensive structure.
Hunt and Riley have made their way back onto court. It's Gascoigne and Moore who are going to take a breather. Still McGrath lines up top. Some engine on that lad.
You can see a bit of tiring moments from Derby here. They've dropped a bit deeper as well. I don't know if that's tactically or naturally, because they are getting tired, so maybe a little bit wary of opening spaces.
Here's a chance. It's really good defending from Cook. Used all those years of experience. Read it beautifully and stepped across instantly, didn't he?
He's good in those 1v1 defending situations. Probably needed to be better in possession with the ball there because he had opportunities to be cleaner, but actually in transition he's a very, very good 1v1 defender.
This is Overton. As Bolton ring their changes again. Kernahan, Lamb and Bulmer, the other three on the court at the moment. Hunt looking to drive forward. That's a big characteristic of Derby's play in the first half in particular. Not really seen too much of it so far in the second. It's penalised though.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Bolton have a bit more of the ball, which they'll be pleased with. And it's now just trying to move that ball across court in these areas a bit quicker. I'd like to see it come out of the central area a bit quicker to create these 2v1 opportunities a little bit more often, which will mean hopefully more court progression. Slightly getting on top here, aren't they, Bolton?
Yeah, similar in some ways to the first half, but the other way around. It's been Bolton with more of the ball and more of the territory. Derby just trying to wrest some of that back, but they're being hounded, and Lamb and Bulmer couldn't quite wrestle possession back from King. King in motion, receives it back to goal. No way through.
Yeah, it seems that Derby is sort of playing very individual at the moment. Need to get back into their sort of collective game plan. I'm not sure whether that's a little bit of fatigue setting in or changing the personnel. But like you say, some players have been on court for a long period of time, and Bolton now keeping those changes. And this is where changing the four starts to come to fruition, if you like.
Yeah, you'd certainly expect to see those fruits starting to show in the latter stages of this one, and we are now heading towards the final quarter of this match.
Brilliant in there in between the lines, Mikey Bulmer. First touch and then second touch opened the game up, move his body forward. His brilliant second touch to play forward.
Spill from Paulson, and King stood on the ball. He's done pretty well there to get himself out of that situation, which looked hairy for a moment for Derby.
Yeah, the pressure's building. Really, really enjoying watching Mikey Bulmer play in these little pockets at the moment. Very clever little player.
Kernahan.
His movement's causing a lot of problems. Here he is again.
Lovely 1-2, and that's unlucky.
He's the one in those pockets. He's the one, just opening up spaces, in the half spaces, if you like, in between. They're finding it very difficult to either mark him or go with him. Really effective at the moment. Yeah,
Overton just couldn't quite bring that under. If he was able to get a decent first touch on that, and maybe a snapshot, that was a good chance. It's a difficult technique to execute, though. That comes Derby. McGrath just pushes off his defender, uses him as a shield, does Hunt to take over. Still got it. There will be a Derby ball.
Liam Hunt's done individually well there again, but he's really, really positive when he gets on it.
Strong challenge, no foul given, chance here for Derby. And Payne makes the save. McGrath. Sliding challenge, don't see too many of those on court.
It was a good tackle though.
It was. Kernahan with a brilliant challenge. McGrath again, body in the way.
Game's getting a bit stretched now. We said this thing was going to be a bit open. The next goal is obviously going to be really important because
such a big goal, isn't it?
Going to be a big one.
If it comes. At this point, probably not fair to say both teams cancelling each other out, but it's Overton.
Great parallel. Brilliant between Overton and Mikey Bulmer there. Little parallel run from Matt Overton, long parallel to create that overload, and then if he could have hit that target, I think that might have been the second, if you like.
That was a great opportunity. Bolton in the last couple of minutes have just created a couple of one half chance and one bona fide opportunity there.
The better moments.
It's just starting to swing their way, this game.
Yeah, you can see the better moments starting to come for Bolton. Doesn't mean they can't be caught on the counter or open in transition like these moments.
Just like that, it's McGrath. Can he get the shot away? Overton's done really well to stop the shot. There was definitely a foul though.
Yeah,
he knows it too. He's almost taken one for the team there.
And that's where Bolton are getting on top, but they also need to make sure they keep doing the right things, keep moving the ball, because that's what's causing Derby problems. And I think if I was, in Derby's shoes at the minute, I'd be happy for a sort of nick in a second.
Yeah, yellow card given to Overton. And, well, no great surprise. Timeout's been called.
Again, probably a tactical one to try and set up a free kick here from Chris Sewell on the bench as their manager.
Just trying to work out what Jez Paulson's so upset about with the referee. They've reached an accord, but the Derby skipper just having several words with Mark Burkett. But it was an important challenge to make, wasn't it, for moments? And he had to do something there. Whether he got the ball or he fouled him, he couldn't afford to do neither.
Well, in that, Bolton are doing really well at controlling the centre of the court a little bit more. So Matt was on the ball there and moving and shifting the ball, and he got caught on it, which is where you don't want to get caught on it, right? So in the end, he's managed to sort of chaperone him towards the side, but he's had to make that foul, really. So you would say it's a good foul in a way, if there's such a thing, which I think there is, but let's see what comes out of it, because it could be a good tactical manoeuvre here by Derby if they've been working on these in training.
So a good chance here for Derby. Can they make something count from this free kick? The Gascoigne over it. He's got.
Yeah,
he's going to run over. Actually, leave it to McGrath.
Okay.
It was a little routine, wasn't it?
Yeah, you saw it.
And now with the quick throw out from Payne, he couldn't quite pick out Bulmer, who again made a clever little run, but
clever routine with a few blocks coming in, but the blockers didn't actually do their job well enough there to stop the defenders coming out, so that would have made a big difference. So in those routines, when players have roles to sort of execute, it's important they execute them to the best of their ability.
That's dangerous. And they'd rather get away with that one there, Derby. It was Marzano taking a little bit of a chance.
We saw Derby in the first half and lots more sustained possession, didn't we?
Yeah.
They've sort of not really had that foothold in the game this half, so Bolton done really well to sort of get a hold of the ball a little bit more.
Don't think that was a free kick, referee agrees, and it's going to end up as a goal kick for Derby. But Bolton here just making a couple of changes. Don't think, or they have reverted to the 4 that they have been using eventually.
Yeah.
Just thought they were going to make a double change, but in the end I think it's the full quad that have come off. Final 10 minutes and 2 seconds of this game. It's on a knife edge.
It's brilliant. They're definitely playing in those, tactically, those 2-4s. They've changed it. And they've played a long game of trying to keep the intensity up, which they're definitely playing with a lot more intensity than Derby at the moment. So let's see if those changes will come to fruition.
There's a chance. Not quite. It's a lovely spot. Just a little bit too much on the pass. It was a real dangerous moment that for Derby, if Riley could have got on the end of it. Yeah,
that was a huge moment, because it would have been a 2v1 on Stuart Cook at the back, who was really out of position as well. So if that could have been brought down, it would have been a huge moment for Derby.
This is Lucas into Whaley. Cook tries to fire across, it's going to make its way to Rafe Barber, wants it on his right foot. Great reaction, saved by Paulson.
What a save. What a save that is.
For a moment like Rafe Barber had taken a touch too long, but got the shot away, and it's a brilliant stop from Paulson in the end.
I have to agree with you. I think the court opened up, and at this level, you need to finish that first time, and bringing it inside into traffic again probably made it harder for himself.
Did well in that sense to get the shot away, and Paulson made a brilliant save. This is Cook dancing through. It's another good stop from the keeper. Lovely footwork again from Cook. Took 2 men out of the game. Forced a really good save.
Great footwork. Went past 1, went past 2, and then probably did well to get his shot off in the end. Bolton doing really well here, pressing a lot more aggressively, pressing higher. They're definitely on the front foot with this game, looking for that winner.
Yeah, for sure. Derby here just surviving a little bit, trying to see this spell out. Whaley for Cook. Barber.
Derby quite deep here.
No way through in the end. It was Lucas who couldn't quite bring it under control. Marzano takes it late, and a little bit of miscommunication between himself and Richardson. McGrath has finally stepped off the court.
Yeah, he's having a rest. He's earned it.
He has really earned it, yeah.
I think Bolton can afford to stretch this game a little bit further now, to try and utilise those spaces in the higher areas like this. I think if they go and be a bit more aggressive in those wide areas and higher areas, it will stretch Derby even further, which will give them more opportunities to make those cutting passes or situations where they can overload. So in a way they need to be a bit more aggressive with their movement. Now they are doing a bit more with the ball.
Cook reads it. No foul, says the referee.
Oh,
Cook's got another chance though. Can he set it up? He can. Lovely first touch. Derby get back in numbers. Shot never came. Where he finds Cook. Barber's going to hit it. Comfortable save for Paulson.
What you'll notice about that in that transition, Cook's got up and he's rolled that ball slowly across to, I think, Ollie Lucas, so that he can hit it first time. So it's actually a very clever pass, because what he's done is rolled it slowly across, so that I think it was Ollie Lucas who can hit it first time, but Ollie's took another touch. Moment's gone.
Well, this could be a chance, but Cook is going to get there first. He took a really hefty fall a moment ago, but he's still just feeling the effects of it. It was a painful one.
That was a huge chance there.
It's a big opportunity, wasn't it? With current match situation, the clock ticking down, it could be all important. Just wonder if we'll look back at that moment in 15 minutes or so and think that was maybe where the game could have changed.
Yeah, I think that's why a couple of players were frustrated, because they knew how big that was.
Whaley finds Cook. McGrath is back on the court and he's back taking names. 2-3 tackles in from McGrath. Here he is again. He's outnumbered now, and now it's a 2v1. Whaley, chance for Lucas. There it is.
Oh, what a finish! I thought he took an extra touch again that he didn't need to, but he sorted his feet out really quickly there.
And eventually Bolton make the breakthrough. It's a lovely finish, this, from Oscar Lucas. Whaley waited, and that two-touch finish is just a bit of artwork, isn't it?
He's done really well in the end. We said, didn't we, the goals look like they will come in transition today in this game, and this is what's happened again in terms of transition. Bolton stole the ball in the wide areas, 2v1 on the back man, didn't quite keep his height, and then Ollie Lucas did the rest, caused some damage. Excellent finish.
It's such a good finish, isn't it? Kept his composure really well. Haven't quite been at their best today with that final pass, final touch, but that was where it all came together. Beautiful goal.
This is where now it's going to be really hard for Derby to, get back into their possession game that they had in the first half. They haven't seen a lot of the ball in good possession moments, so we're going to have to get back to building something.
That goal had been coming.
Yeah, definitely. I think Bolton are working really hard to try and break down Derby. I think they just edged it this half for me. Definitely with the ball. They've had a lot more court dominance. And probably caused, one or two more half chances, if you like.
Chance for Derby to drive, as Hunter's done frequently, but no way past Cook on that occasion. The experienced campaigner Huntington is back on. He takes over, fires it into the D.
Sam Huntington's got a huge shot, huge right foot, so that's where he's trying to execute that.
Morra into Huntington. Yeah, that's a foul. Drew that really well, used all that savvy and his experience.
Yeah, he's great with his back to goal. Strong player, experienced player.
2-4 the current foul count. 2 for Bolton, 4 for Derby. It's Huntington with a strike, and that is a strong wrist.
Great save.
That was a better save than it looked. That was flashed at him. Talk about that big hit that Huntington's got. You saw it in action there. That was really powerful. This is Hunt.
There's going to be transition again here.
Morrow across quickly to deny Cook. Good cover run.
Yeah, he's got a huge strike, Sam Huntington, and you saw that come out there, and Joe Payne was a great save actually, because it's a bit of a reaction save, wasn't it?
Yeah, shot almost came from nowhere. There was very little build up to it.
I think he was he'd set a wall up. I can't remember if it was 1 or 2, but it came the wrong side or through the wall, so it caught him off guard a little bit.
It's Harper, the number 2. Not seen too much of him from Bolton. He's got some defending to do here, and here's a chance for McGrath. Tries to play it across, and what a bit of cover. What a bit of cover from Cook.
Great defending. I think that's where you see in these moments world-class players have to do world-class things, and that's the bit before he actually got caught, sucked over to the ball, but in the recovery to slide in and stop that is huge.
Came out of nowhere, didn't he? That's very clever from Barber. And Cook's going to try and spot him off his line! What a goal! Stuart Cook has maybe just iced this game for Bolton with an absolutely incredible goal.
Yeah, do you know what? It reminded me of the first game last season we were watching. I think it was maybe Bolton Loughborough, and he did it from distance again. He's so clever. You think he's not looking at everything, and what a finish that is. And again, these are the exciting moments you see in last minutes of futsal, when people are trying to take risks, and you can be caught. You can be,
That's a ridiculous goal.
It's a ridiculous goal. And left foot. He'll tell me that's his weaker foot as well. That's what he'll say.
Can't believe we're just coming up to 3/4 of the way through we've just gone past 3/4 of the way through the first match, and we've probably seen the goal of the tournament. Don't know if we can get any better than that. The touch from Barber to lead into it was beautiful.
Yeah, great.
But that finish from Cook was something else. Here comes McGrath for Derby. Huntington couldn't get the shot away. It just came at a moment, Mike, when Derby looked like they were getting back into it.
Yeah,
It started to look a little bit dicey for Bolton. To relieve the pressure in that sort of manner is, well, a mark of the man.
And now it's going to be really open because Derby have got to really throw things forward.
Gunnahan, Bulmer. That really would have finished it.
What you saw there from Cook was moments before how you have to be a great defender in futsal, but then actually when you're in possession you have to be a great attacker. So you saw a moment of brilliance in terms of defending, and then obviously a moment of brilliance in terms of goal. And I think this is why it's so good for, it's so enjoyable game.
Gunnahan on the volley. Morris first and second ball. Bulmer will pick that up, but McGrath was strong. That's another foul.
I think Derby will be really pleased with their first half performance here, and I think they'll probably, if they look back at their video and analyse the game, I think they've probably lost that little bit of momentum in the second half, and that's built to this sort of moment for them. I think strategically, if you like that, or tactically, Bolton have been very good. Edged it.
Gascoigne.
And then intensity out of possession second half, I think Bolton have been a lot better.
Still thinking about that goal, I don't know about you. Jeff Paulson is not a small keeper, and he wasn't that far out of his goal.
I think it took him by surprise, to be honest.
And it just landed underneath the bar. It's unbelievable execution.
Yeah.
It really is. Can Derby come back? They have got the time to do it, but it needs to happen sooner rather than later. It's clever from Richardson. Gascoigne trying to engineer an angle. Again, nice footwork from Richardson. Harper away. This is where we will see Paulson start to take more and more strides out of his goal, become that extra man. It's ambitious from Riley.
They're playing very narrow at times, Derby, so they need to try and use when they get into those high areas, they need to use the width of the court a little bit more. So they are definitely forcing Bolton to go back, but then they're playing a little bit narrow. So you could throw a blanket over four of them at some point, and that's not really stretching Bolton. So what that gives is Bolton times where they can come out with the ball in transition. So now Bolton are probably sitting a bit deeper. Derby need to really stretch a little bit more, a bit like this with the the wide, the false pivot, but then keeping their width.
And Bolton almost there, and had to really work hard in this game. But a great game to watch. But a couple of moments of inspiration look to be the difference.
They have to cut through here when they're running off the ball. I think Derby have to cut through a little bit more aggression. The way they're cutting through doesn't really dislodge the defenders. It doesn't really cause defensive exchange enough. So they are moving through, but not really moving with any purpose to go and score or to go and move people off and take defenders with them.
A clever run from Overton, but he couldn't wrap his left foot around the shot. Derby come forward again, round the corner from Richardson. It's a really important challenge. Breaks it for Gascoigne, can he get the shot away? Not in time.
I think Matt Richardson's done well when he's been on today. Has some really good moments, been positive on the ball.
Shot from distance again is just ambitious, isn't it? That time from Marzano. Asking an awful lot of yourself to beat Joe Payne from that distance. Little fadeaway throw from Payne just into the corner, trying to give Bulmer enough time to get on the end of it.
So Bolton, they're playing what we call a press breaker because they know Derby's going to press, and they had a set move, like you spoke about earlier, set move from Joe Payne's hands. Didn't quite work out, but they're trying to get out through moves rather than having the free play now.
Riley finds Gascoigne. Lamb read that.
Derby need to high press a bit more aggressive here and go after it, because they need to get that ball back quickly. So I think they need to be a lot. Sam's telling them that as well. They need to be a lot more aggressive on the press. Open up.
Kirk strong from Lamb. Huntington might lose that. He does. Does really well to keep it.
He's done well there.
That's a foul on Riley.
Yeah, I thought that was a foul in the back from Stuart Cook.
4 apiece on the old foul count, which starts getting into that territory where you're keeping an eye very closely on that. Bolton now treading a tightrope.
Usually in these situations, you'd usually see a flyer or a power play keeper situation, but I'm not sure Derby haven't quite gone for that, whether or not they haven't been together long enough and don't feel like they can risk it even more, being at this level for the first time.
Wasn't far away from being a real opportunity there for Derby. Huntington fired it across the bows, and Marzano had managed to get a little nick on it. Would have been really dangerous for Joe Payne in goal.
Again there you saw the press breaker of a double cut, so 2 players cutting through the middle on a diagonal, giving Joe Payne 4 different options actually to play out, that gets them up court, gets them territory like it is here, just takes the pressure off again.
Not made its way past Barber. That's good feet.
Yeah, he's done really well there. So those press breakers just give them territory of the court, which stops that pressure building against them that Derby are trying to apply. So it's clever tactical things coming out here from Bolton.
We're heading towards the final couple of minutes. I'm going to ask you to nominate a player of the match in a moment. I'll leave you to just stew on that, because that's not an easy call. Forward come Derby. Still time, but it is running out quickly. Bolton just trying to see this one out, and they're getting closer and closer. Stuart Cook quite literally placing his players in position.
Yeah, going in a 2-1-1 or wide defensive formation. Stop blocks. Get aggressive out onto the ball. So what he said to them is, Cookie was saying, make sure you see the ball coming and get out to it to get pressure on it. So again, being organised is really important in set pieces.
All right, thinking time's up.
Oh,
Didn't say you'd get long.
No, I didn't get long at all. Well, I think I think Sam McGrath's done really well today. I've liked, from a purist futsal point of view, I think Mikey Bulmer for Bolton has been fantastic in those little pockets, and sometimes you see that work going unnoticed, if you like, but he's been fantastic in there. But I think you probably got to give it Cookie for that goal. I know you'll kill me if I don't give it Cookie for that goal, because I think he's still thinking about it.
Here's the chance. Lamb to ice it. That's a really good bit of keeping from Paulson. That really would have been that. Oof. Well, that was a touch late, shall we say, a clattering.
Yeah, it was a bit late. Probably should have been another goal there, really, shouldn't it? From, I think it was Lamb at the other end. That would have really sealed it.
Yeah, yellow card for Lamb as well. 5 apiece now on the foul count. The referee and the table referees having a little word to each other here.
I was just saying, I think there's been some good performances from some of the young, even Liam Hunt's been effective in the first half in his 1v1 situations. Probably not had as much joy second half, and then little executions probably like that needs to be a little bit cleaner.
No foul. So just for those maybe not as familiar, Mike, the sign's going up with the 5. There's 5 fouls on the scoreboard. What's it mean for this game at this point?
Yeah, so the next foul for either team is going to be a 10-metre penalty. So they get cleared at half time, but every foul after that is a 10 metres. So they're both sort of on a knife edge at the minute in terms of giving more fouls away, but then it sounds really easy, a 10-metre penalty, but actually it's still quite hard to score with the goals being smaller.
You say that, I've just seen Stuart Cook score from his own D, so anything's possible. Payne again's read that really well.
Yeah,
impressive in goal. Yeah,
I was going to say that actually. You know, Joe Payne today's been really impressive in goal. Some good saves, been really high in his positioning, which is great. So defending the half, if you like, as well as defending his D.
Hasn't had to do loads, but what he has had to do, he's done it really well.
Yeah. And I think those moments where they have been caught being too high, Joe's actually been really good at taking that sweeper keeper role on.
McGrath turning, good defending by Barber again. Good ball out from Cook. Huntington. That's another brilliant bit of last man defending from Stuart Cook. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant. And the full-time whistle goes. It's Bolton who start the summer showdown with all 3 points. A brilliant 3-1 victory over Derby, with some truly special goals to get them over the line. Derby gave absolutely everything. It wasn't quite enough, and the game really turned at half-time when Bolton just came out a slightly different team. They had another gear to go to in that second period.
Yeah, I think so. They did. They made some couple of adjustments tactically and made it a little bit harder for to Derby to get that possession of the ball that they liked in the first half. And I think all in all, I think Bolton deserved the win. Created more half chances and chances the second half. So, and kept the intensity, which is really important to the game of futsal.
Well, we'll have some highlights in a moment. I'm also going to try and grab a word with the man of the moment as well. So I'll leave you with the pictures, and we'll hear from Stuart Cook in just a moment.
Well, some lovely highlights, and the biggest highlight of them all came from the man right here. Stuart, that was some goal. First of all, before we talk about the match, all that went down out on court today, just talk us through that finish, because that was some bit of vision from yourself, and the execution wasn't bad either.
Well, it's becoming a bit of a speciality. The last goal I scored was from a little bit further out. I'm getting old now and I can't really get up court that much, so I've got to take the opportunities to shoot whenever they come along. So yeah, it was nice, and obviously made it 3-1, so it gave us that little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, it just felt at that point in the game as well that you were starting to feel under a little bit of pressure, 1 goal advantage, that really made a pretty important gap for you at that stage of the match.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the first half we probably sat off them a little bit too deep, and in the second half we wanted to try and build the pressure a little bit quicker, make them force them into a few more mistakes, and obviously we got the second goal, and I think the second half performance was a lot better from us, and I think moving forward that's what we've got to get better at, a little bit more intensity, a little bit quicker on the pressure, and hopefully we can get a little bit of joy. We've got a young squad, so everyone's still learning, but we're getting there slowly.
You talked about the goal that you last scored. That was a little while ago now, not just for COVID reasons for yourself. It's been a little while since we've seen you out on the court. How nice is it to be back for not just COVID reasons, but post-injury for yourself? It must be a really special feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost ready to play before we went into sort of the lockdown before Christmas, and obviously we had another lockdown and it was delayed a little bit longer. I think everyone puts a little bit of lockdown weight on, so I've been working hard over the last few weeks to try and get into some kind of match sharpness. I still feel quite far off it, but it was nice to be out there. And like I say, I'm trying to lead a pretty young group into being able to challenge with some of the better teams in the league, and I think they all really enjoyed it, and it was a great result.
Some standard this summer Showdown. There's no easy games, there's no gimmies at all. This is a real level. How much are you looking forward to getting into the meat of this competition? Because it's short and quick, but there's going to be some good games along the way.
Yeah, of course. 3 games, potentially 4 if we obviously for whatever reason go unbeaten. But I think it's just great. It's great to have back-to-back games after having such a long period out. Previously we've gone weeks without games, and it's difficult to apply some of the learning that we do in training into a game. So having that short period of games and training, it's a real opportunity for everyone to develop pretty quickly leading into the new season.
Well played, mate.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. All right.
Welcome to St George's Park. Welcome back to St George's Park if you're with us for our opening game of the day. An absolute belter with Bolton taking the win over Derby by 3-1. We continue the action in Group A. Next up is Worcester. They are taking on Pro Futsal London. This one should be an absolute cracker as well. But so both coaches ahead of this one.
John Seppi-Owens ahead of this one. John, we can't wait to get going here. I'm sure that that feeling is shared by yourself as well. It's been a little while. How nice it to be back.
Yeah, so it's been about a year and a half now since we last played, and I thought that last year we got some good momentum going into the sort of last straight of the season. So it's a little bit broken up, but yeah, absolutely buzzing to be back indoors and playing at the highest level.
And this is a great level, isn't it? This Summer Showdown's a unique format. It's a great competition for us, the fans. What it's like to be a part of as a coach and as a team, because it's only good games from here on out for the next month.
Yeah, so it's really, because it's such short and sharp, it's really pressurised. It means that a lot more pressure on every team really to win, to perform, and sort of get that performance over 2 or 3 games to hopefully try and take them to the final and onto the Champions League eventually.
And your opponents today are a very good side. They don't get in this competition without being won. What are you expecting to see from them after such a long time off? Yeah, so it's a bit of a different one. Of course, a lot of teams now have changed a lot of players, so we can't really go off what we saw last season or how we think a team's going to play last season. So we've had to more or less concentrate on our own game, given little different scenarios just in case, and sort of try and predict what they're trying to do. But I'm sure they'll be really good. We'll have to be at the highest level to hopefully beat them. Heads up. There we go. Dangers of the environment. But in terms of your team, John, who should we look out for? What should we look out for? What sets aside Pro Futsal London from the other teams? I think in terms of ours, we try and attack on the ball and attack off the ball. That's our ethos. Try to keep together as a team. So we have this killer whale sort of theory of trying to be the predators all the time. We try and defend with the highest amount of intensity, keep our stints really short, so players can be really effective within that. Jared Rand is looking really sharp, ex-England under 19 captain. Dennison, who I thought was probably one of the standout players from last year. Of course, then we got some real goal scorers in the side, like Richard Ward, Calvin as well. So yeah, we'll hopefully give as much intensity off the ball and on the ball as possible. Can't wait to watch you. Best of luck. Thank you. Pete Vance here with Worcester. Pete, first of all, just so nice to be back. How much are you looking forward to getting out there on the court with the boys? Yeah, 100%. All the boys are chomping at the bit to play futsal. We've been in training at Hartbury University, which is our new partner university. So we've been training hard the last few weeks on the build up to this, and it's a chance for everyone to stake their claim for a place in the squad and to experience the NFS Tier 1 and all the demands in terms of futsal. So we're looking forward to it. Can't wait. Not bad for opening game for you as well, isn't it? A bit of a baptism of fire for this NFS season. Great first game up. Yeah, 100%. You know, we know what these guys are about. Very, very good team, and we'll be there to try and cause an upset and try and play as best we can. We've got a lot more strength in our squad this time round, so we've got new players from the Hartbury University partnership. So it will be a tasty game, I'm sure, and we'll do our best. But looking forward to playing and putting up a bit of a fight against these guys, as we know their futsal pedigree is so good. So for those watching you guys for the first time, maybe new viewers, who should we look out for in your team? What sets apart that Worcester team that makes you guys good? Yeah, we've obviously got our superstar players. Sam Kerwin, who's a Wales international. Watch out for him tonight. He's our captain. Great leadership on the court. Good experience now through the Wales internationals. We've also got Rudy McKinnon, who's our new Hartbury student that's twin tracking across football and futsal across the university. Play 11 aside as well. So he's making his debut today. So watch out for him. And there's some of the great players in the squad as well. But we're a good team. There's no weak links at the moment, so we're ready to go. So can't wait to watch you. Best of luck. Cool.
Here we go, live pictures from the Summer Showdown here at St George's Park. Worcester versus Pro Futsal London. Steve Jones and Mike Scribala back with you for this second game of the day. The second game in Group A as well, and Pro Futsal London will have the chance to top the group should they better the result secured earlier on in the day by Bolton. This is the Worcester lineup. We're going to start with Dylan Malpass in goal. Their starting 5 consists of Rudy McKinnon, Sam Kerwin, Pete Vallance and Dale Richards. Pro Futsal London is a team stacked with all-star names. Johnny Sim will kick off in goal. Russell Goldstein, Denison Morera, Jared Rand, Javi Corral, their starting 5. And we're underway.
So definitely Pro Futsal, coming into this as the firm favourites to take all 3 points and probably top this group. So it'd be interesting to see how these come out of lockdown, and then a newly formed Worcester side with a few signings again. So let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, we were just hearing from Pete Valance about the recent partnership this Worcester team struck up with Hartpury, who are doing such good things at all levels of university sport, really, particularly in the football and now the futsal side of things.
Yeah, great sporting university with rugby as well. They're very strong at rugby, so that partnership will be really strong for Worcester Futsal Club that Pete struck up. So in time, hopefully that comes to fruition to again grow the club. So
yeah, and you know all about that sort of that pathway, as it were. How big is the uni game now for futsal in this country? It feels like that's almost the real hub of the sport at the moment.
Yeah, I think a bit like the women's football game, the university sector is really important to dual careers, dual pathways. It always has been in futsal, and I think it will always be strong. I think they sort of learn their education through that sector a lot, play a little bit more, but having the clubs on the outside to be able to keep growing in and keep playing at all ages is also important. So I think it's part of it, but a big part of it. So again, another strong partnership there, and I know Pro Futsal have a partnership, I think, with Hearts Uni as well. So again, a bit like the basketball models, a bit like the netball models, futsal needs to grow into that as well at club level.
This is Pro Futsal. They are in the amber colours. That is a hell of a save.
Yeah, as we expected, Pro Futsal started really brightly here, with Jared Rand, England international Russell, England international captain Denison. Great start.
No foul given. Play continues. Cohen can't get it out for Worcester. That is some impressive footwork from Jared Rand there. Just the confidence on the ball, you can see it straight away. It's almost that, when it is at that level, it almost becomes that sort of basketball nature, doesn't it? That sort of almost showy 1v1 arrogance to take the touch, take the control and challenge your opponent in that sense.
And they're really good at, making positive forward passes, getting face forward on the ball, clever little interchanges in between the lines, and then when they need to vertically drive vertically to create even more space.
This is Richard Ward, who's going to restart back with the goalkeeper, Johnny Sim.
So I think we're going to see Worcester here give up territory to try and be strong, not leave spaces in behind in a half court, probably more following players. And Pro Futsal's going to have to try and break it down, which they've started really brightly in.
Shot in anger from the skipper, Denison Morera.
He's probably there rocking this team in terms of at the back as that fix or that backman. He's very clever at controlling the centre of the court, and at times just moves off the line to create more spaces for other people. And his passing and his shooting is phenomenal as well. So real good star of this sort of
true all-rounder.
Futsal theory. Yeah, really talented young man.
Rand, no way through past Valance. This is Denison. Oh, it's a lovely ball. It's an even better finish from Russell Goldstein. That's a stunning goal to kick us off and to light the touch paper in this second match of the day.
Yeah, the movement there from Russell. He's really good at this, acuteness, as he just floats as the pivot onto the second post as Denison goes to open up the diagonal, and then what a first time finish that is. So again, great movement off the ball, great pass, and then a great finish. So just shows the quality in that moment.
Such a good ball and an even better finish.
Not a start Worcester would have wanted, but pressing really aggressively here straight away. Pro Futsal to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, something we heard from the coach in the build-up to it from John Tapio Owens. He was saying that the hallmark of this Pro Futsal team is is not even their intensity in possession, it's their intensity out of it. They want to attack when they don't have the ball, and we've seen that so far.
Yeah, definitely. He likes them to press aggressively all the time, wants them to keep pressing in all moments, which is great. And that's where they really, they get the ball back very quickly so they can dominate with possession as well. So you'll see them being, in this game, you'll see how aggressive you can be as attacking in futsal as well. So
this is Dennison for John Currant. Now Ward just dangling the ball out. Currant's going to strike it from range. And again. And they'll restart. Another attack repelled for the Worcester Wolves squad. Just have a feeling that this could be quite a long early afternoon for Worcester, just from the way that this first 3.5 minutes has unfolded here.
Yeah, I think so. They're going to have to sort of, well, they're trying to ease themselves into it, but I don't think you've got that moment in futsal, so I think they're going to spend if they don't get hold of the ball in possession, they're going to spend a lot of time chasing people, and pro futsal will keep going. What pro do really well is they control the court, they control the centre, and they move it out to the wide areas really quickly, and then they've got players that can cause some damage in those areas.
First chance to mention our referee, that's Harvey Newstead. He's in the blue. Having a little word there with one of the Worcester defenders. This is back with Ward. Dennison. Lovely fluid football. That looks suspiciously like a foul to me.
Thought that could have been a penalty for me. They actually tried a kick-in set piece there earlier, but I think didn't quite get it right. Maybe Kelvin being a lefty needed to be a righty in that area.
There's Calvin Dixon who went down, and well, the referee had the same view we had, so given the benefit of the doubt, he made the decision that was absolutely correct in his eyes, but I must say, it did look suspiciously like a foul.
Definitely pro futsal started as brightly as we thought they would. I know they've been training a lot in London at the Westway on an outdoor court, which has given that opportunity, so that's great. I'm not sure how much Worcester have only just been coming since they've been back indoors, I think, so different types of prep.
Yeah, and it is such a different game when it's played outdoors to indoors, right? It's not vastly different, but there is a real difference that you can tell.
We need more outdoor courts in England actually, because we need more of that, level, and it's a bit like a facilities thing. You can play outdoors on a hard surface on a hard court, but then as you start to become more performance orientated, it's faster indoors, and generally the ball slides and doesn't roll, which makes the games quicker. And the fastest surface is actually wood, because the ball skids like it's wet outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you exactly call this surface. It's sort of a rubbery material, isn't it?
Parquet, yeah. So this rolls a lot more. It rolls a lot more than it does on wood. So actually, this is great for to play on, but the wood surface is even quicker.
And that's what we've got at the University of Wolverhampton campus, which we'll be back at next week and the week after and the week after that, I think, as well, in this month of Summer Showdown. It's even starting to feel like summer this weekend. Would you believe it? Sunshine yesterday.
Yeah.
Forgotten what it felt like.
And that's where it's, in other countries they have those different facilities in regards to as part of the pathway development. So, and we need that in England as well, where depending you play on the pathway, your facilities align to that, very much like football, right? This is probably the Wembley of futsal, really. So, we don't need this in every city, but you do need more outdoor courts. You need more of the, middle courts, if you like, and the sports halls.
I like that. That's your line for the rest of the day. This is the Wembley of the futsal world. There's Johnny Sim who'll start it from the back, and you can see already he's more than happy to chill on the outside of his D and join the attack where needed. Possession again for London.
What you'll see here, really cute, Richard Ward just did it there, players cutting through without the ball.
Oh, it's a really good save.
Yeah.
That's a really good save from, did a Malpass there from Worcester.
So just saying that, you know, cutting through without the ball, so players moving off the ball to try and dislodge members. What a save that is by Dylan.
We were right behind that, and that was goal bound in off the post probably. There's a fingertip save from Dylan Malpass.
Dylan's a great shot stopper.
We're absolutely loving that challenge, by the way, as they stop the set piece.
Helping pass across. Fantastic little ball. So they move the ball off the central line really quickly.
Back come Pro Futsal London, shot from range is well blocked. Worcester, I think, will generally be fairly happy if they limit Pro to that.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to try and, you know, make it hard for them, maybe nick something. I think that they probably, you know, understand they're probably not going to dominate the ball, dominate possession with these two teams, but how can they make it difficult? How can they maybe catch a few goals on transition? Would have not to like to concede so early, but, you know, at the moment it's having a lot of ball, but not really creating a lot.
Important win there from Kerwin.
Just playing in a 4-0, looking for parallels, looking for those movements in between lines.
It's relentless pressure, this, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just moving players around. So what you'll notice here, which Pro are doing really well, is their change of tempo of how they move. So sometimes they'll go in slow to hook defenders and then accelerate away to try and pull them. So at the minute, Worcester not sure about whether to follow or whether to go with them.
Timeout called. I'm going to talk it over. It's been a fast start, hasn't it, from Pro Futsal? And Pete Vallance alluded in his interview that this was going to be a tough game for Worcester. He knew that coming in, but they've acquitted themselves fairly well. But you just see that quality sort of come through every now and then, and a couple of brilliant saves already by Malpass, and of course that wonderful goal from Goldstein.
Yeah, I think he's just managed to just keep it like Pro Futsal getting a second or third. Dylan, he's a great shot stopper on the line. He does that really, really well. Probably being deep helps that situation. But Pro Futsal here, you know, they've started really brightly. They've had a lot of possession, and I just think, you know, Juan here will probably just want a bit more of opening them up to create more chances. So how they can gain a bit more height on the court rather than playing in front of Worcester all the time, because it's a lot of ball, but it's how you can create ball into chances, which is key, isn't it?
So back out after the timeout. And can Worcester just build a little bit of possession here, just settle them into this game? Start with the keeper Malpass. Now Kerwin, that's a nicely worked little move. Well cut out by John Curran, who felt the effects of that fall, but he's back up on his feet.
Great defending by Pro there, really aggressive. Probably not as aggressive as they need to be to stop that forward pass, but good three lines of defence and then the cover and balance they need. So I think that's going to be the hardest job of Worcester, is actually probably breaking down that Pro out of possession.
This is Dixon. Decision has gone Worcester's way. No new player onto the court for Worcester is Elshad Balad-Biggie. He's over there on the far side. Just out of shot at the moment.
Pro's first line of defence has been great so far. Good intensity, good pressure.
Here he is. That's a lovely little wall pass. That nearly came off, actually.
Yeah, that would have been brilliant, because that was high under pressure. If they could have made that work, then they would have opened up Pro there. And that's the downside of pressing really aggressively all the time. You can get caught on those little pockets.
Goldstein, the scorer so far of the game's only goal. He had another one there, was denied by his own teammate, might still break it. Lovely tee up for Goldstein.
Brilliant there. I was just saying Russell's movement so far has been probably the difference, the way he's moving in between, the way he's rotating round. There's a bit that's opening up Worcester at the moment.
Yeah, really almost an unassuming player on court. But he's so canny and clever.
Yeah, he's clever. No, again, a bit like a Micah Ballman we spoke about earlier, you know, does some of the work that goes on the scene, but actually he's really clever futsal play, really clever movement, checks in between the lines, stops and goes to get that couple of metres of space.
And that is such a difference when we talk about this small court. If you've got that sort of playmaker off the ball, just to create any kind of space is such a difference maker.
Yeah, it's huge. I think, you know, like you say, we always look at the player on the ball, but actually in futsal, the players off the ball with the clever movement is so key. You know, in possession but off the ball is what makes a really, really good futsal player. Even creating spaces for other people, creating spacing for themselves. It's key to that.
Oh, fly keeper out.
Yeah,
here.
this is an interesting tactic. I was wondering whether they'd use this, because this could get them some more territory. So whenever they can, if they can get into this 5v4, this is something that would pin pro futsal back a little bit and give them a bit of ball, if you like.
Just wonder if pro futsal just end up seeing that as a little bit of a challenge and say, okay, you've gone 5v4, well, we'll press you even harder. The rewards are going to be there, aren't they?
Yeah.
If it goes wrong for Worcester, the consequences
definitely.
are dire.
I don't think they'll do it all the time, but what they might, so they don't get into the flow, but I think they might try and do it now and again just to catch, you know, just to catch pro unaware, and so they will have to sit back and wait for that moment. So clever little tactics. Sometimes coaches just do that just to disrupt the flow and the momentum of the game if they can.
This is Goldstein. Lightning feet from Rand, and a good save from Malpass.
So Jared ran there being inverted as the left on the right side and cutting in with overlaps from Denison is really, really effective in this. So whenever Jared gets on it, is inverted left. Denison's going on the outskirts, so he's got two, a chop down the line, and he's got the internal, and then he's got the switch of play. So they're creating loads of problems here with this four.
Goldstein. That's really good defending from Worcester. Rapid transition there creates a 2v1. Rand goes his own way. There's the goal.
Yeah, again, you know, his left foot, brilliant. He knew exactly what he was doing there. As he went past, he knew he was looking for the second post, the sweaty, as we called it earlier, which was always on as the keeper comes out.
It's Xavi Corral who's provided the finishing touch. He's only been on the court a matter of moments, really. Brilliant work from Rand, and clever movement. He's just aiming there to hit the far post, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you can't, at this level, you can't afford to lose the ball in central areas in those types of moments, because with the tempo and the pace that pro futsal have in that transition moment, you know, 3v1, you know, you get punished effectively, and that's what's happened. I can't remember who it was in that central area, but lost the ball in their own half in the central area, and it results in a goal.
Well, it was Valadbigi, wasn't it? He did so well initially to win that ball, and it got a big cheer from his Worcester teammates, because it felt like a bit of a big moment for him to upset the moment and the movement of pro futsal. But then really scrappy sort of transition periods, and actually it ended up being pro futsal on the positive side of it.
It looked a bit like a counter where, you know, he landed on it and then lost it, and all of a sudden you're more vulnerable there, because then they had, I think it was 3 pro futsal players against 1 defender, and they've only got to make the right decisions in those moments really to score that goal, and they've got too much about them to not do that.
Goldstein. Xavi Corral's a big man.
Huge.
Must be at least 6'4", and he really commands a presence on the court. It's a lovely pick for Denison. Really good defending. It's a first real tackle that we've seen. I think it's Joe Brett on the far side. Yeah, 42.
Corral and Russell down this left side working with a pivot. What you'll notice is Russell here plays into the pivot and cuts through, and causing all sorts of problems for the defenders to either follow him or leave him in the middle, which is creating opportunities then. So they're working this wide pivot, Russell and Carell together as a partnership really well in that too.
Now he's stepped back off the court. Rand, Goldstein, Ward and Dennison, the four currently outfields for Pro Futsal London.
Again, you'll see the aggressive as a Pro Futsal press here.
So lethal, isn't it? Can't afford a moment to relax for Worcester. It's a good step out there from Brett. Couldn't quite find the final ball. And now the overlap comes from Dennison. Does that give Goldstein the space required? Dennison across the face, another good bit of goalkeeping. Breaks for Ward, he's going to smash it back and out of play.
And that's where they create, where they're doing really well in creating territory into opportunities. Dennison actually, when the winger's got a bit of time facing forward, and he'll go on the overlap, which gives the passer two options. They can either give it Dennison or they can cut back inside and find a different player or a shot. And that's Pro Futsal are very good at those overlapping moments, which is really difficult to defend.
Oh, what a touch from Rand. Keeps out sharply. Defended really well from Brett.
Superb touch from Jared Rand there, wasn't it?
It's ridiculous.
He's been really, really good already in this first half.
This is so good. Look at that.
Lovely. Really weighted.
It's good last ditch defending from Joe Brett. He's been impressed since he's come on. He'd rather he didn't have to impress with last ditch defending, but he's done it well so far. It's Goldstein from the corner. Rand fires it in and fires it in. It's deflected, and I think it was at the back post. Can't tell if it came off the man.
I think it came off Richard Ward. Yeah, I think it came off Richard Ward. It looked that way. It was a little bit too easy. Players changing on an exchange and leaving that diagonal.
Yeah, it is Ward's.
It was defensively too easy at the second post there. You can't. If you're in that area as a defender, you've got to take control. You've got to make sure that ball doesn't get into that area, and also no pressure on the ball at all. So that's where sometimes simplicity kills, right?
Yeah, so simple. Simple ball back, smashed across the face, and Richard Ward says thank you very much, just lets it hit him in the midriff, knows he can't really miss.
Yeah, a little bit of a rotation from the back two players there for Pro. I think it was with Dennison and Ward that caused the two back defenders not too sure whether to pass on or go with, and then was found deep and diagonal lines between them.
Tough school this for Worcester, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough. I think Pro will keep going as well. They'll keep looking for more goals.
Worcester have to keep going as well. Here's Kerwin, first chance for them. What a tackle that is from John Curran.
Great slide.
Sam Kerwin's eyes lighting up there. Oh, that was a great hit. Unlucky. Terrific effort from Vitas Jelinkas. Who very nearly found the top corner. Dennison back on court for Pro Futsal London. He's picked out the score of the third goal. Ward.
What Pro Futsal do really well, and they're doing it at the minute, and John Curran was doing it then, is making screen runs in front of defenders, so that defenders don't know whether to go with them or pass them on to the other defender.
And it's all well and good. The movement is sensational. It really is so impressive. But it almost then becomes a given that the technical ability is there to be able to pick them out.
Again,
you almost don't end up talking about how good they are on the ball, for how good they are off it.
Yeah, you've got some.
There's a chance for them now, and this could be a fourth. It should have been a fourth, really, for Wards.
Yeah, you're so right. So there's some obviously England international players in here with Wardy, Calvin, Russell, John Curran, Simi. They know what they're doing, and like you say, technically you don't really look at it because collectively they're doing some great stuff, and that's a given. But we talked about it being a passing game. They really do move and pass the ball well, and then when they need to, like Jared today, when they've had to go 1v1 and open it up individually, they can do that as well.
Yeah, they can. Dale Richards looking to find a way forward, but he's giving it away to Dennison, the one man you wouldn't want to. This is Curran. Good block from Valence.
It's a great ball by Dennison. I think that Curran probably could have played that a little bit earlier as a diagonal because Calvin was waiting on the second post. So,
but you just saw there that the movement of the trio was absolutely brilliant. Dennison's picked the ball up and Dixon's ran all the way across the other side of the court to create the space for Curran.
Yeah, that's it.
It's without even thinking.
Yeah, so a corner run or a parallel run that opens up and causes problems for the defensive lines, but knowing that the ball's probably going to be shifted across to John Curran, who's then Calvin's free at the second post. So, you know, they'll train for those moments of transition as a 3v2.
Yeah, I mean that move right there was the Chelsea goal from last night in the Champions League, wasn't it?
And that's what I mean. It's more in football than people realise. It's probably just happening really quick in futsal. What we call parallels in futsal, football calls corner runs. Same principle, same concept. 10s running off into corners. We have parallel runs, they have corner runs.
Valence just lost it underneath him. Number 4's made his way onto the court for Pro Futsal. That's Seth Burkett, he's on the ball there. His first action of the day.
There's that overlap again I spoke about. So when the central player plays into the wide players, and the wide players can get forward on it, if you like, you'll see an overlap which is creating Worcester at the minute all sorts of problems. Creates 2v1s on wide areas. There's a few ways you can deal with that. You can either follow your players or you can jump defensively, but to do that jumping defensively is quite a high level thing that needs to be planned. You want to try and stop the overlap at source, really. Yeah,
it's just relentless, isn't it, from this Pro Futsal side. Worcester finding it so difficult to find space to get out. It's almost like it's a full court press, isn't it?
Yeah, it's full court press, good first line pressure. If it goes into the second line of pressure, they're there as well. I would say
not often it's made it to that second line. No. That's how good the first wave has been.
Yeah. I'd say out of possession at Worcester, I think they need to be a little bit stronger and forcing them to play on one side. So they need to stop the switch of play so easily. And if they need to play in tighter pockets, get Pro to play in tighter pockets. This switch of play is causing all sorts of problems here when it goes to John Curran because of space and time, and then the players have to try and get out to it. And that's the problem, the switch.
There's Curran and a chance for Dixon, and at the back post, somehow Burkett's not managed to find the back of the net there. I thought that was a goal all day long. Let's have a look at this. Another lovely little bit of play. And it's just got caught under his soul, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think Dale Richards just managed to keep it out with it as well. So just got a body in there. (2-1-1) defensively. Calvin Dixon taking the middle of the court, and if it goes out, can get pressure on. There we go. So I think if Worcester are playing out there, they need to play behind the first line before they try and go into the second to try and overload the first line of defensive line. So at the minute, Worcester need to get more players overloading the first line in order to build through, which they're finding difficult because of how good Pro Futsal's press is.
Another couple of changes for Pro Futsal. We've got Christian Edwards on at the moment, the 23. This is one of the Worcester changes. That was Rudy McKinnon, who we heard about in the pre-match interview. New player for this Worcester side. Here he is, 2v1, chance. McKinnon picks the pass. That's a really good bit of goalkeeping. It's a real good opportunity.
That was quite a big opportunity actually, wasn't it, for Worcester on that little counter?
Yeah, it was Andrew Lanham with the chance. Couldn't quite get the shot away.
Would have been nice to nick one there. Wardy here, just playing Richard Ward, playing as a false pivot, causing a few problems. Finding those pockets to play in.
That's close, and another 2v1. Couldn't quite get the ball through. Massive win from John Curran.
Great defending from John Curran there. He just cut off the passing line as he stepped onto the ball, so he knew he was going to try and pass that forward pass.
Paul McHugh letting Christian Edwards know what he thought about him staying down there, but it was a pretty cynical looking body check to me. When you talk about a false pivot for the uninitiated?
Yeah, so we have like a fixed pivot, which is one that stays more centrally, more of like, if you like, an orthodox number 9 or top man, and then a false pivot more that sort of floats to one side and moves in and out. A wide pivot's more of a fixed wide area. So in the first game, Matt Overton was playing more for Bolton as like a wide pivot, wide fixed pivot. But today, the pivot for pros like to play a little bit more false on the side, move a little bit more, which causes more defensive problems for the back line and the fixo of the opposition. But then you don't have the central dominance, so falls and against tactically really.
Dennison round the corner. That's lovely football. Futsal, I should say. That's a bad force of habit. Lovely futsal from these London boys. When they go first time like that is tough to deal with for anyone, isn't it?
And that's probably the difference in the teams we've seen, where the opportunities to play, or the opportunity when they should play first time. We saw earlier with Bolton and Derby, they had opportunities, but they had an extra
It's about that bravery and confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, and also bravery, confidence, understanding, technical ability comes into it as well.
Yeah, of course.
But when you need to play first time, the opportunities to play forward or break lines, it's really key.
John Curran's just taking a breather. Back on comes Russell Goldstein. Javi Corral is also back in the mix too. There's Lanham at the back for Worcester. Good touch by McKinnon.
They could do with nicking something here, I think. Worcester.
Yeah, the first half has flown by. 3-0 is not a dreadful scoreline if you're Worcester. Acquitted themselves pretty well against a really top side here. And just as I say that, Dennison is going to walk one in. That is such a good goal.
Yeah, again, it's that transition, because sometimes when you have the ball, you're most vulnerable, and what happened there is Worcester were trying to play, but they're not brave enough to get someone in between the lines. Transition and then diagonal pass, job done.
The audacity to take that on the back foot like that is.
Yeah, he's a talented player.
He's just read that. He's just read that perfectly, hasn't he?
Yeah, comfortable in tight situations. I was just saying, in moments like this against the first line pressure, they need to get somebody in between the first line and the second line to get on the ball. That's the thing that's going to hurt Pro in terms of Worcester's possession. But at the minute they're probably not brave enough to do that, because they feel like they're in a tight spot. But actually, that's the only way really I can see them breaking Pro futsal down. Clever movement from Goldstein, as you say. Creating 3 in lines.
There he is again.
And then moving off it.
It's beautiful. It's Corral. Oh, that would have been absolutely magical.
Yeah, I think you just saw there a bit of the Russell Goldstein show, where he's moving, creating little overloads, creating threes, cutting through, defenders passing him on. What he's really clever at is when he goes through, if a defender doesn't come with him, he stops in the space. If a defender comes with him, he drives him off. He's really clever at that type of thing.
Dennison with the flick. Goldstein looks to pick out the number 10, and that's a foul, no doubt about that.
I would actually say that could be a yellow card. I think his next one would be.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. That was a cynical one, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they were going on. For me, they were going on counter, big transition. If you're Worcester, you're playing for those moments, and then it gets fouled against. If you like, you're a bit cynical.
It's well defended, well shepherded by Del Richards. It's a loose one though, and Jared Rand can pick this back up. Great feet. Decent strike, but straight down the throat really of Dylan Malpas. He's been busy in this first half.
Yeah, he's been very busy, and I think Jared there, that's where you can see where they need to go 1v1. Jared's got that ability to skip past people.
Wouldn't think it's that. Oh, here we go. Dennison again. It's a really good save again from Malpas. I was just going to say, you wouldn't think pace would necessarily be a real determining factor on a court this size, but Jared Rand's got such quick acceleration.
Yeah, acceleration is key. The first 5-10 metres in futsal, if you've got that, it's really important. And that's where it's different physically to 11v11, where you need the top end speed to get over the grass. In futsal is all about acceleration and
He's
deceleration.
lightning over that first few steps.
Yeah. And that's what's really, you're more like a forward player, aren't you, trying to press? So, you know, acceleration and deceleration to be able to change direction is absolutely key, and Jared's really lightning at acceleration and changing direction.
Makes him a nightmare to defend against.
Yeah, strong, powerful. You know, he works hard at his power game as well, his strength and conditioning. So he's got all those elements really that you've got to defend against.
Ollie Jones has made his way on for Pro Futsal London, the number 18. Just trotting out to your picture there. Mark Wilkins is on for Worcester as well, the 44. So it's Wilkins, Brett, Dale Richards and Vitas Jelinkas, the outfield four for Worcester at the moment. This is Ward for Pro Futsal London. Dennison, Wards.
That's brilliant by Pro. You know, they're using that false pivot to create spaces in the middle. When it goes out to there, there's they open the whole of the middle of the court up, and at the minute, Worcester don't really know how to defend against that.
Just feel like the coaching side of you is just purring watching this Pro Futsal team at times.
Yeah, they're doing well. They do have their own style of how they want to play, and I think, you know, they're really dominating with their style, if you know what I mean. They're really dominating with how they principally like to play. So the false comes over, there's the overlaps that we know from central areas, and it just causes lots of defensive exchange.
It's just pressure on the defence, isn't it?
All the time,
it's forcing that pressure, and if at one stage you find the weakness, the pressure cracks, quite often you'll get a chance.
Yeah, and in some ways it'd be more defensive for Worcester maybe to come out and press a little bit more to stop it at its source, because once they get into those overlaps, once they get into those false pivots facing forward, it's actually harder to stop by that point. So I'd like to see maybe sometimes Worcester just trying to stop it at its source.
Is that one of those things that's a little bit easier said than done, though?
Yeah, definitely physically. So that's the challenge, isn't it? So, and the other challenge is, you know, if you come out the downside, and you can understand why they don't, is they open up more court space. And
yeah.
So
because these pro footballers are good enough to pass around them.
And that's it, isn't it? That's the pros. That's the returns of coaching, tactics. You know, everything we do has a return.
Timeout called. Both teams going to talk it over.
One thing they could do, Worcester, is, you know, like throw that keeper up a little bit more and try and get the keeper out to make it a 5v4 to see whether they can get any foothold in the game in that way. Maybe have a little bit of a, like I say, just have a go at a more aggressive press to see what happens. But it's quite clearly at the minute, you know, Pro dominating this game.
Yeah, they've been excellent so far, the team in yellow. There they are. One of the favourites for this summer showdown competition, and we'll see a couple more of them before the day is done.
I think Pro, you know, if you want to be ultra-critical, I think the first phase has been really good in terms of getting into certain areas, but then the second phase they haven't really come off that. So when they have got into the false pivot and opened up central areas, can they have more than one option off it? Can they have two options off it, and then selecting that right option with quality is the next stage for them, really.
So a bit of a timeout to figure out the free kick routine.
Yeah, so you've got two lefties here, Jared, Dennison, and I think it's two righties as well, so it'll be interesting. I think we could see a couple of blocks. Here we go, open the middle.
That's good reads.
Bit tight for that. As Jared went in behind the wall, he probably didn't need to keep the passing line open for longer.
crispness in the passing from Dennison. Wards. Lincast doing well again. Get one of those long levers out to block the lane through for Pro Futsal London. Rand. Oh, see you later.
Brilliant from Rand again. He's really good in that inverted roll, that left footing roll, because he's actually really good with both feet, so he's comfortable going either way. So in that position, he's probably harder to defend actually than over this side. So because if he cuts in his left, he's going to cause problems. But like you just saw there, he can also go down the side.
Disgusting bit of skill, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Dennison just gets a flick on it. Sim can't quite save the corner. Here, another look.
Superb.
Oh, he's got to buy a ticket to get back in.
Gone for a hot dog.
yeah. Glad Biggie won't thank us for showing that one again. Balance to the corner. Oh, danger. Ward has support. He might not need them. He went alone. And I think the man in the middle, it was Ollie Jones, has got a little bit of... just had a little look over at him. He knows Ward.
Yeah. I think that's... they've been lucky to get away with that situation there, Worcester. Wardy would have wanted to do better with that. Oh, great bit of skill.
Yeah, lovely feet. Anything you can do. Rand's been pushed to the deck, but he's going to keep going.
This is a moment.
Good chance this. McHugh couldn't quite get on the end of it. He seems to have a little bit of needle to his game. I think it's fair to say, the Worcester number 10, Paul McHugh.
Yeah, likes to physically battle, doesn't he?
He's got the feet to back it up as well, as we saw that lovely little shuffle to beat Rand before. It's as clear a foul as you see. Yep, there you go. And there's some more action off the ball in the middle there as well. I think the players enjoyed that a little bit. They've missed that, haven't they?
Yeah, they've missed that. I think as a player, you want that competition, don't you? You can train as much as you like, you can have friendlies as much as you like, but there's nothing like the competition. That's what we all want as coaches, as players. Even as volunteers and spectators, it's the competition.
Lewis Tonye has made his way back onto the field, number 21.
Again, Talua, great presser, really fast, really aggressive presser. Great ball.
That's a great ball, and Cohen couldn't rein it in. The thumb goes up from Cohen. He knows that was a decent chance if he could have made the control work. And that's a lovely pass.
And that's where the space is. If they're pressing really aggressively on the first line and the second line like that, the space is in behind. So then it's about getting runners for Worcester to get in behind and try and find them with those passes.
Current on the slide. Get the feeling him versus McHugh could be a 1v1 to keep an eye on.
So again here, can they, as the press is really aggressive and really high, can you find out those diagonals?
Oh, that's a risky pass. Current takes over. Dixon. Goldstein in the middle. This is Satunye. It's a great ball. Went for the return and couldn't keep his shot down.
I think in moments where the ball comes back out from pressure, that's where Worcester need to go and be more aggressive. So they can sit and wait and defend and be strong as a block. But as soon as the ball goes from high back out, they can be more aggressive in pressing the ball.
Mohamed Abdullah has made his way on for Worcester. He's the number 4 there at the bottom of your picture. His first court action. This is Dixon. Satunye finds Current. Goldstein. Satunye round the back, couldn't quite latch onto it.
There it is again, that sort of vertical 2v2s, playing as a 2 on the side to open up the middle of the court. Current and Goldstein.
I can imagine as a player to play against, Goldstein is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I think he's really hard to pick up because his movement is just so cute off the ball. Lots of checking, lots of sly little cuts through. Timing is so important when you're moving off the ball, and his timing is really impeccable, really. There's that overlap again, as you've seen.
Half-time hooter goes. 4-0 at the break. It's been something of a clinic from Pro Futsal London, who lead the way by 4-0 at the interval. some wonderful stuff being played, some fantastic goals as well. Some of the highest quality. Worcester have got work to do. They'll certainly work on it in the break, but let's take a look back at some of this action, Mike, 'cause there's been some really, really lovely stuff being played.
Yeah, I think there's been some phenomenal goals to start off with.
Possibly my favourite goal of the tournament
This one?
so far, this one. That
Yeah.
is top quality, isn't
It's a
it?
cute little finish. You know, we talked about that earlier. If it's first time, you want to try and go high because the keeper's probably going to have to drop.
That was a much better save than it appeared
Great
from that
save.
camera angle, by the way, from Malpert. He's been busy in this first half. He's actually played really, really well.
And there's that loss of possession centrally, and then clever from again Jared Rand. He was actually moving the defender across to open up the second post, and it's an easy finish for Pro in the end. You know, at this level, you can't really afford to lose the ball in central areas like that, but you still got to go and punish, and that's what Pro Futsal have done today. They have punished mistakes. There's another mistake, really. Probably should have been a goal. This was cute movement by Dennison and Wardy, just dislodging and opening the back stick up, and being caught out of position. It's really
See there, Brett knew instantly as soon as he turned around that he'd had a little lapse.
Yeah, that's it. He only needs to be a metre in futsal, and he's a metre too high, and that opens that diagonal pass, and it's a goal. And he knew straight away that was my man.
And that was
Brilliant.
Calmness personified, isn't it, from Dennison? It's a gorgeous little finish there. This is another lovely move. Brilliant pick
Dennison.
out, and the confidence and the judgment to take it like that.
Yeah, great diagonal pass. Great little move and finish well. This is key to what Russell does here. That's a great example where he's playing in between the lines, finding the pockets of space that don't seem to be there, but it's his movement that does that.
Half time then here at St George's Park. It's been a great performance from Pro Futsal London. They lead the way by 4-0 at the half. Welcome back. Let's get underway for the second half of this match between Pro Futsal London and Worcester. We are underway. 4-0 lead the team in yellow. That is the London side. They were terrific in that opening period.
It'd be interesting to see how Worcester, you know, maybe try and have a little bit more of a foothold in this game, maybe try and dislodge Pro Futsal a little bit more. Whether they'll have massive tactical changes or stick to their plan.
This is Xavi Corral for Jared Rand.
Again, there's that wide pivot, and they cut through with Russell, that vertical 2v2, causing problems.
That's a lovely ball, that. McKinnon on the far side.
Interesting, if they can get that out a little bit more from kick-ins or even open play, that's where it could be cause a few more problems.
Kerwin off the kick-in. So just looking at the lineup for Worcester to kick things off for the second half. Kerwin's on the field, on the court, should I say, as well as Valance. And we've got McKinnon, who's playing as their forward man. With Dale Richards on the ball there on the far side. Just cleaning up that attack there. Pro Futsal London, Javi Corral, Russell Goldstein, Jared Rand and Denison Moreira. Little tug of the shirt there from Valance. Jared Rand flexing, and in more ways than one as well. He's shown some delightful touches in this match so far. We were talking a little bit off air at half time about Denison, man on the ball right now.
Yeah, he's
he's quite a rudimentary player in the best possible way. Doesn't do anything outrageous or doesn't catch the eye in a really flashy way like maybe a couple of his teammates do. But he does the simple things so well.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's the key to being really successful. The brilliant basics is what makes it really performance. You know, and I think he's got like world-class basics. So, and that's like you said, that's not to be disrespectful at all. It's actually the opposite.
I'm watching him warm up before the start of the second half. Don't worry, he can do all the flashy stuff as well.
He can do everything. But what I mean is, in the game, his passing is phenomenal. You know, his pass, whether it's basic, whether it's the weight of the pass, whether it's the direction of the pass, whether it's to the back foot or front foot, his decision making on his execution of his pass is just brilliant. And that's why he's so important to Pro Futsal.
That's a great effort from Valance. A good save as well from Johnny Sibb. First time he's really been called into action. You could argue he's got a bit of an excuse to be a bit cold, but he was right on cue there. This is a great effort from Valance and an even better save. Yeah,
it's a great spin. Second touch with the pivot. Valance playing as that pivot at the moment, and let's see if they can create something off the back of this in this set piece.
Kerwin flashes one wide of the near post.
Just came into him a bit bobbly, didn't it? So he had to take that extra touch.
And that's what comes in. I was just about to say, when we're talking about Denison's passing, you think it's relatively easy to be a good passer on futsal court. You're only passing furthest 30 yards maximum, but actually we talked a little bit about in the first match that you go really into the nitty-gritty of it. Oh, that's a really sad moment for the keeper. Dylan Malpass has been so unfortunate there.
Yeah, we were talking about it. It's the quality of pass that's really important from Denison, and you know, I'm not sure what's gone on here in terms of the goal, but I think it's hit his heel and it's sort of hit the air, and then in a way, you know. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Got a feel for the goalkeeper there. It's good work for Jared Rand, you've got to say that, but the shot was an easy enough save for Dylan Malpass. Got across there easily enough, but spinning it up behind his own head and into the goal. That is a really unfortunate one for him, particularly as he's played so well in this match. He won't be happy with himself there. A bit too easy. And like you say, he's been doing so well, and then a bit of a soft one that.
Dennison round the back.
Great save.
Brilliant work. There's your recovery save from Malpas. Goldstein, brilliant. Ward finishes it off and does a press up to boot, but that is just top quality. Goldstein at it again.
Yeah, you see Goldstein's movement here again. So I think it is Ward's recovered the ball. Goldstein just peels off into a little angle for a little vertical 1-2 again that basically kills the defender, and then it's an open finish because Dylan's got to come to his near post. So again, needs to be executed, but movement's key to it.
No way through for McHugh. This is Current who's come on. Now Dennison. Strong in there from Sam Kerwin.
What Pro Futsal are doing really well is they're opening the court and then they're overloading one side. And as the movement goes across the grain, they're getting 2v1s on bigger spaces, and you know, Worcester's really not been able to deal with that movement.
Dylan Malpas as the fifth man there with the shot in anger right across the face. Dennison. Game just looks so ridiculously easy to him, doesn't it? Rand. Baiting Worcester out here. Worcester done well to press them this high. The worry is if
that's that
Pro
pass
Futsal can get behind them. Oh, no foul given. Oh, it's a late whistle. Definitely looked like a foul, I must say.
Yeah, if you just look at, you know, Dennison's pass there again in that little diagonal, he's just lifted it out of trouble. And like you say, it looks so easy, and it's
not an easy skill to do on a court like this.
It's not easy, but you know, it's again a brilliant basic that he's just got that's in abundance, really. But what you'll see here is probably what they're really good at in the first phase is they play as a 3, they split into a 2, and they open up. Here we go, they open up that first line of defence that gives the pockets to play in between and bounce things off. So they've done that really well today, and the timing of their movement's been good as well.
Ward foul. John Curran asks the referee, might be a bit polite, but asks how many. It's been a slightly competitive start to the second half.
You could probably look at the table because it tells them how many.
There is definitely a little bit of needle out there, but that's what it's all about, right? It's that, that level of competitiveness. It's always going to happen.
Yeah, it's good. It's important, and like we were talking about before, you know, that's what the players have really missed. You know, there's nothing like it as they're going out to battle, if you like.
Ward with the strike. Oh, that's clever. Oh, stop that! Stop that right now! What a goal! What a goal that is!
It's a great finish.
Have a watch of this, ladies and gents. Yep. Bang. That's disgusting. That is absolutely
what the
ridiculous.
key to it is as well, you know, Calvin's clever there. He's blocked the defender coming out and gives that time for Dennison to bin it top corner. So I think Worcester really need to, you know, get on the front foot here a little bit more, because in those situations it's looking a little bit too easy, and you know, got to really be more aggressive in what they're doing.
And that's the perfect riposte, isn't it? If you're Pro Futsal and you're feeling a little bit of needle from the opposition, they're giving you a little bit of an extra nudge and a little bit extra in the challenges.
Yeah.
What a way to then answer back with a routine like that.
There's just no pressure on the ball now from Worcester, and it's just
it's gone all the way in.
It's just going to end up in more and more problems. So they've dropped deep, they've got no pressure on the ball, whether it's intensity or legs, but you know, you can't give Pro Futsal this look 10 metres on the ball with this time and not expect problems, you know.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's a very unlucky deflection that's gone in, but
it's
you
the
can't
pressure
give
on the
John
ball.
Curran that amount of space in in your own half.
Yeah, in your own half, 20 metres from goal, you just can't have 10 metres, 5 metres of long pressure. So, you know, sometimes the game comes down again to the basics. Get pressure on the ball. Get pressure on the ball.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that this match might be pretty difficult for Worcester right from the get-go.
Yeah, and you know,
but there's a lot to be gained by not folding at this point, isn't there? And there's a big lesson to be learned for a young squad and a young team.
Yeah, let's be honest. You know, Worcester with their new partnership, Pete's going to be growing something for a bit more long term. We'll try and let more players in. So this, you know, I think Worcester would have looked at this as a chance to, you know, maybe see where they're at. You know, maybe see what level they're at. As we know, pro futsal are going to be up and about it. If not, you know, one of the big teams. If I like, there's probably 4 in the reckoning for this at the moment. But you know, Worcester want to test where they are. But I think they'll come out the back of this thinking, you know, could they have done better in certain situations?
And the issue is when you're playing someone as good as this, if you just step off your level for a couple of minutes, as Worcester have there, lost their discipline a little bit in more ways than one, and Pro Futsal have punished them with a couple of goals in next to no time.
Yeah, and it's just so key having that pressure on the ball. You know, because you get the, if you don't have pressure on it, you get those deflections, those horrible goals, and you've got to stop them as well.
8-0. It just seems to have come from nowhere, doesn't it? 4-0 at half time. That was 5.5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Long way to go at 8-0. And Pro Futsal won't let off.
Yeah, they keep changing, they'll keep the intensity, they'll keep going after those goals. Like I say, the training regime and plan is probably being slightly different, which favours Pro Futsal as well. So, but here, look, in these moments you can't stand off and watch Pro Futsal just play with the ball, because you're going to get pulled all over the place.
Here's Sam Cohen. Good win from him. It's now Jelinkas. It's a loose one from Cohen, and now Dixon. Here's the next wave of substitutions come in for Pro Futsal London. Seth Burkett's back on court, so too is Ollie Jones.
Seth spent a bit of time in Brazil actually as a kid, playing football out there and futsal, and I think it was 2 years. Then to become an author, wrote a book called The Boy from Brazil, a couple of other things. But it's always been around there. You know, I had him in the Loughborough days, always been around the sort of futsal programme. Very nice, technically neat and tidy left footer.
Easy enough for Johnny Sim. Here is Seth Burkett, the boy from Brazil, in the yellow of Pro Futsal London.
Great 3 in line there by T, Talua and Seth, I think it was.
Chance here.
Can he get one?
It's really strong defending, isn't it, from Dixon?
Yeah, he's good in no moment, Dixon. Again, strong, physically strong. I think, you know, Worcester, structurally, you can see what they're trying to do, but they're probably just not in sync enough to do it against a team that's really putting them under a lot of pressure. So you can see them, for example, getting on the ball and players moving, but their movement's a bit late or a bit early. And it's not quite synced in the same way that it needs to be to play against one of the favourites.
Trying to make the 5v4 there work with the keeper, but in the end it's off the outside of the near post from Jelinkas.
Yeah, and what's happened is now Pro have cut out the passing line to the keeper, which then causes a different problem that Worcester are unsure how to deal with at the moment.
Did wonder in the first half if they'd do that, and
yeah.
No way through for Burkett on that occasion.
So they're denying the ball out to Dylan when he wants to play out now, and that's actually, which means other players need to come in between the lines a little bit more to play through.
Balance has support. Johnny Sim read that well. McKinnon. rock solid at the moment through this London team. See one of their near neighbours in our next match. London Helvetia will be in action. Up against Birmingham, and then we've got Manchester and Loughborough to round us out for a brilliant opening weekend here for the National Futsal Series 1 in their Summer Showdown. That Group B looks tasty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
have an inkling who might be the favourites in Group A after seeing all 4 teams at this stage.
Yeah.
But
Let's
Group
just
B
say I think
looks
Pro
tasty.
Futsal were happy with the draw. But
because it's a brutal format, isn't it? 3 games, everyone plays each other. Then top of the group goes through to the final from each group. That's the final. That's it.
That's it. And then the winners of that go into the Champions League. So, you know, it'll be a shorter with the Summer Showdown than it usually would be with the full season. But in another way, it's going to be really exciting. You know. And again, I'm sure players are just really happy to be back competing. Players and coaches, which has been, the year we've had with COVID. This is what we've all missed, really.
So ringing of the changes for Pro Futsal. Edwards is on, Dennison back on, so to Goldstein and Sherry Corral.
So again, you see that wide area, the wide pivot working with Russell, trying to find that wide pivot and then leaving the spaces in the middle for other players to come into.
Yeah, seen them all.
Great touch.
Stereotypically Spanish thing then for 6'5" Xavi Corral to have the touch that he does, by the way. Such a brilliant athlete.
Yeah, and again, someone that looks after the ball when it goes into him, back to goal, just gives that territory for Pro Futsal to build again. So that's where I think it's really good. Him and Russell have been really effective on that side of the court where Russell can get his movement. But he knows it's going to stick when it goes into him. Great pass.
Oh, that's a wicked ball. Couldn't quite get on the end of it, Christian Edwards, but appreciated the pass from Goldstein. That's such a good ball, that.
It's a brilliant diagonal ball between the lines. Took 3 players out of the game.
Great run as well, by the way.
Brilliant run, brilliant cut through the middle.
And Yolinkas couldn't bring it down.
It's just been a little bit passive, isn't it, in the 1v1 defending situations, even though structurally, tactically, they've been set up to deal with it. When the moments of 1v1 defending... How's he got out of the ball there?
I have absolutely no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. A couple of plays down for Worcester. Physio's going to be busy in a second. Yolinkas is in a lot of pain right below us. I think that's an impact one for Yolinkas. It's certainly hope so, at least. So if it isn't, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Let's take a look at the moment we saw. Have a little watch of this from Dennison. Oh, that's outrageous, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's come out with the ball again. So
just get the feeling that he could probably nutmeg you in a phone booth if he wanted to.
I think we were talking about this earlier. I think he's a product of, he's Brazilian. He's a product of playing in tight areas, and I think he's just really cool and composed when he's in tight areas. And I think that's just a mentality of being able to deal with the ball. Like you say, he could make people in the phone box, but be comfortable.
Yeah. I really hope Yolinkas is okay. He's got a problem with his knee.
He looked like he fell a bit funny, didn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't look like an impact one, which will be a concern. We hope he's okay. Something I mentioned to one of the coaches upon arrival here, it's one of the things that impresses me the most is the durability of these players, because on a court like this, the intensity these guys play at with such a a weird, awkward sport such as futsal. It requires so many body movements that aren't natural. The ankles and the knees are so much strain on them constantly.
It's funny because, like you say, like physically, it's like a strength sport. You know, so you'll notice some of them are quite stocky in their build-up, but they can accelerate and decelerate really quickly, and actually use two feet to stop and go in a change in the direction, because that's what you need to do in court sports, which can be slightly different. But however, because they're not wearing studs, it allows their foot to move sometimes. So actually, you'd be surprised you wouldn't get as many injuries as you think. You actually get a lot of like burns, a lot of maybe wax, but nothing. The injury is because you think the court is hard, you think you get more injuries. Actually not, because you're not wearing studs. So sometimes it's the studs that causes these twistable injuries. So actually it's, you get wax, you get burns, but not big injuries, touch wood.
Yeah, let's hope that's the case for Vitas Jelinkes as well. That'll probably be his race run for today. Nice to see the Pro Futsal London player Dennison helping me off too. Nice touch.
He's just hobbling. He's fell funny on it, isn't he?
Yeah, fingers crossed Vitas Jelinkes is okay. The issue is, with such a short competition, even a minor injury could be a pretty catastrophic one for the Summer Showdown.
And also, you know, because they probably haven't had the prep that you would usually have in a full pre-season prep, like football, like any other sports that are coming out of COVID, the players aren't going to be as physically fit and aren't going to be as physically ready and robust as probably.
Yeah, it's that durability and robustness that is conditioned, isn't it? It
is, yeah. You know, physical robustness for futsal is so key. Being able to do it time after time at high intensity. It's the replication of the robustness and the physicality that's key to the game.
The yellow card has been shown there to Mohamed Abdullah for that foul. And that's up to 4 fouls now for Worcester, which is very soon going to get them in trouble, I think. Especially if the likes of Dennison and Russell Goldstein carry on trying to test the patience of these Worcester defenders.
Yeah, I think, you know, pro futsal will just keep going. You know, you've seen the turning over the players, keeping the physical intensity and game intensity as high as they possibly can, and that's what's, you know, Worcester are tiring and making these fouls now.
Sam Ward over the free kick. It's a nice little routine. Dixon couldn't quite apply the finish.
Another great little routine there, where they've set for Calvin's left foot for a second shot, but also go into a triangle. So they had different outcomes to that, which was key.
That was a gamble. Goldstein read it. That's a really good bit of keeping. Is that a foul given against Kerr? And it is. That's going to take them to 5. And now Worcester are on the brink.
It's a long time to be on 5 fouls. I think just over 10 minutes or 10 minutes.
Especially given the opposition they're against as well. As I say, the likes of Dennison, Rand, Curran, there's a little bit of a red rag to a bull in terms of the fouls that they're on. They'll keep drawing the challenges. Here is Dennison.
What Pro Futsal are doing here is making the court really big and really wide, playing in, if you like, channels 1 and 4 across the court if we split it into 4 areas, and that's really causing Worcester to really run a lot in terms of the defensive press, and then they can open them up at the right time. Well out of that pressure then, and then they need a forward pass. Yeah, they've done well there, Worcester. Probably did it a little bit quicker, it helps them, and then made those forward passes, but then didn't quite have the forward one into the pivot.
Still over 8.5 minutes to go here in this second match of the day. Second and final match of Group A for this first week of the National Series 1 Summer Showdown. Seen some brilliant action already in the Women's Super Series over the last couple of weekends.
Yeah, there's been great games in the women's games. Some great players as well. I've seen some really new players coming into the women's game, which is great, which we need in futsal, and some of them are really talented, the ones that have come in this season.
Yeah, I think especially with the women's game, the beauty of their quite higher levels being still amateur means you get that crossover. We've seen players from Blackburn Rovers, from Wolves play in that competition. They've got the freedom to do that. It can be, they can play all year round, futsal in the summer, football in the winter.
Yeah, it's exciting, and I know there's some of the ladies are really now.
Oh, there we go. Denison's going to do it again.
Starting to come into the game. We're talking about the ladies, and yeah, really talented players on show.
It's a great bit of work from Dylan Malpass in the goal again, but nothing he can do with the rebound. Great work from Rand, and Denison is never ever missing that.
Yeah, it's a great save by Dylan. You know, if he can push it around the post, would be better. But you know, there's nothing really can do with that when it's dropped down to Denison.
Where he is, Jared Rand's still down. Let's have a look at this save. It's a really good stop that from the keeper. You can just see for Malpass.
He's had a tough day at the office.
He's just thinking, what more do I need to do? He really has made some outstanding stops.
You know, I think Worcester have got new players in. I can't remember how many debuts or new players have got in, so they are still trying to bed in how they want to play.
It's a lot.
So, but it's a big ask to come into the first game against a really, pro futsal have been together for years.
It's Rand trying to get through. Great bit of defending by Kerwin.
You know,
that's well played from Brett. He very nearly got round the back of Denison there.
As a group of players, you can really see that pro futsal are established. They know how they want to play. They've been playing together for a few years now, whereas Worcester are still in that building phase of something new.
Another opportunity, it's another goal. It's lethal, isn't it? The chances are starting to come more and more regularly. And Pro Futsal London continue to be absolutely ruthless in front of goal. Richard Ward bags another.
I think that's Rudy McKinnon on again. I think he's very new to futsal, but I think
He is. He's a double player, I think. Pete Valance was telling me before the game, part of the Hartbury football squad as well.
I think he's quite young as well, so it'd be interesting to see how he adapts for Pete, as you know, Pete looks at this new programme moving into this year. But I think he comes with a good pedigree, technical pedigree, but it's whether he can make that crossover.
Yeah, it's not always the easiest thing to do, is it? Because as many transferable skills as there are at the top level of both games, you see you've got to specialise. It is difficult.
Definitely, 100%. I think, you know, at this level, performance level, if you like, in elite level or elite and performance level, you're specialists. You know, I think it becomes difficult to be able to make those crosses, and maybe 10 years ago when it wasn't still developed, but now we are talking. You know, Jared Rand is a futsal player. You know, I think as kids you can play both to support your football ambitions, but ultimately you then need to choose. You'll choose your path, but if you want to become a specialist and high-level futsal player, you need to be playing futsal week in, week out.
Yeah, I can't help but watch someone like Rand play and just think, I hope I never run into him on the Power League pitch. Here's Ward, he fancies another. Cross. I think that nicked off the outside of the post. Don't think Malpass going to touch on it, but if he did, no, referee signalled I think a goal kick, but phenomenal hit from Ward. So a chance for both sides to talk it over. And we've not got a huge amount left here. 6 minutes 52 on the watch. And Worcester walking the foul tightrope as well. Just get the feeling it's going to be a long 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long time to keep going, you know, on 5 fouls, so I think it's going to be difficult. I think they're tired, you know, as well, which is going to be even more difficult for them. But maybe they need to start thinking about having a bit of a higher press. Maybe they need to start thinking about trying something different. You know, let's be honest, the game's gone. So I think it's a great.
Yeah, I think that's fairly safe to say.
I think it's a great opportunity to maybe test some things, try some things, not worry too much about the score. But maybe pro futsal to do the same. You know, have a look at trying to implement certain tactics for future games for both teams.
That's a lovely move.
Like that probably as a press breaker. So they've come out of that as a press breaker. It looked like it worked quite well in terms of getting runners in behind.
That's a really lovely move. That great ball. How about that for a touch from McKinnon?
And then the cut and double, so worked quite
really
well.
Good tackle, isn't it, from Burkitt? Teed up on the edge. And that very, very nearly impales our cameraman up on the balcony there. Strike came in from Nathan Payne. This is Burkitt, finds Jared Rand.
Again there, you know, pro futsal playing 3 in line, cutting through the middle of the middleman, opening up wide areas. Worcester have not been able to deal with that all day, really.
It's fair to say that's not something they'll necessarily see a lot as well.
No, and it's not necessarily something, you know, if you've not had a lot of training at knowing how to deal with it, knowing if you pass the player on, whether you go with them. So unless you've had a lot of training time and a lot of practice time to be able to understand that situation, it's a tactical situation which is very difficult individually to deal with.
Changes rung again for London. Xavi Corral. Now Dixon versus Goldstein. Satunye on the court. Sam Cohen, I think, has played just about every minute of this match. He has ran himself into the grounds. Nice from Valance and Cohen, but here's a chance to counter. 2v1 for Xavi Corral. That's good goalkeeping again from Malpass.
Touch let him down there, Xavi Corral. You would have hoped Pro Futsal would have got another goal if you were them in that moment.
He's done his reputation no harm at all, as he do on Malpass. Seems like a strange thing to say when you look at double figures against. He's generally been excellent.
Yeah, he's been good. You know, he's a very good shot stopper, Dylan. He's a different type of keeper, if you noticed, to Joe Payne, who's playing a lot higher. Dylan doesn't necessarily play so high, but he's a good shot stopper. Probably something he could add to his game is coming out more, playing higher, sweeping up. But really, they've not had much possession, so to even sort of practice that for him today. So, and that's where even the keepers differ. But that was a great set piece there. If you see that again, it was so brilliantly worked.
Yeah, it was Dixon with the eventual shot over the bar. What did you see there?
Talua there came in the line, blocked off the first defender, and then Calvin, I think, or was it Dixon? Yeah, Calvin came in behind for a shot. So they just managed to create some space of a metre when there's no metres there.
Balance under a lot of pressure. He's going to break it for Dixon. It's another good save from Dylan Malpass.
And those things have been the difference, right? Because that's the things you've got. If you've got time, you're grouped together, you can train on those things. And then obviously the technical quality that you have to implement it. So again here, you know, a different type of set piece. Overs. There it is again.
Goldstein.
So again, you know, Talua coming out the back post, creating a 3 in line, creating more space from a different corner. So, you know, Pro Futsal showing today that they've got quite a few different armories within this.
Oh, Russell Goldstein calling the shots and then played the pass too. But Lewis Tunde couldn't apply the finish. This is McKinnon. It's a lovely fake, and he's going to get the chance to get his goal. Good save. Good save.
Good save. It would have been nice for him to get a goal.
Lovely feet.
Yeah, he's done well with the feet. Probably just had a little bit of fortune there, and then probably needs to. And that's where the toe pump would have been really useful. So again, you know, no short back lift, really hard.
And the foul came in, so that's 6th foul of the half. 10-metre penalty. And yeah, you're absolutely right. As soon as it's lined up, it just looks a lot more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're not easy, and you know the keeper can come off the line if they want as well to narrow the angle. So it's different, and it's not as easy as they look, but it's not like a 6-metre penalty beyond the D, which is probably just if you rocket it, you score. This is a lot harder to score. Done well though.
You sure?
Well,
he made that look very easy.
Yeah, but you know he's got a great left foot, and that's a great finish. So.
Sub goalkeeper getting involved with the celebrations as well. It was Lazarus. That's a great strike, isn't it? It's good height that as well to strike it at. A little bit high for the leg, a little bit low for the arms.
Yeah, good height. Probably a little bit. Dylan there will be disappointed if he sees that back on the video because he's not quite planted his feet in order to get off the mark again, so got caught a little bit. But the power and pace behind it was great.
We're up to 11. There's plenty of interested observers around the arena here at St George's Park. The London Helvetia boys and Birmingham lads are in, and they've been keeping a close eye on this one. Chance now for Worcester to break. It's McKinnon who finds Kerwin.
He's done well there, McKinnon.
It's a ball from Mohamed Abdullah.
McKinnon did well there, you know, took the ball in central areas, drove, and then got back into the pivot role. A little bit better here from Worcester, trying to play out.
He's a young lad, but he's also a big lad as well, McKinnon.
Yeah, he looks strong. You can tell he's new to it though. You can tell like his decision making of what he's doing with the ball. He's quite new to it.
Dixon turning sharply and smartly. So Tunye, well cut out by McKinnon. I think everyone's got a kick of the ball now for Pro Futsal London. Sub keeper on. Here's Ben Lazarus. It's lovely futsal, isn't it?
It's been really good there. You know, they cleared out the centre of the court, created a 3-in line between the lines, and then they had the space to change play, switch play, and go down the side. And then probably the execution of the final pass just wasn't hard enough. Didn't have the quality of the rest of the play did.
Prepping a wholesale change as well of Pro Futsal London. Oh, it's a great save. There's the rebounds. Always there. Ollie Jones hoovers up.
Great pass from Calvin Dixon, I think, into Russell Goldstein again. And then in the end, it was an easy second post finish. Great cut pass.
And in comes the 4-man change. On comes Rand, Dennison, Curran and Ward. It's not getting any easier for us.
No, they're keeping the pressure on and, you know, keeping the intensity on and the good habits.
This is what it's all about, isn't it? You've got to approach every game on its merits. Can't slack off just for the opposition, you've got to be at your best for the next 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, definitely. And part of that is making sure you have good habits in all moments. How to finish games, how to start games. And also keep the intensity and also get, you know, minutes into competition, minutes into players as well, which is important.
Dennison, brilliant.
Here's that switcher play again. Great pass from John Curran.
Yeah, you appreciate it, didn't he, Ward?
Probably we needed to be there a little bit earlier. He's cut his run a bit more diagonally. He'd probably got there early. He went straight before he went diagonally, which he should have put more of a diagonal route into goal.
This is Rand. The dancing feet of the Pro Futsal London number 11. No way through there. Decision goes Worcester's way. Don't think Ward quite agrees with that decision. That's Pro Futsal now on to 5 fouls as well, so the next one will incur a 10-metre penalty. That's Ward through. Jared Rand stayed down, now just slowly getting back to his feet on halfway. And taking a bit of a heavy one from Pete Valance. Looks like it's going to be okay, back on the ball.
I think we'll see another 10-metre penalty somewhere in this game at the moment.
I suspect that might be the case, yeah. It's good defending. Biggie. Nice to see some familiar faces making their way into the arena.
Yeah, getting ready for the next game.
It's going to be a good one, this as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tighter game than probably we think on paper.
So Pro Futsal London are just a minute and change away from completing a dominant first performance. 12-0 they lead. And they have been good value for that.
Yeah, I think they'll be really happy with today. They've moved the ball really well. They've used the spaces. They've obviously made it very difficult for Worcester from the first couple of minutes to get a foothold. And what I think has been really good about Pro Futsal is how they've opened the court and made it really big when they're attacking.
And it looks like a 6-metre penalty is going to be given here.
Yeah, we were right, weren't we? Definitely going to be another. Oh, a 6-metre one, sorry.
Yeah, I think that was given for the foul there on Jared Rands. Couldn't quite tell from our position. Hoarding was blocking, but it must be right on the corner of the D. Vlad Biggie penalised. Well, you'd back Ward from here, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah, but commentator's curse. Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah.
It's a real thing.
This is a really difficult one to save, just because of the pace and tempo so close.
So it proves another one for Pro Futsal London. It's been a super performance, and it is unlucky 13 for Worcester. We have the audacity to sell the keeper with the eyes. A goal that size. Final round of subs are made as well for Pro Futsal London. just see the intensity again that really has been impressive. To a man, they've all been excellent, really.
Yeah, I think they've all done well. You know, press with really good intensity. Made it very difficult for Worcester to get any foothold really in possession-wise in the game. And so really they've spent most of their time obviously defending, and that's physically really difficult with very probably limited prep. In the end, you know, you've been physically out muscled, but as well as, you know, technically some of the players of Denison and Jared and Russell today who've been on form as well.
So as we head in towards the final 30 seconds or so, who you having as your man of the match?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at, obviously Jared, I said, has done well, Russell's done well, Denison's done well.
This is a tough call.
It's a tough call. I think Russell probably just nips it away from Jared. Jared in the first half was brilliant, but probably not been as dominant second half, where I think Russell's had a consistency throughout the game, which has been really good in making him tick.
Yeah,
so,
he scored a brilliant goal there as well, Russell Goldstein.
I think he's had a great game, so for me probably just edges it Russell. Today he's had a great game.
So the final chance for both teams to have a little bit of a chat. Got a free kick to come here. And this is all about what we were talking about earlier, isn't it? About the processes, about doing stuff right and approaching everything how you would do in any situation.
Yeah, it's really important that you get your processes right, how you want to do things, how you want to play, or how you want to coach even, and trying to make sure that everything's done right, and even having things in the locker that you can practice in these situations for when you're in tighter games and you might need that one chance.
What have they got for us? Not what was planned, I'm sure.
They were trying to open at the middle there with a block, so sort of rotation with a block, but really it didn't really happen.
Oh, and just as Worcester finally get a chance to have a 2-on-1 through on goal.
Yeah, it's a shame that.
The hooter goes, that will do it. A fantastic, professional, polished performance from Pro Futsal London. They take a very, very handy victory by 13 goals to nil over Worcester. Final words on the beaten opponents. First of all, it's a tough score, as we said at the start of the game. They'll learn a lot from today.
Yeah, it's tough because you come up against one of the teams that are probably looking to try and win this competition. Worcester are in the building phase, starting a new programme, if you like, starting new players, and it's sort of thrown in the deep end. But it's a big score, but actually, this game of futsal can be a big score when you're dominated in sense of pro futsal today. But there'll be things that they can take away. They'll be disappointed by the score. They'll probably be disappointed what they've been doing in possession. But you look at positives out of possession. They've done a lot of time, and there'll be some good moments in that. But at the end of the day, pro futsal really did dominate this game and look good, and really from the off.
Yeah, superb performance. Final score from St George's Park as Pro Futsal London go top of Group A. It's Worcester 0, Pro Futsal London 13. Do stay with us. Player of the match interviews coming up soon. We'll take a look at some of the goals.
Joined now by our man of the match. Big congratulations. 13 goals at Pro Futsal London today, Russell Goldstein. That is not a bad day at the office.
No, thank you. Yes, look, main thing is it's just good to be back inside. We've had big prep outdoors, but as you know, if it rains, it's called off, and with England at the moment, it's near enough every single week. So it's just good to be back in what we can call the bubble, the futsal bubble, and back inside, just able to play futsal again, and just main thing is just back in and enjoying it. Because I know all the boys we've been raring to go for the past year and a half now.
And how pleasing is it to return with a performance like that, where you guys got to show exactly how good you are and what you can do?
Yeah, look, it's a great team performance at the end of the day, and we've been working so hard, not just on the court but off the court, to try and get that bond back, because you lose it over lockdowns and sort of socialising with people and what it's like. And we tried to have weekly Zoom calls as well.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed that actually. It was something that it was quite obvious, was after every single goal there was a full team celebration. Yeah. It was like there's a real point being made about that, to keep the bond and keep the unit together.
Yeah, it's like one of our rules that we have on, like, if you want to call it our whiteboard at our training sessions. It's always celebrate. If we ever concede, we get around each other. There's no digging each other out for mistakes. And I think it just comes down to just, we've been together now a year and a half, 2 years, most of us 3 years, and just even throughout lockdowns, always being there for one another. I think that created the bond and unity with us that you won't see from most teams. And it's not even that on the bench when we all come off, high fives all round, try and help each other out throughout the thing. And it's also just, you celebrate, it's that mental win as well, not just get the goal. It's you just want to stay accomplishment, really.
Great personal performance as well from yourself. So a couple of lovely goals. The one to kick us off right at the very start was a lovely one, wasn't it? How pleased were you?
Yeah, it's always good to get the first goal in a game, but I couldn't do it without the team. It's a great pass to me to then be able to flick over the keeper, but it's just what we've been practicing week in, week out now, going over on tactics boards virtually as well, and it's finally good just to be able to just actually do it on a court and see what you're practicing is actually coming out. But overall, it's a great performance, really, and everyone can't get the goal without their teammate with them.
Yeah, great to watch it today, mate. Best of luck for the rest of it.
Honestly, lovely. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed it. Cheers. Thank you.
Welcome back to St George's Park, the Wembley of futsal, right here, the National Futsal Centre. Beautiful court for our third game of 4 today. We go into Group B of the FA Futsal National Futsal Series 2021. This is the Summer Showdown, and this is London Helvetia versus Birmingham. Great game in prospect. I chatted to both coaches ahead of this one to get their thoughts ahead of their first game of the day.
Iglak, lovely to have you back with us for this game. Birmingham versus London Helvetia should be a cracker on paper at least. How much are you looking forward to it?
Very excited. Every time we played Helvetia, they've been really good games. There've been a lot of goals and we're hoping for the same. But this time we're looking for a better result. They're a good team, we all know that. But we're going to push them as far as we can today.
For those who've not seen your side before, what are the hallmarks of this Birmingham team? What do you guys do well?
Well, as a team, we're an established club. We've been going for a long time. We'll be looking to score a lot of goals. If I tell you what we do well, I think I'll be giving something away.
Well, we like to hear that. How much are you excited to be back in this Summer Showdown? We've seen you in action with the women's team, but the men's competition is even sharper. Just 3 games and then the final. There's no room for error at all.
I think for us, because we work with a lot of young people, giving them the opportunity to play, whether it's at development or at this level, it's really good to have them opportunities again. For everyone at the club, the volunteers, the players, the coaches, and the last 15-14 months has been difficult for everyone, but we're so excited to be back.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Enrique, lovely to have you with us here with London Helvetia. We're all looking forward to seeing you guys play. How much are you guys looking forward to being back out on court? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been more than a year without competing, so we're really glad to be here, really happy and really looking forward to start the game.
You guys have just been watching the Pro Futsal London boys put on a bit of a performance against Worcester in the last game. How much were you impressed by the standard of competition that's going to be present in this Summer Showdown?
Well, we knew Pro Futsal is a great team. They have a great managers. Juan and David are working together now, which is always going to be a threat for us. And they have good players, so I was quite impressed. They always have good players, and last year they were really close to take the title, so this year for sure they'll be in the final.
And we talk about the draw in this competition. It's been quite tough for you guys in Group B, the group of death as it were. This is a tough opening game for you. What are you hoping from your lads today, with it being the first game especially?
Well, the first thing is to just get the nerves out, make sure they enjoy the game, and eventually everything take care of themselves, so we'll be on top eventually.
We hope for the best of luck for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, lovely to get the thoughts of both Iglak Saint and Enrique Guillen, both in high spirits. We're really looking forward to getting Group B underway. Talked about it earlier. This is the group of death, isn't it? Take a look at those 3 teams in particular, London Helvetia, Manchester and Loughborough. And Birmingham are a bit of a banana skin for all 3 of them with the quality that they possess. This is a nightmare of a group to try and navigate.
This is a really tough group. Even Birmingham can go and beat these teams, so this is going to be the really tough group for everybody. You probably just would see Helvetia just edging it, but Manchester can beat Helvetia, Loughborough could beat Manchester, and Birmingham could beat Helvetia. So it's a very more open group to see who's going to come through this than the other group.
Players are making their way into the arena. Helvetia in the blue and white. Birmingham in the old gold. So let's have a look at the 2 teams then before we get going in our first match of Group B. London Helvetia will open with Mark Croft in goal. Their starting 5 is Eduardo Tijerin, Ivan Ju, Raoni Medina and Claudio Ribeiro. Managed by, as you can see, who we heard from before, Enrique Guillen. They've got talent in abundance around the rest of their squad. Here's the Birmingham squad. Sean Bryant will open in goal. Their starting 4 outfield is Chris Bright, Zach Price, Douglas Reed and Lewis Scott. So we saw a brilliant performance from their neighbours in Pro Futsal London in our second game of the day. Mike, it was really, really impressive, and Helvetia have a great reputation in futsal in this country for good reason. What do they do well? What do you like about watching them play? What's something to look out for?
Helvetia's got some really, really talented individual players. They're year on year, they've got some players who have also now been playing the games for many years. Lucas Totti, Raioni, they know the game, they know the league, experience, plus the individual talent that they bring, and hopefully we can see them be collective this year as well, which is probably the next level they need to go to. But yeah, individual talent is supreme sometimes. We'll play a different style to Pro, we'll play probably in a little bit of a different way, but really effective and really ruthless in front of goal.
Rani Medina there, the skipper, the number 9. He has won a lot in this country. Prolific scorer of goals. And Birmingham will be up against it. Big task. But should they overcome it? Well, nightmare start, big first save. Corner, and quite rightly, Sean Bryant gives it a bit of the big one after that. That's a great save.
Lovely to have you back with us for this game. Birmingham versus...
Save, the save that's come straight away in the game. What a big save that is.
So we'll take a look at that in just a moment.
Great save by Sean Bryant there,
Yeah, horrible moment for the defender though.
Yeah. Gave the ball away a little bit too easy there. But then he saved his team from going early down 1-0.
There's Ivan Zhu over there, the man teeing the shot up. Medina couldn't quite get the shot on target in the end. But early pressure from Helvetia.
Managing the early moments of this game was going to be key for Birmingham, so they don't get this early pressure. And the minute they're not being able to get out their D, maybe that ball could have gone into the other area, and sometimes we say in futsal, let it be your problem.
Yeah.
Let the ball be your problem in that area.
So a corner here for Helvetia. It's going to go back to Zhu. And neither Medina or Ribeiro could get on the end of that.
So this is where it's going to be interesting here, because we know that Helvetia are going to come out and like to dominate the ball, like to have a lot of the ball. So it's how well Birmingham can do with the ball.
Here's the first thing that we see then, with Birmingham possession. It's fed up the line towards Chris Bright, and eventually Birmingham dispossessed. The tracking, Medina still there, and Ribeiro is there. And the first goal of the game goes Helvetia's way. Claudio Ribeiro seizing on the mistake provided to him by Medina, and he flashed in the finish.
Yeah, they already had a warning, didn't they, Birmingham, about making sure they don't lose the ball in those areas. And straight away, it's an hour and a full task. They've just got to get some composure, get some time on the ball, but keep moving it so they stay out of trouble.
It's a lovely little turn in there from Lewis Scott, the number 8.
So just out of possession here, Birmingham dropping a bit deeper about the half court, whereas Helvetia were looking to press, try and get that ball back quickly.
It's out of play. Birmingham ball. Glimpse in the background of our referee, it's Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger. Birmingham back in possession. That's a good looking ball. Oh, it's a really good save too. Smart stop from Mark Croft. What a ball that was, by the way.
Ball. Absolutely great diagonal pass. And
Lewis Scott with the chance.
Big chance because they got opened up there, Helvetia. Huge chance. Great save in the end with Mark Croft with that, block save if you like.
The difference that might have made, and Ivan Zhu lets that one roll under his foot, but what a pass this is.
This is a great pass. I think it's from, is it Daniel Guy into Lewis Scott, and probably got a finish. But a great save, you'd say it's a great save from Mark Croft there, just to get a hand to it, smother it.
Yeah, brilliant ball.
Pass from Zach Price, I think it was actually.
Big moment that potentially for Birmingham, might just give them a little bit of confidence. Been a bit of a rough start to this match, but just settling into it now and got good possession.
Yeah, definitely settled into it, rotating well.
Oh, that's good. That a little bit less so. Here comes Medina.
Yeah, they've settled into the game now, Birmingham, so they'll be a bit disappointed with that.
It's a good ball for Tiarin.
They'll be a bit disappointed with the start, won't they? Because they looked a little bit rabbit in the headlights, but now they seem a lot better, settled into the game, but they've got to go and get that goal back.
Big save from Sean Bryant again. What a good ball that is.
Great ball.
We talked earlier about the size presence of Xavi Corrales. We're going to see a shot from the keeper here. And it's the same again with Ivan Zhu. He is a big man.
Yeah, he's huge.
Dominating physical presence in the middle.
Dominating physical presence, and that's where we see different tools that Helvetia have. And you saw the keeper come up there, Mark Croft, who likes to come and use his feet. He's good with his feet. Also poses another problem for the Birmingham defenders.
Tiarin, it's the first real sight we've had on the ball for number 10 of Helvetia, who is Joao Totti. Yeah, it's a lot better from Birmingham, keeping the ball really well, not panicking.
Yeah, they're moving it well, but they probably don't want to get caught again in that central area. That's what's absolutely key.
They do manage to just about smuggle it away, but it was dangerous, and that's the risk, isn't it? When it's all very well keeping it, but if you're not advancing, then you're just playing that sort of cat and mouse game where eventually it's going to come back to bite you.
Yeah, there comes a time, isn't there, where the risk versus reward becomes too much. If you've rotated across the court too many times and Helvetia's press is getting stronger and stronger, there'll become a time where actually it's becoming too risky, and you definitely don't want to lose it in the central areas.
Oh, that's good feet.
Great feet.
It's got, oh, that's even better feet. How about the finish? Good save. Nearly an absolute snorter of a goal from Zach Price.
Yeah, he started really lively after those first few moments, hasn't he? That was great again from Zach Price, who is a great 1v1 player, but shows his passing quality with the diagonal pass earlier, and then just needs that end product to get that goal.
It's actually a great view from the behind the goal camera. It's a good shot again. Another good save from Mark Croft, who's been busy in the early going here. But it was a great angle from the behind goal camera where you just saw actually Mark Croft's position was perfect for that shot, but the gap, if there was any, was actually the other side.
Yeah, I think so. That's where he could have gone across him a little bit more. I think this is where you'll see, it's a different game, isn't it, already within the first minute, where Birmingham are being a bit better in possession, rotating a little bit more, rotating through in a 4, which is great.
A few early changes being rung by the Helvetia squad. Probably harsh to call it threadbare, but it's not as deep as others at the moment. Vitor Hugo da Silva has made his way on. He's over the ball right now, the number 3.
Very talented player, from Braga in Portugal, playing in their season until now, coming over for the Summer Showdown. Got a great pass.
Yeah, how about that for a pass? Oh, what a block that is. What a bit of defending that is from Douglas Reed. Heroic. That's sensational. You can already see what you were talking about, that sort of pick of pass and the pace of pass as well.
Yeah, similar to Danielson, of pro futsal. He's got that pace, he's got that weight of pass, he's got that quality of pass, and it can just open teams up.
Back to him. Smacks it off the backside of Reed. Tiffin. Still no way through for Vitor Hugo da Silva. Press is so high and so intense, but as we've seen, the reward is there if they can break it. And that's the carrot, isn't it, for Birmingham? They've just got to still believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, when Helvetia are pressing so high, you know, those pockets in behind them is where that Birmingham have got to exploit, and they've done that okay. You know, they've not got anything from it yet, but they've moved the ball. You know, now their time's locked on after the first couple, and moved it quite well, and they just need to go and exploit those chances.
This is Totti who's got the kick in for Helvetia. Spinning that into the middle is the 14, Ruben Fernandez. Now Price.
Chris Bright's done well there to get the ball out of trouble, move it on. He looked quite tight, but he had some good feet.
Yeah, great little 50-50 there between Liam Powell-Freeman and Zach Price. Neither one was pulling out of that one. Zach Price is playing with a little bit of swagger, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done well. He's started really brightly. Not afraid of going on, taking on players. Seen Liam on for the first time at the minute. England player that's been playing his futsal in Italy up until recently. Had a really good season.
There's the extra runner, and the keeper's just duked out that runner. That was Daniel Guy bursting through. Just a good little feint really from Mark Croft just to throw him off the scent.
So Birmingham choosing to drop here again. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just going to say, we often see that, you know, it's great that the likes of Palfin are able to go and play in Italy, but how much of a boon is it for the standard over here for this league, for the National Futsal Series, is to get these quality international players from overseas as well, just to sort of strengthen the league and make teams better.
Yeah, I think it's always good to see talent. You know, you want top talent in top leagues. So for the league, for the National Futsal Series, it's really important. I think you want to see a blend of talent and a blend of development of the people in the club. So I think it's about balance. You know, I think it's about balancing the top experienced talent with the young talent coming through, and making sure that you get that balance right as a club, as a league, as a country, which is absolutely key.
Yeah, something I know you focused on a lot over the last few years.
Liam's one of those, you know, that's come through the system in England. You know, really talented. Well, he's 24 now, played in the national teams, came through the national team pathway, and then got the opportunity to go and play professionally in, I think it was in Spain and then Italy twice. So, you know, he's a professional player that's come through an English system as well. So, you know,
Show's doing something right.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's doing something right, which is, you know, committed, learning, developing, and then, you know, trying to make a career out of it in the professional leagues, and hopefully the league here can become more professional and professional in time. So it's, you know, it's the balance, isn't it?
Here he is, Carl Freeman. Now with him again. Back out to Vitor Hugo da Silva. It's a great pass fired in, goes to the return.
That looked like a penalty to me, yeah.
And it has been given as well. That's brilliant play.
Yeah. It looked like it hit Doug Reed's arm as he slid through. Difficult to see. from our angle.
There's another look at it.
Yeah, it's a great pass. I don't know if he's meant it, but I think it has hit his arm. So I think in the end, I think it's a tough one to call, but I think he's got to call it.
So it's Ruben Fernandez over the penalty for London Helvetia. 2-0.
Tough to take that for Birmingham, I suppose, or if they're not conceded so early in the first one, a 1-0 you'd probably say is probably about right, because the Helvetia were just getting a little bit more dominant. 2-0's a bit harder to come back from, but let's see if they can get one back.
Paul Freeman. Totti, lovely movement up front.
Great little play from Helvetia there, playing a little bit 3 in line with Hugo in the middle of things and then rotating into a 4. And then not quite getting what they want, but getting a good high press on. Helvetia now starting to get in the groove a little bit and dominating the game.
This is Totti. It's another corner. It's definitely high risk though, their pressing strategy. You've seen it already a few times that's a constant fillip for that Birmingham team.
Yeah,
is that they'll know they've always got a chance.
Yeah, I think they're pressing a lot. As individuals they press quite high, but there's spacing behind them. If Birmingham can get it and turn it over and transition into that space, that'll give them some chances, hopefully. But this is where probably organisation from Birmingham needs to be key.
Good strike from Mark Croft. Does like to do that, doesn't he? This is Jude. And now for Totti and Paul Freeman. Keeping the ball well here, Helvetia, but they are making it slowly through the lines of Birmingham. Not for much longer though. Better from Birmingham, keeping them further away from their own goal.
I think defensively there, Birmingham, did quite well, pressed quite well, stopped them progressing the game forward. So it was great from Birmingham there defensively, and they're not done too bad in the sort of organised defence, the positional defending, but it's the bit where they've had the ball and they've lost it that's caused them problems, and then they've just got to try and open Helvetia up a little bit more when they have the ball, which is always going to be the biggest challenge, which is the biggest challenge in the game, right?
Managed to do it a couple of times already. If only one of those chances had managed to make its way past Mark Croft, who has had to make a few really, really good saves. No way through for Joao Totti. Love the energy from Mark Croft, who absolutely exudes frustrated outfield player when Helvetia have the ball.
Baronier going for parallels. Liam looking to drive what we call a drag and drop. So a little bit of a skill in futsal where you drag, drop to go inside or outside facing players. He's good at that. They're just working the rotations here to try and get in behind.
Worked it really well too, but good defending from Birmingham again. Foul goes against Paul Freeman.
Yeah, a little bit of a stopped it progressing.
And he's going to exit out, so too is Joao Totti. And back in come Tijerin and Ribeiro.
That's brilliantly done. of Zach Price, and I think it's Lewis Scott there popping it into the middle.
Oh, that's brilliant for Ribeiro.
Good defending.
I was thinking, I watched maybe 10 minutes now or so of Claudio Ribeiro, and he is so fast over that first 2 steps.
His acceleration is brilliant.
Frightening.
Yeah, frightening. You know, I think they've signed him from Genesis over the couple of years where he was playing, but his acceleration and movement is so quick.
Those first couple of steps that he takes, he just seems to be on fast forward. It is remarkable, whether it be...
Good player, he's a really good player. And that's why the acceleration out of possession as well, in the pressure, in pressing, is really, really important. So with the ball, but without the ball as well, having good, quick players that can accelerate.
Chance Birmingham. It's a good chance. It's a good goal.
That's a great goal by Mummy.
Jack Powell is on the score sheet for Birmingham. They've deserved that for me. And they are right back in this game.
That's where we were talking about, you know, at times Helvetia, when they're pressing, can actually be quite open and get caught. And actually Birmingham have some good 1v1 players like Munmi and Lewis Scott and Zach Price who like that, who enjoy that, and what a great finish that is. Game on here.
Yeah, he absolutely is. For as much ball as Helvetia have had, Birmingham have always been in this game. They've had good chances, and this is the match that we were hoping that it was going to be. And it's delivering so far. Enjoying this one.
They'll be happy with that, Birmingham. If you take that first scrappy goal out of it, you know, this is a really, really tight game. Defensively, they've got a good structure to them. They're letting them have, if you like, their half, and they're not letting them come a bit deeper. So they're definitely defending the half quite, you know, aggressively. And then what they're trying to do is catch them on the counter and transition into the space that Helvetia leave behind them.
Price and Medina clashing there. Medina not happy with what he sees as pretty physical play. Referee seeing nothing doing. Medina hits the deck again. Now Chikeni. Referee's eventually going to bring something back. Just wants a word with Medina. Can't have this much physical ability and strength on a court without having some pretty big clashes at times.
Yeah, this was always going to be a physical game. It's going to be a lot of contact because it's 1v1 players from Birmingham and, you know, other 1v1 players for Helvetia, so that draws the physical game out of it a little bit.
There's some big lads out there as well.
Yeah, strong players, physically strong.
Looking here at Darnell Humes, the number 10.
You know, and it kicks that sort of perception that futsal isn't physical, right? It's a really physical game. Like basketball's really physical. Court sports are physical games. You know, like you say, a lot of body contact. You have to be strong in the tackle.
But what I love about it, and it's always been the same in basketball as well, that other court sport, is that you can get the smaller, slighter players who can take advantage of the other side of it. We take a look at over there, Ethan Finney, the number 11 for Birmingham. He's half the size of even Jew, but both brilliant players in their own right.
Yeah. I think you can, you know, your super strengths you can play to, can't you? So if you're, you know, a player like Liam, who's a good mover, Russell, who we've seen today, they can move in and out of pockets and be quick and nippy. And then you've got the stronger, bigger players who can then dominate the space. So it's a game for everybody, really. I think
the only thing they've all got in common is they've all got amazing feet.
Yeah. The only thing they've got in common is they can deal with the ball.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, a prerequisite of getting on this court, really.
Yeah, you've got to have great legs and a great engine, but you've got to have great feet. The rest can be all whatever you like. That's a bit of a jump there, I'm going to say. I'm not going to quite call it a dive, but I think
9.5.
He knew when he was getting himself involved there with Darnell Humes. He hit the deck pretty hard. Claudio Ribeiro gave it pretty short shrift. So did the referee. Ribeiro.
Great movement from Rivera there to open it up. Good change play for Victor. Just open the other side of the court up. He's looking for that forward pass, but it's not quite on there.
Rivera again. Stops and goes. Lovely. Great football. Rivero couldn't quite get the finish. I think he's appealing for a foul. We might need another look at this. It's only a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, it's a great passage of play here from Helvetia, moving the ball. I didn't think there was much contact, but yeah, I don't think it'd be tough to give that away to Zach Price.
That's such a good move, isn't it? The pattern there to pick is
it's fantastic.
Just beautifully played.
Probably the best move of the game as a collective there from Helvetia.
Tijerin no way through, and now maybe a chance for another one of the big men who's going to get there first. That is a rock and a hard place meeting between Mark Croft and Joel Hughes. Neither one of them was pulling out, and that is a heavy impact.
Yeah, that's a big impact. I have to say, I think both of them had to go for it. I didn't think it was anything malicious in it. I think Joel Hughes was going for it.
That's just a good, honest challenge.
Just honest. He got there first. Probably tried to slide it underneath the keeper coming out, Mark Croft. But Mark Croft had to do his best to get there. So I think if Joel Hughes would have actually nipped it around him, I think it probably would have caused him to bring him down. So in a way, a good save.
Yeah, it's a painful one, mind.
Painful but good. Just saying before that passage of play, the rotations from Helvetia going from the
amazing,
4
wasn't
to
it?
the 3. It was an amazing passage of play. Opened up the court in the game.
Oh, that's dancing feet from Rivero. Just lost control of it as he went up against Douglas Reed. Brilliant skills to get himself around Zach Price.
He's great in those 1v1 situations again. Dragging and dropping and be able to step over to take him down the line. Doug Reed here trying to organise his team, very experienced, over 100 caps for England. Try and press breakers to try and just relieve pressure and get some court height, because at the minute it's just all Helvetia in terms of possession and breaking down Birmingham.
And they come again with Tijerin. Good feet, but a loose pass. Now Reed can take over. Price. See the strength of the press, and it's difficult for Birmingham to get out.
They've done really well to get out of that, but they've got to find a forward pass off this, because otherwise...
Well, they do eventually, and there's the chance. Can he lob the goalkeeper? Might have been out of his D, it was very close. Well, we'll want another look at that, I think.
Yeah. It looked tight, didn't it?
It looked very tight. Ball across the face, and now there might be a chance.
A very open game. Great recovery for
Hugo de Silva's done so well to get back there. Let's have a look at this. This is really, really close.
It's a bit of a transitional moment. I'd like to see a different angle on that.
I tell you what, that looked very close. Must say, when I saw it first time, I thought it was outside.
It looked just out, didn't it?
That angle was very inconclusive. That was my first instinct. It all did happen very, very quickly, and we don't have the best view here. Oh, here's a chance. 3-on-1. Tijerin. Medina to his right. Vitor Hugo de Silva to his left, and it stays out by hook or by crook.
Very end-to-end game, a very open game.
Yes, brilliant.
It's a brilliant game to watch. I think Birmingham would actually be more happy with the open game. So I think tactically Helvetia, need to do better tactically than the minute, because they're not controlling as much as they like. But I think Birmingham, it suits Birmingham, if you know what I mean, to have an open game with the types of players that are 1v1.
Sure.
So they'll be the more happier going into half-time if it stays like this.
Yeah, the minute this is just a game of transition after transition after transition. Fantastic entertainment. This is Medina. Gets through Price. Doesn't get through Chris Bright. Let's have another look at this one then. Again, we don't have exactly a conclusive angle. Oh, that is tough to call. And you could see the Birmingham players all were calling for it straight away.
I think the referee was in line just, so...
Well, it's one of those as well that if he's remotely unsure, you can't give it, and it's very difficult to be sure.
Yeah, we need VAR.
Don't start. There's Tijerin. Impossible angle to get through there.
Here it is again, you know, very transitional game as we spoke about. Birmingham probably liking it a bit more because it creates the sort of natural pockets and spaces to play in, rather than it being a positional attack versus positional attack game.
There goes the toe punch shot from Tihirin. It's a tough one there for Joel Hughes, who stayed down. He clutched his chest straight away.
Yeah, I think he got in the chest. I think, you know, Helvetia here could get more of a grip on this game, start to move the ball tactically a little bit more to sort of control. When they were having their good spells is when they were really dominating possession, moving the ball well.
Well, it suits Helvetia for the game to be a little bit slower, for them to have a lot of the ball and work their movements and their rotations, doesn't it? But at the minute they're dancing to the Birmingham tune. As Martina flies into a challenge.
And then so Birmingham actually having a little bit more possession here because of that, which actually they're starting to enjoy a little bit more. Not quite getting into, you know, the attacking moments or attacking thirds, but a bit more comfortable in those situations.
Brilliant from Price, finds Bright.
Good defending there from Liam, just being goal side, making sure that he can't turn on it.
Bright and Palmer exchanging a few words there, they know each other well.
Yeah, played against each other at country level as well. You know, Bright's a Welsh international, Liam's an English international, so some of these players on the circuit know each other and have different battles. He's been the difference for me at the minute. Victor Hugo, his passing has been brilliant, but when he's on, he sort of dominates positionally.
It's a great ball for Paul Freeman. Might line up a shot here. No, tries to pick the pass. Medina didn't quite see it in time.
I think he was a step in front of Medina there when he brought that down, the way to pass.
Takes a lot to be a step in front of Raoni Medina.
Yeah. You can just see the intensity of Victor's playing in Braga in the Portuguese league. The intensity in which he plays the game at is a very, very high level.
Yeah, he's been brilliant so far. Great to watch. This is Totti. Medina, lovely turn. That's a really good bit of goalkeeping.
Here's the moments that they need to take, Birmingham, if you can do it, if you can get it there.
Just delayed a little bit too long there for me, Brian.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of options and in the end chose neither.
And that's the moment where actually, if he can get that out quickly into one of his teammates, they're on to attack. And it's, you know, keepers in futsal are also starting the attacks and can be need to be really attacking in when they catch it.
A bit of goalkeeping actually is fundamental to make the save. It was lovely work from Medina, but this is excellent keeping.
Yeah, brilliant keeping.
Stop, go. Just catches the Wolverhampton defender a little bit flat-footed there,
right
Daniel Guy.
Yeah, I think keeper could have just rolled it out to Munmeet on the right, and it was a 2v1 on the last player, so he was looking long, and by the time he'd looked long, there was a quicker short one on Sean Bryant if he'd have seen it earlier.
Totti with the kick in.
This is where Birmingham need to keep their discipline, make sure the shoulders and hips are open so they can see the blocks come in, get their arms up so they can feel it coming as well. So
Hugo De Silva, Medina, De Silva deflected over.
So we were talking about it earlier, playing as a pivot. What you see is Raini's playing more as a central fixed pivot, so Victor can play off him as a central, whereas before with the two other teams, Pro particularly playing with a wide false pivot. But yeah, Ray's very much a fix, staying centrally, and Victor's trying to play off the middle and get sets off him.
Brilliant from Totti, wasn't it? But Birmingham defending really well. It's a quick kick in. Medina.
Here it is again centrally.
Now
this is a big chance.
Opportunity knocks for Birmingham. Couldn't quite get the ball across. It's a great recovery from Joao Totti. Now Paul Freeman spins away. Great recovery. It's a brilliant tackle as well.
Superb tackle.
Lewis Scott somehow comes away with the ball. 2v2. What can you do if you're Birmingham? That's a foul.
Yeah, that's a free kick.
It's not a bad free kick to give away, I think, if you're
I think it's a good free, yeah, it's a good free kick to give away because there are 2v2 with another one coming.
Yeah, he dived in. He was so late there. He knew exactly what he was doing. But that was a brilliant little passage of play. This has been a hugely entertaining game for me.
Well, after the first minute where it looked a bit shaky, a bit wobbly for Birmingham, probably at the intensity, like we say, not probably trained at that intensity of competition, they've actually grew into the game really, really well.
Yeah, they almost got a bit caught cold, didn't they, in that first minute?
So.
Looked a little bit rabbit in the headlights, but since then they've grown into this game brilliantly.
And when you get, when you're caught cold and make probably one or two mistakes in your own sort of third, you then panic a little bit when you're on it, and it takes you a bit longer to get on it. So that's why it's really important to start games really well.
What I love about this is you've got two teams here who are very obviously different styles. They play the game in a different way, but it's such an even game. It really, you split these right down the middle with how it's been.
Different styles, different personnel, want to drive into space a lot more for Birmingham. Helvetia, probably need to get hold of the game a little bit more tactically, because I think that's where we're at the most dominant in those moments and can afford to move the ball a little bit more. Whereas Birmingham definitely ruthless on the counter, looking for that transitional moments. And you know what? I think they can get another one in those times.
So a free kick in a good position, and Birmingham here have had a chance to talk it over. 2 minutes 48 remaining of this first half. What can they produce from here? Two behind the ball from Birmingham. It's Mamik Jacpal and Zach Price. Over the ball is Daniel Guy. Here comes the movement. It's Guy, he's gone for the shot. It's a smart save too. Saw that really late, did Mark Croft. Always kept it in.
Staying in. Great feet.
Oh, wow, what a save.
Great feet from
I thought that was in for a moment. Mamik Jacpal, that was amazing. Absolutely right, yeah.
Great decision, great feet. I think it's hit the knee of Mark Croft to just stay out.
Big shout on the camera work as well, got that absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Great refereeing that, because that did stay in.
Yeah, everyone stopped, didn't they? Vitor Hugo da Silva. Oh, gets it back, brilliant. And he was never missing that, was he? That's the quality.
Yeah, he was never going to, when he landed on that in front of goal in that area facing forward, no problem. He's not going to finish that, a player of his quality. It's pretty unfortunate here for Birmingham, because it's sort of bobbled through from pressure. So again, they'll be disappointed with that.
It's a tough one to take if you're Birmingham now, because they've played so well. It'll feel like a bit of a lucky goal to get if you're Helvetia, but you absolutely take it. And it was such an impressive finish, that, because in that situation, one-on-ones are not easy, and goals this size with keepers of this ability, there was never an iota of doubt in my mind that he was chucking that away.
He just looked like he was waiting for the keeper to go to ground so he can just put a bit of air on it and lift it, and job done really. But he's probably been the difference since he's been on with the two teams. Actually, he's really dominated it. He's looking for the ball there. Could have gone a lot earlier from Mark Croft to Victor. So he's finding pockets to play in now that is really effective.
Yeah, super talented player, great to watch. Here he is again. He and Joao Totti combined.
Just rotating as a 4 here, Helvetia, to try and open up the middle areas. Moving into a 3 in line with Totti.
This requires such good attention, doesn't it, from the Birmingham team? Yeah. Done it really well. But this is exhausting really well to defend against.
Yeah, but Helvetia trying to suck them out so they can give space in behind, so they can then attack in that space. So sometimes defensively you think you're doing really well and you get caught with that ball in behind, which is what Helvetia were looking for.
Really only takes a moment, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Paul Freeman.
It's use that moment of when you're not quite tracking right, or you're not quite following the player, or you pass on a player to another player and the exchange is wrong. Creates those opportunities to attacking teams to take advantage of.
And it's also quick and condensed, that you don't have time to sort of verbally pass a man on as you would probably in a much bigger sided game. That intuition has got to be there, doesn't it?
Yeah, you talk about a lot of talking, but but actually you don't need to. You don't want to be able to talk. You want to know by the triggers and the cues of where players are running.
It's genuinely one of the biggest things I've noticed from being courtside here at this level of the game of futsal versus football is you don't have time for all the noise.
No.
You don't hear much at all. It's the coaches who are talking. The players are just purely off cues.
They've got so many decisions to make. You can't make the decisions for the players in this game because it's too fast. So, 9 times out of 10, the responsibility is on you as an individual to make the right decision because your teammate's so occupied in his job, he can't really, talk you through a game, if that makes sense. It's like centre halves can in football. So there's triggers and cues that we have in the game that if they run over what we call the weak side shoulder or the strong side shoulder, you might pass on or you might exchange depending on where the attacker runs. So what you'll notice is there's sometimes defenders changing players because it's what side of the ball and the runs on. So like you say, tactically trained into players at that level, which is it looks like it's not thought about, but actually it's really coached to a high level.
Yeah, and you can tell it's coached at a really high level at these two clubs, that's for sure. Final 9 seconds of the first half. Can he make something magical happen in the final moments? There is your answer. Liam Palfreman with a stunner in the final 10 seconds of the first half.
Great strike. And this is Liam showing his quality. That, like I said, that 5 metres of space to open up, be able to get a strike in. And to be fair, that probably could have been saved if he's probably not quite seen that, but it's come from distance.
Now I'm just taking a look at Sean Bryan just off
he's
the
done
camera
so
at the
well,
moment, and he's had some great moments in this game. That won't be one that I think he'll look back on fondly.
He's done really well in this game. He's took a few shots, but he'd have hoped himself to have done better there. And they wouldn't have wanted that going in at 4-1, 2-1, 3-1 the my God, but 4-1's a whole different scoreline to try and come back out.
It's been a much closer game than 4-1, hasn't it? It's a tough scoreline that for Birmingham. London Helvetia will be delighted to be going into the interval 4-1 up. Fantastic game. Game of the day so far for me, this. Brilliant entertainment between two top sides playing very different futsal. But this really has been on a knife edge. 4-1 does not even begin to tell the whole story. We've got some highlights to come for you, but we will be back in around about 10 minutes time with the second half. Do enjoy these. back to St George's Park. Second half almost ready to get underway between London Helvetia in the blue and Birmingham in the gold. Fantastic first half, this one. Really entertained us. Helvetia 4-1 up. And we talked about it at the end of the first half, but if you are just joining us, that is a slightly misleading scoreline. It was a very 50-50 first half, as we see Helvetia are already on the attack in the second, looking to extend their advantage even further. 50-50 game for me in the first half, 4-1, very, very tough, but Birmingham now got mountain to climb.
I think so. I think, Birmingham will be a bit disappointed with the start and the end, if you know what I mean. The very start of the first half, the end of the first half. But for long periods of that half, they were definitely competing and definitely getting chances in transition.
Long stage where they were the better side.
Yeah, so, the first minute, the last minute, you take that out of the game and this is a different game.
Yeah, it absolutely is, yeah.
Probably moments of concentration early on, moments of concentration late on, probably made the difference for me. But you'd want to see Helvetia dominate the ball a little bit more this half, maybe be a bit more patient in their build-up like they are being now.
It's nice from Fernanda. Decision goes Helvetia's way. Totti there, by the way, with a step over that.
Yeah.
I think sent Jack Bell into another dimension for a second.
Totti's been playing for quite a few years now. I first think I saw him when he was about 14, 15-year-old, playing in Swindon. He's got an amazing technique, amazing feet, and we've not seen it much today, but he's got a great strike as well. Very talented player.
Here he is again. Feeds into Fernandez, whose touch was loose, recovered really well. Tijerin, now with Vitor Hugo da Silva, who is the man for Helvetia, was excellent in that first half.
So we're seeing here, 3-1 with Helvetia, Hugo Victor and Lucas. There it is, Lucas playing as inverted, trying to hit the pivot and then play off it. So very direct, very purposeful, but if they manage to get their individual quality out, it's really difficult to defend because then you've got to track them as runners.
And Luca for the viewers at home, that's Totti's nickname, correct?
Yep, Totti.
Sometimes goes by Luca.
Helvetia again starting this half with a really high press.
Yeah, this is what Birmingham rather struggled to deal with in the early going in the first half, but they did get to grips with it really well and started to really poke some holes in that Helvetia defence.
Yeah, and Helvetia starting really high this half, really trying to get the ball back as quickly as they can.
Totti for Fernandez.
Bit too easy there in terms of Birmingham not having enough to get the ball out as a group. Great pass.
Yeah, great vision, wasn't it? Couldn't quite latch on to it.
Chop pass.
Ruben Fernandez. Birmingham, similar to the first half, just need to get themselves going in this second. Haven't started yet. First rotation, the sub is made. In comes Medina. Could be argued this is maybe Helvetia's strongest four on the court right now.
Yeah, I think so. Individually very, very strong here. They've still got a good cup of, individually strong throughout the team really. But this seems to be a nice blend with Totti's right foot inverted, Hugo Victor's left foot pivot, fixed pivot of Rayoni. Very dominant with the ball. Very comfortable on the ball. Not much rotation, but don't always need it.
This is Tijerin. Now with Totti, how's that for feet? Lovely ball to Medina, tees it back for Vitor Hugo da Silva and whisker wide.
That's what they wanted, gorgeous. Really. Yeah, it's brilliant. What happened here was, Birmingham pressed, but didn't really press with aggressive collectively. Left the space in behind the wings for Totti and Victor to exploit, and Totti went and exploited that space.
that little, what's the, forget the Spanish phrase, the croqueta?
Oh, the little croqueta, yeah.
Yeah, the right to left.
Yeah.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When done at pace, there's absolutely no defending it.
He's brilliant at that. This is where Birmingham have just dropped off the press a little bit. They're sort of staying the same line, but they're not aggressive enough in that first line pressure, which is causing problems because then there's space in behind. So if you go high on the press, but you don't actually go aggressively, it means that they can play forward more easily. And that's what's happening at the moment. The first line pressure isn't good enough. So the quality of Victor and Totti can find those forward passes into the top men or the higher players.
Well, Zach Price made his way back onto court and thought he was probably Birmingham's best player.
He did really well in that first half. Thought Jag Powell did well as well, especially the way he took his goal.
Like the look of Chris Bright as well. And I'd love to see a little bit more of Lewis Scott. I thought he had a real energy about him that was really beneficial actually to that front foot press when they could get higher up the court.
Bit better here from Birmingham in that press.
That was a hospital pass from Jack Powell.
You don't want to lose the ball there in central areas, so you know they take those risks.
Oh, now Reed has pinned Ribeiro there, tried to get away with the shot. Unlucky. Ribeiro gone straight at the other end, looking to get on the end of the throw from Croft.
Birmingham are driving through now. Well, this is a big chance.
Stinger of a shot from Zach Price.
So stinger of the shot. I actually think if we could look at that again, you'd probably see that at the second post it was probably an opportunity here. There was someone on the second post where it could have been a tap in. So I think actually the ball there would have been better to go second post, but forced a corner. Let's see if they can get something from it.
Yeah, Joel Hughes waiting at the back stick.
Yeah, I think I'd been a little bit annoyed if I was Joel because it was a bit of a tap-in.
Yeah, he's got no excuse for not seeing him. And the presence out there on the court, Joel Hughes.
Very strong, very effective, isn't he, for Birmingham? As that top man causes a lot of problems in possession for the opposition team. So this is where Mark Croft is good in these situations. He's got good feet.
Setting power play, this isn't it?
A fluid one. This is where the keepers can come and play if they've got the confidence to do so in their own footwork.
And he does.
And again, this is what I love about futsal, right? This is slightly different to football. You wouldn't see this, but that's what I like. That's one of the things I think is really exciting about the game. And if you're new for a viewer of futsal, this is the beauty of it, how he can attack 5v4, the risk versus reward, because if you lose the ball, obviously it's an empty goal.
I do think since they have brought the 5 in versus the 4 that the movement in the front line hasn't been as exciting, it hasn't been as dynamic as the side netting gets rattled by Medina. So yeah, I think that was a consequence of they always wanted to have that one safe ball to make sure they didn't lose it. But the movement at the top line actually suffered a little bit. That's a tough landing. Vitor Hugo wants a free kick there, but I don't think Joel Hughes actually did a huge amount wrong.
No, I think he didn't jump, and Victor jumped and he landed on his back and fell on the floor. I don't think it was necessarily a foul.
Ribeiro's done brilliantly. There's a foul by Zach Price.
Yeah, I think that's a foul.
Had a couple of goes at him, but that was brilliant from Claudio Ribeiro. See you later.
Yeah, he was great in that. Stole the ball, nicked it. Again here, probably a little bit of dominance starting to show with Helvetia. They need to get a goal here, Birmingham, if they can, but they need to get more of the ball before they do that. And if they're press aggressively, I think,
Vitor Hugo de Silva still not happy about that lack of challenge, really, from Joel Hughes. It can be really dangerous when it's usually strikers who do that to defenders, but don't think that was an instance of that. Joel Hughes wasn't even looking at him.
great pass.
Great ball,
It's a great
Medina! Oh, what a good goal. What a good goal that is.
It's a great goal. It's a great pass by Victor. His left foot here, inverted. Medina's he's comfortable in these situations. He knows how to spin off the second post, and then a side foot finish was beautiful.
That was so composed, wasn't it? That is the mark of a man who has scored plenty of goals down the years, isn't it? Did not look remotely panicked or flustered. We saw that in the first half with the goal that Vitor Hugo scored. You know, never remotely looked like missing, and those one-on-ones are not easy.
Yeah, and that's the quality of some of these Helvetia players, you know. Really composed, find it really easy. And you know, for the youngsters watching, how Ryan Medina's there peeled off backwards rather than forwards and turning opens up that to be quicker. So if you notice, he moved backwards to get into that space, not forwards and then turned into the space. So by the time he landed there, he had loads of time to open his body up and pick his spot really. And a cool, calm, collected finish.
Yeah, celebration to match as well. Hoffman back into the fray, and he was. Vitor Hugo de Silva finds Ribeiro. Crawford, a gorgeous ball. He's put maybe a yard on it too much.
Great little ball.
Very close to being perfect there.
Well, the game's starting to run away from Birmingham here, isn't it, with the scoreline? So I don't know what else they can change or do anything, but definitely Helvetia can become more dominant, higher pressing, being more confident in the press.
Just thought, didn't you? Like, yes, it was a tough ending to the first half, and the scoreline probably wasn't quite just. If there was to be any way for Birmingham to get them back into it, first goal of the second half had to go their way, really, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. I think that's just took the wind out of the sails, and I think that, you know, it's going to take a real big job for Birmingham to get back in this now, especially the way the flow's going and the momentum's all Helvetia's.
Yeah, good to see Lewis Scott back out on court. Was impressed with him in the first half. Been a little bit more sort of almost traditional with their substitutions of Birmingham. Been one at a time, just gradually freshening players up, not trying to change too much.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit different to Helvetia's and Pros where they go as fours, and again, no right or wrong, just a different strategy around doing it. Keeps the rotations of legs for Birmingham. Probably Iklak, the head coach, probably feels like he has similar players in terms of the 1v1 players, so changes them on individual basis. Whereas some of the coaches like to change twos or fours.
Important toe in there from Zach Price.
It's a great toe from Zach there, just on the edge of the D. Helvetia now starting to work the ball really well, aren't they? You know, starting to move the ball well.
It's an interesting tactic there, where they've got Fernandez right at the back of the court, almost sitting on the goalkeeper's toes. And they had Mark Croft entering into that attack, and it really just made the court so open for them, didn't it?
Yeah, it's just stretching Birmingham now, so there's more spaces for people like Ribeiro and Liam to play into as 1v1, so it's really important that pivot stretches the game if that's how they want to tactically go after it, which means there's more spaces for some of the players to do some damage in.
Hoffman's agility, amazing. What a pass that is as well. And Fernandez couldn't quite make it pay at the other end.
Great ball there, that diagonal pass. Probably should have finished, but it was a great passage of play, that was. Again here, 3-1, trying to find the fixed pivot, rotate off of that, and then needs to get somebody on the second post.
Yeah, beautiful play. It really was from Helvetia. They're starting to play some really nice stuff here. Here's the pass that you were talking about. What a ball that is, first time from Ribeiro.
Great save from Sean Bryan actually on his trailing leg. Brilliant save. I think the intensity's gone out of the game really, and I think that's suited Helvetia.
yeah, this is the game that Helvetia wanted it to be, right?
Yeah, a more tactical, slower paced game. Whereas in the first half, there's a lot more intensity in the game in terms of Birmingham's in possession. And again, depending on prep coming into this short tournament, it looks like the second half intensity's just dropped out the game, which, like you say, suits Helvetia to move the ball, get into more attacking situations in sort of their positional attacks.
Just having a look over on the far side of the court. I think that's the Manchester lot in, isn't it, on the far side? Just arriving, a game against Loughborough to come. It's our last game of the day here at St George's Park. That'll be a cracker to end on. Almost feels a little bit like a main event, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that'll be a good game. I think you'll see high intensity in that game for the duration. Very close teams that I think are going to have a good go at each other.
What with the format of this competition, with just the single elimination almost for that game. Whoever wins it will have a massive chance of qualifying into the final, as we see another goal go in. That is Fernandez, and that is 6-1.
It's one of those situations again where there's a difference between losing it in good areas and losing it in not so good areas, and when you lose the ball in central areas near to your own goal, you're going to get punished.
There's that toe finish that you talked about
as
well.
That toe
beautiful execution.
Keeper can't set himself quick, hard, but again, you don't really want to be losing it in central areas near your own goal, because it could just cost you. And today I think probably Birmingham have seen 3 goals because of those bad decisions in central areas, really.
Yeah, you can't make them against a team like Helvetia.
No. And sometimes, like you say, you can make them against not so good teams, not so strong teams, and you not get punished. But the individual quality of Helvetia will punish you in those moments.
There's been a change in between the sticks. Helvetia as well as Dimar Lahoz has come on. Replace Mark Croft. Palfreyman finds Totti. And that's Jude. Fernandez.
Great little rotations here from Helvetia. They're just moving the ball, little 4-0s, little butterflies into 2s, trying to exploit vertical 2v2s and cutting through and then rotating back round. Is a good example how to keep the ball under pressure, but looking for those in behind spaces. Didn't quite come off, but definitely see them changing from their 3-1 formation into more of a 4-0.
And that's all about what we talked about a little bit in the first half of putting a defence under pressure, isn't it? Because you can't switch off for a moment there.
That's it.
Someone doesn't pass on correctly, if you don't quite track a man, then that's when the goal happens, that's when the chance comes.
And it's really difficult to defend against, because you've got to follow your runners, but you also want to get pressure on the ball. And if you make one mistake and it opens that pass, and we've seen it can slice the game open. So that's what's really exciting about futsal. 1 minute it can look closed, the next minute it's just open, and something happens and it's a goal, and that's what makes the game really exciting.
It's worth pointing out, every tactic has its checks and balances, and that's the issue when you play that sort of style and formation. Is one, it's very difficult to do and maintain. So if a team defends it well and they keeps it out, it becomes harder and harder for you to carry on doing it, and then you become very vulnerable at the back very quickly.
Yeah, and these are experienced players, so they've been built on the principles of what to do as 1 or 2 players, as 3 players, and it's all been built up over time about what they understand about the principles of 2 players is in any formation is very, very similar. So the system's not as important as the principles, really. But the older, more experienced players have gone through those principles. So if you're new to futsal, really, it's about building those principles, I'd say, as a coach, so that they can do any of the systems. And that's when they can float between. So
I'd say it's spoken like a true coach there.
And then you can float between the systems as you get more experience, which makes it harder for the opposition.
Chance for Wolverhampton. Reed slips away from one challenge, feeds Finney.
There's not many of those transition chances coming now for Birmingham, and if they do get in those moments, they're probably going to really have to accelerate and get 3 up court. You know, Doug went then, Doug Reed, and then Finney went, but he could have done with another runner. But because they've been defending for so long and the intensity of games dropped a little bit for them, they couldn't get that third man to make it a 3v2.
Well, there's a chance. He's got the man over as well. Played the blind pass. Polfrance is amazing to get that shot on target. No idea quite how he managed that, but couldn't quite catch up with play quick enough, could he?
Yeah, I think he wanted to go, and he sort of stuttered a little bit. If he'd have gone really early, he probably would have got there. He's good at those situations.
Good pressure from Dembo.
It's great.
Sankara Canete, but that is phenomenal from Vitor Hugo de Silva. Had up all the time. Totti. Tichering trying to squeeze that one through, nothing doing. And the left boys are in town just next to us as well. And they're African Violet, I think it's called.
Is that what it's called?
I believe so.
Purple? In layman's terms?
Purple for me, yeah. It's great feed from Totti, but eventually the third man comes along to dispossess him. That's a foul.
Yeah, that's a foul. That's a clear foul.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
It's difficult because I think Helvetia have actually defended this half better than they did the first half.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, you have to give credit to Helvetia for how they've shored up their defence tactically, I think, in terms of a structure, which has made it harder for Birmingham to get into those pockets.
This is a great move though. Off the set piece. Yeah, that's a really good bit of defending. Here's Paul Freeman back there with a really important interception.
Yeah, really good defending from Liam Polferman.
Just get the sense that in the first half, Helvetia got away with one a bit. They got outplayed for sections of it. It was a really even half. Managed to smuggle themselves in 4-1 at the break. They've come out and played better in the second half.
Yeah, they've
learned
been
lessons.
a lot more dominant. You know, playing well within a better structure. So probably, you know, again, not sure about their prep, how much they've been together, but they seem to have gelled a lot better this half than they did the first half, and it's made it more difficult for Birmingham in terms of their attacking threats.
No way through for Tiherin. Oh, hello. That's absolutely ridiculous.
It's a great finish.
From Rayoni Medina. Yeah. Wow.
I was just going to say about Birmingham's defensive structure there, because they were quite open. So they had, you know, like no real structure, no one on the second post. And for me, they're a bit open, but they're trying to probably gamble a little bit to try and get out to the ball. But again, you can't take anything away from the finish. It's a beautiful finish with a heel.
That's outrageous, isn't it? Another one here. Tiherin, what a recovery challenge.
What a tackle that is.
He's had a couple of those. There's Lewis Scott, a couple of challenges where you just have no idea how on earth he's won the ball. He had one in the first half on Paul Freeman.
There's been some real good moments from Birmingham in this game, you know, even though the score's probably running away from them. You know, individually you look at it and think they've done some really good stuff.
Yeah,
they've just not been managed to turn it into more, you know, collective opportunities to score, but there's been some strong performances. I think Zach Price has played well. Doug's been steady, you know. Munmeat's been good, and then Lewis Scott. So, you know, they'll have some work to do on the training pitch and the training ground, but I think they'll be quite pleased with certain moments. I think the thing that for me is the intensity that's definitely dropped second half, which they could fix quite clearly with more training.
Yeah.
And that's what seems to have probably killed them a little bit.
It's a hard thing It's a hard thing to fix quickly, though, isn't it? Getting that conditioning
in
up.
this short amount of time. But obviously for next season, should we say from the start of next September, if they could keep that intensity level that they showed in the first half, that'll make it more difficult for their opposition. But now the intensity is right, dropped out of the game, and you can see Helvetia are comfortable moving the ball.
Yeah, it's now being played at the pace of Vitor Hugo da Silva. He's almost like a conductor at the back there, isn't he? Completely dictating the tempo. Claudio Ribeiro starting to pull out a few of the party pieces.
They're comfortable here, just rotating again into, driving through, create the space. And because there's no pressure on the ball.
Oh, what a touch. Tijerin, Ribeiro! Side netting.
I was just about to say there, because there's no pressure on the ball and Victor's facing forward on it, he can pick passes like that all day long because of the quality. So that's the downside to losing the intensity, and probably should have been a goal, but what a pass.
It's a great save.
He brought that back down really well as well, didn't he?
Such a good touch from Tijerin, yeah. They have got so much technical ability, these Helvetia players.
And if you give technical ability time and space, it's going to cause you problems.
Keeper fancied a little bit there as well, Di Malahor. It's a good save. Bryant's hurt himself in the process though.
He's done well today, actually. There was a couple of moments in the first half where probably could have executed a bit of, playing out a bit quicker, but apart from that, he's been a really good shot stopper.
Yeah, we'll have one goal I think that he'd love to have back, which is the Palfreyman one right at the end of the first half.
Probably, yeah.
But
he'd be also critical,
Yeah, but other than that, he's been rock solid.
He's been rock solid again, so he's been working hard.
He's had to be.
Great, another set piece there from Helvetia. Training ground one. Creating that space for Raioni to come into to strike on his left foot.
Don't know about you, but I'm still thinking about that back heel. Ribeiro.
He's been good as well. Ribeiro's been lively for them. Gives them a different dimension. 1v1 player that can get past somebody. So
yeah, he's slightly different to anything else they've got, isn't he?
Yeah, different blend. So if they can't open it up structurally 1v1s, you've got other players that can go past
gamble
players.
from Ribeiro. That's not paid off.
That's a foul.
Yeah, all day. Yellow card got to come out there, surely. That is as cynical as it gets.
Yeah, it's definitely a yellow card for me. See it again. To be honest, it's a good foul.
Yeah, hey, he had to make it.
Yeah,
It was his mistake in the first place, but he's got a foul in there for sure. It's the fourth team foul for Helvetia.
See if Birmingham has anything here in terms of setup. Probably Munmik Jabpal and Scott Block with number 12 coming round. There it is.
Oh,
yeah.
Can't tell if that was a double bluff or...
No, I think...
something went wrong, but here's Ribeiro.
And the detail in these set pieces is really important. Chris Bryan got too close to the ball, and actually, I think it was Daniel Guy was looking to slice it to shoot in the central area, but he came under it too much.
At that point when that happens, you just have to reset and plan for something else, because actually in playing the pass there, they're not under any obligation to play it quickly.
Well, the challenge you got is a 4 count, so you can't reset.
Well, I lied, they are under an obligation to play quickly.
So in that sense, no.
They're quite literally under an obligation, yeah.
Yeah, they're quite literally the game constraints, which is brilliant, puts them into that obligation to play it quickly. But what he could do is take a strike and hope for another set piece. So if it comes into those situations, what I'd say is game management wise, if that happens again, maybe just rattle it across the second post and see if you can get something on it, or shoot so the keeper has to make a save. So there is a better way out of it than losing the ball and then
played themselves right into trouble, didn't they?
Yeah, but yeah, they are under the obligation to make those decisions quickly by the 4-second count.
Medina. And they're straight into the action following the roll-off sub.
Great false pivot here.
Lovely feet, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Victor Hugo here just controlling the back of the court.
He's got his slippers out at this point, hasn't he?
Moving around into the bigger spaces, and his left foot's doing the damage really.
absolutely playing the game at his pace at this stage. Sub-keeper is in for Birmingham. That is the number 13, Robert Elliott. And he's a tall fella, he fills that goal. Fernando Ribeiro.
Not sure how Vessia knew what was going on there, because they brought Mark Croft. Oh no, it wasn't Mark Croft. They brought Lazur up for a sort of fly keeper moment, and then all of a sudden it got a bit tight. So I don't know tactically what they're communicating there.
2.5 minutes left then. Hasn't really felt like a 7-1 game, but in the key moments, Helvetia have won them, and that's made such a difference. They defended also very, very well. Mark Croft in the first half, when he had to make saves, did make saves, and it'd be a game of what could have been for Birmingham, I guess. But this will be they should take a fair bit of heart from this performance, at least, if not the scoreline. But the performance for long stretches has been very good.
Yeah, they've competed. You know, I think that's what they would have done. Would have come and had a look, and can we compete with this group? I think if you look at the sort of start and ends of both halves, that's what probably a little bit of concentration in those moments has killed them. So the start of the first half, the end of the first half, the start of the second half of the fifth goal. Those sort of 3 goals, if you like, is really what sort of dictated the tempo of the game. And then it's just been Helvetia dictating the tempo at their pace, second half really.
First minutes for Renika Gaskin, the number 2 for Birmingham. Going into the thick of things there. He's got to track Palfreyman.
Great pass from Lucas Totti there. Liam needs to do better with the set, and that would have probably been another goal. Really worked well between those two.
It's a clever blindside run from Jacques Paul, but well read by the goalkeeper Lahore. Jew, Palfreyman, Jew, another one. That is I tell you what, that is a brilliant bit of work from Liam Palfreyman. The weight of that little cross shot just to allow Jew to get around the other side is brilliant.
I'm going to say it's a shot that he tried to roll in the goal, but again, the parallel or corner run takes the player out, and then what was really clever here from Jew, he's followed that up, and actually, it's just his instinct to follow it up and get in the D. It's probably let him have another goal, because from my angle it was going wide actually. So
no, I think you're being super harsh on Palfreyman. I think he's definitely taken a bit off that.
Yeah, he won't like me for that now. But it's a talented run. He's opened his hips up. There's no doubt about it, and he's
It's another great goal from Helvetia. There's been some brilliant ones today.
Is that 2 for Liam today?
It certainly is. He's got 1 at the end of the first half, 1 now at the end of the second. Totti can relax, and Helvetia can just keep the ball. Just move into this rotating strategy.
I think that's the difference with the 2-4s as well. When Ryone's on, they play more of a fixed pivot. When Ryone's not on, they play more of a 4, rotating into pockets, and that's been really hard this half. They've done that better this half, which has been harder for Birmingham to defend against, because then all of a sudden the Birmingham players are spending a little bit more time on core, having to defend 2 strategies rather than 1.
This group is absolutely loaded. Group of death. You've got Manchester and Loughborough to come in our next game. Helvetia have done what they can. They've done what they're supposed to do. They were the favourites to win this game. Birmingham the underdogs in this group. But Birmingham have shown they will give both Loughborough and Manchester a real battle.
I think
8-1 rather doesn't even begin to tell the story of the match.
Not really. I don't think so. I think definitely Helvetia have deserved to win it, no doubt. but by such a margin, I'm not sure. But then you look at the chances Birmingham created, not as many as they'd probably hoped. But I think ultimately every team in this group wants to win the first game. That's the most important thing, because then
you don't want to be running behind in this competition, do you?
You get a win in the first game, you sort of, you're doing all right, because you can grow into the tournament, if you like, and grow into the summer series.
The Birmingham player definitely thought he might have got for himself a free goal there, Darnell Humes. But that is that for this game. Smiles on faces from the Helvetia boys and from the Birmingham team as well. That was a really high-level game. Really enjoyed that one. Just before we head to the highlights, I need you to pick your man of the match for that one.
I think probably Victor Hugo. I think he just, sort of controlled the game. So, his quality, his left foot, his passing. I think for me, he was, the controller out there, which was great to see.
No arguments from me. Fantastic performance from London Helvetia. They opened Group B with a commanding win over Birmingham by 8-1. Here's the highlights, and we'll speak to our man of the match when we come back. With Rani Medina, captain of Helvetia, that must be a pretty satisfying performance to come back into this National Futsal Series with.
Yeah, I was missing it a lot as a team. I personally was missing as man. So it was so nice to come, win, score. That was a great feeling. So
a couple of lovely goals from yourself as well. I know you made your name on scoring goals. There's a couple of lovely ones today.
Yeah, I tried my best. Firstly, to get the win, and then secondly, if I can add, we've scored some goals. That's even amazing for me.
Talk to me a little bit about your team, because there was so much quality on show, but no matter what the combination on the pitch was, you seemed to improve so much, particularly in that second half.
Yeah, we have some new players, so we could train much, to be fair. I was abroad as well, so I need some time to get into the team as well. We're going to grow into the competition, I'm sure about it. Hopefully we can get to the final and show off all the quality we have in this squad.
What did you say at half-time to try and change the game? Because for us on commentary, 4-1 at half-time seemed like a little bit of an unbalanced scoreline, despite you being quite far in front. Quite even first half. Second half, you seem to show a little bit more of yourselves.
Confidence and patience. We have confidence in ourselves, you know the quality. Hardly going to be a game without scoring a goal. As you know, we have quality in the squad, so we're confident that we're going to score. And the patience is like, we've got 40 minutes to win. We've got 3 more games. We don't care if it's going to be 10-0, 1-0. We need to win. We've got 3 points, and that's why we're going to get out to the Champions League again. That's why I use it to play normally.
It's a group of death.
Group of death, but it's good for us because keep us, aware of everything. We cannot rely on our quality. We need to show heart, show passion, to get ready to find and make sure whoever's going to be on the other side beat them and go Champions League again.
The last question I wanted to ask you about Vitor, because he was our man of the match on commentary. His performance today, he was playing in slippers at times, wasn't he? He's some player.
Different level, but obviously as a team we perfect today not only one player. However, we know his quality, we know where he's coming from, so we know the level he's using to play. So he showed up again, but I think like without the group he could not much. So yes, I agree with you, he was playing the match by far. However, with the group, he becomes even better.
Well played today.
Thanks so much, see you guys soon.
How are you? I didn't see you in the
Welcome back to the National Futsal Series here at St George's Park. Final game of the day is about to get underway. It should be a cracker. Manchester versus Loughborough. Cannot wait to get going. Caught up with a man from either camp, and both of them cannot wait. First I chatted to the chief exec of Manchester, that's Simon Wright, and then João Almeida was poetic on the return of futsal.
Look, it's been a long time. It's nice to hear, the trainers squeaking on the court, ball sliding around. Like we're preparing for a game, which is amazing that we're at that point now. So yeah, delighted to be here.
And speaking of the game itself, great game in prospect as well. Really competitive one, we're thinking here between you and Loughborough. How much are you looking forward to it?
It's going to be a great game. Look, Manchester and Loughborough games always competitive. We always like to push each other hard. They're two clubs that have been around in English futsal for a long time. So look, I'm expecting today, even though it's our first game back, it will have everything. It'll be competitive. Everyone will be committed. Everyone will be going for the win. So yeah, looking forward to it.
That's what we like to hear. And for those who've not seen your Manchester side play before, what do you like the most about them? What should we look out for?
I think there's youth. I think there's young players that are up and coming, guys that have graduated out of our academy. So we definitely look at making sure we can develop our players to get through to the first team. So some exciting players there. I think you've also got players that like to entertain. So Radisha King, somebody that offers something different for us, and I'm sure he'll be up for this game today. So yeah, plenty to look out for. But all the boys are ready. They're prepared. We had a good warm-up game last week. So hopefully, we deliver today.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
João Almeida with Loughborough. João, I'm so looking forward to this game. I know you are too. How nice is it to be back, first of all? It's been a little while since I've seen competitive futsal from you.
14 months.
Not that you've been counting.
Yeah, 14 months. You want me to say the days? No, yeah, it's amazing to be back. It's for me, this is more than a competition. This is a celebration of futsal. For us, futsal community in England, it's a possibility to do again what makes us happy, and to show that we never give up on the game, and that we will be here all the time for the game, doing our best to put the game to the next step, following also the great show that NFS is starting to give to futsal, the promotion, all of this organization. So yeah, it's great to be back, and as I said, it's more than a competition. More important than losing or winning is to celebrate the comeback. We are fighting back for the game.
And what a way to do it as well with your first match against Manchester.
Yeah, great game.
It's a great game. I can't wait for it. I know you're probably the same. What do they do really well that gives you a challenge?
Sorry, can you?
What do they do really well that challenges
well,
you?
they are a team very well organized on possession. They explore that 4-0 on the wings for 1v1s. They try to get the deep space, the back of our defense. They try to conquer the goal side with their 4-0, with the diagonals and the parallels. So yeah, for us, we need just to make sure that the communication defending is great. We need to make sure that we cut the passes side to side to block the 1v1s, and defending, that's what we need to do. And that's the biggest challenge to the game, yeah.
And since you guys have last played, I mean, Loughborough is always a transient club with the nature of the students, but since you guys last played, I'd imagine quite a lot of new players that have joined. How excited are you to get them blooded today?
The thing is that we in Loughborough, we think always ahead, so the students, we are preparing them with a 3 years vision to see them after 3 years with us, to see them in the top level of their capacities. So we are always ready to lose some players. That's the nature of our program, but we will be always competitive because that's the nature of our program. We always input the Loughborough way in our players, and the Loughborough way is intensity, ambition and respect. So we always go with intensity, we always go with ambition, and we'll always respect the game and the opposition.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to St George's Park, final game of the day. Lovely to hear from the two camps there. Loved the interview with João Almeida as well. A celebration of futsal he's wanting, and a celebration of futsal he shall get. Great game in prospect here. Actually, two really good clubs who both know each other really well as well. Can't wait to get going. Let's have a look at the teams. We start with Manchester. They'll be playing in blue. Kai Bone is the keeper. Their starting outfield 4 is Jordan Edge, Uriel Araujo, and Jeffrey Abudafor, and Scott Thompson. Plenty of ability to come off the bench though for Manchester. As for Loughborough, they're going to start with Joseph Bickerstaff in between the sticks. Jan Meerveld is also starting with Lawson McCarthy, Ruben Santos and Will Rook. Almost ready to go. Stephen Jameson still with you alongside Mike Scabala. Mike, been a great day.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed today.
What a festival of futsal to get back into for this senior, top tier competition for the best players in the country, really, at futsal. So I'm sure they're really happy, really pleased. But what a great few games we've had so far, and I think this one's going to be another cracker, really.
We've seen some physical specimens in every possible form today. But my goodness me, the Loughborough number 9, Will Rook, is a unit, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a strong boy. He's a big player. He's strong. He's physical. He can move as well. And like you say, we've seen some good physical athletes out there, and Rookie's up there with most of them.
Yeah, it should be a cracker, this one. Big game as well in the context of Group B, because we've just seen a great performance from London Helvetia. Both these teams watched it and then thought, yep, all right, that's the level. These guys are in the mood. This is who we've got to beat. And they know they can't afford to lose this game if they're to qualify from this group.
Yeah, I think so. And I think in this group, it's the group where anybody can beat anybody, really. And if you have a bad day, you lose, you're probably out of the group as well. So I think everybody wants to get off with a win, and these two teams will be exactly the same.
Yeah, a loss could be massive for either one of these two teams here. So we've got a little minute to go until we do get underway. And we can take a look at the table, with London Helvetia away at the top of it to start with. Goal difference of plus 7, which isn't bad going at all considering the standard of the opposition they had to beat. Don't think we'll get a +7 victory either side in this game, something tells me.
No, I don't think so. And I think the difference probably with this game is I can't see this game running away in the score lines that we've seen today. In terms of intensity, I think both these teams will keep the intensity, which will first and foremost match it up. So whereas the scoreline probably ran away due to intensity for some of the other teams, I don't think we'll probably see that in this game, actually.
Manchester lot are very pleased to be here. It's a very positive day today. Everyone really enjoying themselves. Just delighted to be back. And you're right, it's been a festival of futsal. We've seen some brilliant stuff today from so many different teams, from so many different players. And feels like it's built up to this one a little bit. This is a match between two really good teams. And it should be a really competitive game. Can't wait to get going. And going we are, with Loughborough in their traditional purple, Manchester in the blue.
So Loughborough here starting with a good sustained possession. Jan has that fix at the back, loves to drive with the ball. Playing very much as a moving pivot, Will Rook, so moving in and out into the 4, leaving spaces to attack in behind, which is, the style that they do. Again, what you'll notice with, I think, with the top 4 teams in this competition, they really have their own style, which is great to see, and they'll do it slightly differently, albeit similar systems. They do their principles within it differently.
What's the hallmark then of this Loughborough team? If you had to pick, you had to identify one thing, what do you always see with this?
Intensity. You see lots of intensity with and without the ball. You've got to physically match them. and keep with them in that sense. So I think they're really well organised. Zhao has them, really well organised in terms of their structure, which is great. And you have to match that first, and then see if your individual qualities can do the rest. And but Manchester, again, another really well drilled, organised team. Out of possession, really hard to break down, and then in possession, play with 3-1 with Reducio King, who's very dominant when he comes on, who's a threat to any team in this league.
Chance here for Manchester to move forward in transition. Strong tackle, isn't it, from Jan Meerveld?
Yeah, Jeff there, who's signed from Pro Futsal for this season, from last season as part of Pro Futsal's unit. He's a very, very talented two-footed player who can go past people at will.
Big early win for Meerveld and Loughborough. Will Rook has absolutely flatlined the poor Uriel Araujo.
I think you would call that a statement of intent.
That's a clothesline. Araujo now knows he's in a game if he didn't before. He is a big fella.
Both teams, here, got to concentrate in these moments, as we saw in the previous game. Starting well is really important, and the first goal is really, really important to the games.
Back come Manchester again. Good use of the body. It was nicely played by Jeffrey Adu-Before.
Yeah, it's great feet there by Jeff. He's really good with the ball. He can go either way, left foot, right foot. Super talent.
Araujo. Adu-Before, and they're working it well. It's back now with Jordan Edge, the number 9. Adu-Before popping up everywhere. Made a bit of a song and dance about that signing, didn't they, with Jeff Adu-Before, and rightly so with the reputation that he brings.
Yeah, he's got a great reputation. I first saw him a few years ago at University of Leicester, like you talk about the university sector, and he was a super talent back then, and he's just grown into sort of more tactical futsal and starts to be more efficient and more effective on the court as he's sort of matured into the game.
I think I also saw him play for University. I think it was against Loughborough in a Bucks final, if I remember rightly.
Might have been, yeah.
Saw it on this court a couple of years back. It was a great game.
And that's where the development programmes, if you like, in the development leagues are really good for the pathway of players.
Strange one, isn't it, for Loughborough, with that sort of constant thing we've got to be aware of, and Gerard talked about it in his interview beforehand, was they've got to constantly be prepared for that 3-year cycle. It doesn't change. They always have to be aware, and they weren't aware there, that's for sure. Yeah. The game's first goal comes from a set piece, a goal out of nothing for Scott Thompson of Manchester.
Great goal.
Loughborough switched off.
Yeah, just not quite enough pressure on the ball here. Getting out to it, turning back, and then probably a little bit of a scrappy one, they'd say, but a bit too soft, and we talked about those moments.
Got to be first to that ball into the box, don't you, if you're a defender?
Manchester will be happy with that start.
Oh, I should say.
Yeah.
Perfect start for those in blue.
They've probably started a little bit better here, Manchester, in terms of positional attacks, dominating the half a little bit more. Edgy, very experienced player, just controlling the game a little bit of that fix. Will Rook really needs to start dominating against that man. Start holding the ball up a little bit more when he can.
This is Lawson McCarthy, the diminutive number 3, compared to the non-diminutive number 9. It's great from Araujo, and then eventually Ruben Santos gets revenge. And Santos is not afraid to put himself about on the court. Loves the battle to Santos.
Yeah, great left foot in possession, Ruben. Just need to concentrate, you know, lots more out of possession. But great start to this game.
So we're talking a little bit before we were very rudely interrupted by that great Manchester goal, but about the way Loughborough have to manage their programme with that constant 3-year cycle.
Yeah, I think
they do such a brilliant job of it. But it is very unique in elite futsal.
Yeah, it's a unique and they've got a strong development programme, and it's unique in terms of how that's always built there, and you know it's no different. But I suppose they do keep, so Will Rook, for example, you know, they keep their sort of graduates sometimes, and I think there's Neil Morgan sitting over there that's, you know, 28, 30 years old, so they do allow, you know, older players to stay if they're within the system.
Oh, Santos is free, what a pass that is, and Santos looking to round the keeper. That is a brilliant bit of goalkeeping from Kai Bones.
It's a great piece of goalkeeping as he smothered it.
And almost didn't matter. But Will Rook didn't find the target. What a chance this is for Ruben
Santos. But, you know, Kai Bone there has done exceptionally well to come out with that ball.
He even had the audacity to stick it through the legs of Will Rook
save
as well.
Big chance there for Loughborough, but what a save that is by the keeper.
If you're Ruben Santos there, you sort of think, well, what can you do? It was perfect keeping.
I think it was Alex Turfree that played the pass through as a diagonal pass that really opened up Manchester defence. But again, the stopper there, the keeper's done so well.
Mia Val too, one of the new substitutes, Alex Turfree. Here comes the man out from the back as well. Joseph Bickerstaff joins the attack. Turfree. Looked for the return.
That keeper just imbalances the defensive team, doesn't it? And it's that little bit of change of tactic causes a few issues there. And we've seen that throughout the day, really, when the keeper's decided to come and play. Just puts the defence on the back foot a bit more.
Rook with a pretty fierce shot, but high and handsome.
Other than the goal, quite evenly matched at the moment, I think.
Absolutely, not been much in it at all. That's why that goal was a bit of an anomaly, really. It's a really sloppy one to let in if you're Loughborough. Manchester with a half chance, but it was always odds against. That finding the back of the net was Jake Barnes on the end of it. This is Mia Val bringing it out from the back. Almost, but not quite. Bruno Ribeiro has joined them on court. He's wearing the number 6. Sort of constant flow of rotations and substitutions can be a little bit hard to follow at times, but we'll keep you abreast as best we can. Manchester got a couple of newbies on as well. Can see Giles Collier out there, the number 8.
Really clever set piece there from Manchester. I think Danny Stapleton put the ball down, looked like he was going to take it and then ran over it for the other player to come round, which again, just little tactics to try and dislodge the Loughborough defence.
Yusuf Abdullahi forced backwards to Kai Bone. Strength. Collier.
Keeping possession well, Manchester here, just playing, rotating a little bit as a false pivot and then back into a 4. So moving really well in between the lines. So Loughborough can't quite get the high press on that they want. Causes a bit of exchange in defence, which then gives time for Manchester to try and face forward on the ball.
Stapleton was harried there by Ribeiro.
This is where Loughborough probably need to move the ball really well. I try and open up the solid Manchester defence at the moment.
Entering the fray for Loughborough is Jamie Hunter wearing number 4. There he is with the shot, it was a good one too. I think he got a slight nick on through. I wonder how close this was. It looked really close from our angle. I think it was a little bit further away.
Oof, yeah, I think it was on target. Just came off the shoulder or the head of one of the Manchester players.
Teed back towards turf reach, well blocked by Abdullahi. Manchester ball. So far, the even game that we thought it might be. And I mentioned at the time when Manchester got that goal, it's such a sloppy one to concede if you're Loughborough. And those are the moments that you could really regret in a game that's expected to be as tight as this one.
I think both teams will keep playing the same way. They won't change anything drastically. Look for their, their style to try and dominate the game. Won't be too rash at the minute. Look to try and build and create opportunities in possession.
No, there is still a very, very long way to go in this one.
Great pressure there by Manchester. Gets that ball back nice and easy. Jake Barnes really pressing really, really well.
The ball from Stapleton, that's a lovely move. Abdullahi!
That's probably the biggest chance of the game there. Loughborough getting opened up there from, I think it was Jake Barnes and Giles Collier. And probably one of the biggest, other than Ruben Santos, is the really opened up chance, and 2-0 makes it a different game.
What a good ball it was. And Abdullahi there. It would have been such a good goal as well if he could have found the finish. No change has been made. The skipper's on. Ducio King wearing the number 11. A difference maker.
Yeah, if he's on his game, he can be. Great feet, great strength, a real handful if you get the ball into him.
Took 3 Loughborough players to get the ball off him there.
And you see the Loughborough players swarm round in them because they know he's a threat because of the way he spins on the ball.
That looks suspicious like a foul to me from Meerveld. So he's actually gone against Reducio King.
It's definitely going to be a physical battle with Reducio and for Jan Meerveld, who's got to deal with that physical bit first. Because what Reducio will, he'll pin you and then try and roll. He's exceptional at that.
Jeffrey manages to pick out the left foot of Hunter. Meerveld turning, that's clever. It's a great tackle.
Big tackle there, great tackle by Stapleton.
Meerveld not going to waste one little bit of energy in getting this ball back in any great hurry. I'm not sure what Meerveld was trying to do there. I think he's just trying to drive it across the face. But
yeah, this is a good set piece again where one puts it down, one runs over it, opens a line pass, and then the quality of getting that ball across into the D needs to be a little bit better from Meerveld.
Here comes Kai Bone. Ooh. Well, don't give it away there, Kai. Meerveld couldn't take advantage.
Yeah.
Kai Bone's got a smile on his face as he backed into goal, but he wants to be wary of that, that's for sure. This is Meerveld again. Now Hunter, Turfree.
Loughborough finding a bit of flow here.
Oh, Meerveld rattled the outside of the post there. Great hit.
I was just saying after that moment with Kai Bone coming out, if they found a bit of flow in terms of the game here, and there's that wide area again that we saw earlier where Liam Peltham has scored from, where shot comes in.
Loughborough again just taking control of possession. Manchester could do with a foot on the ball with a Dubois back on the court.
Manchester's settling well into the tempo, really looking after the ball well, moving the ball at their pace.
Number 7 on the court for the first time is Ilya Ovechkin. Now a chance for Loughborough and an equaliser for Loughborough.
Great high press from Loughborough there. I was just saying about how Manchester settled into going, moving up their pace, and all of a sudden Loughborough sprung into a high press and stole the ball, and then this 2v1 on the backman. Great little let off from I think it was Myveld into the first time finish, which we spoke about earlier, which is so important. So again, game on here, we thought it'd be tight, and it's looking that way.
Yeah, Jamie Hunter supplies the finish. Loughborough have been working towards that. They deserve it for the last few minutes. They've been the better side. They've got on top. And now we have a game on our hands, ladies and gents. Played just shy of the first 10 minutes of the first half. 1-1.
Yeah, the last couple of minutes, they're just starting to get on top with the ball, started positionally attacking, starting to look like more threatening with their forward passes, and took a couple of minutes. So it's about Manchester now really trying to get, not a foothold in this game, but getting their possession to dominate space a little bit more and play a bit higher than they have been.
Myveld to Hunter. Deflected shot, good save by Kai Bone. Adubafor can bring it out.
It's a brilliant pass by Jordan Edge there, he's very good at that.
It's a good feed from Edge too. Toe in from Ribeiro. Read by Pavechkin.
Very good defending by Ovechkin there. Clears out with the ball.
Well, there's long ball and Hunter's on.
It's a fantastic pass there by Joe Bickerstaff. I think it is, yeah, keeper.
Couldn't quite bring it under his spell, could he, Hunter? But his hand's just gone up to applaud the pass. It was a brilliant pick out from Bickerstaff. Araujo.
Brilliant movement by Jeff there with coming inside just to have that start a throwing line, and then I think Jordan lofted it into his back foot where he could go and attack. So clever little move by Manchester.
Hunter pokes it through, Ribeiro can square it, and that was a big moment for the man who's barely been on the court a minute. Neil Morgan, might even be his first touch of the ball. What a chance it was.
Yeah, did well, and probably a chance that you'd hope he just side foots it in. Probably the pass could have been a little bit better. Probably not a time to use the toe poke there, actually. Use the instep to make sure that gets across flat. But I think Ribeiro used the
take a bit of heat off it as well.
Yeah, take a bit of heat off it. It comes in like a flat. Leave it sort of being, you've got to put it in the back of the net rather than it bobbling across. So big chance again for Loughborough there in the transition.
Araujo, no way through there. It's exactly the same position they got caught out before, and this time Araujo is just going to bring down the Loughborough player, and Manchester need to be wary of that. It's not the first time they've done exactly that.
We talked about that, haven't we? Losing the ball in your own third, or the central area is your own third particularly, but even in your own third, it's a game management thing where if you're going to lose the ball, lose it at the other end and go and defend it.
It's Marshall Hale who was brought down, having just come onto court. Loughborough have rung the changes quite extensively in the last few minutes or so. Their only constant has been Jan Myveld, who's played pretty much every second so far. I don't think he's had a moment off the court.
Manchester need to concentrate here because Loughborough have something probably from number 10 Neil Morgan and blocking and coming round. Didn't come to anything, probably needed to use the players instead. Good counter attack.
Fired in by Johnny Langley, and a foul's going to go against Loughborough this time. It was a good run out from Scott Thompson. 2-all on the foul count.
Great positive transition from Manchester there to get up court quickly, and hopefully they can have a bit of staying possession off this and make this count as well.
They haven't been in this position up this end of the court in a little while.
Yeah, they started really brightly, didn't they? And after the goal, they looked like quite dominant and quite relaxed. And then Loughborough turned the key a little bit more, and Manchester need to get back into where they were at the start.
It's Jordan Edge over it. Araujo's going to take it. Deflected twice. Loughborough can come away. Edge will shoot here. Good block by Myveld.
Great defending there because Edgy's got a really good strike on him. And again, you don't want to give it back to them in central areas where it can just get a deflection or anything like that. So again there, Jeff in between the lines of the first press has been really, really good, really clever in those little pockets he's finding.
Langley.
Loughborough working it out of pressure well.
It's a great ball, great run as well from Hale. Looks to find the back post. It's a brilliant Loughborough goal. Johnny Langley there to apply the finish, but it was a lovely move. And Loughborough, from 1-0 down, find themselves 2-1 up here in the Summer Showdown, and that is a fantastic team goal.
Yeah, it was that pass, I think, was it Jan Myveld who played that pass through. Great pass into, I think it was Marshall Hale who managed to, I didn't see it, but he knew there was a runner coming from that area and just lifted it into that area, and all of a sudden Loughborough took the initiative.
That back heel was perfectly weighted, but wait, chance for Manchester.
So huge chance the other end there for Rudisha King. You would have expected a man of his quality and his experience to put that in the back of the net there. But again, losing the ball central areas, it's costly, you know. That's what we've seen a lot of today, and if teams can eradicate those, you know, we say good areas and bad areas. That's a bad area, whereas, you know, the good areas going in 1v1 in wide areas.
Big chance for Rudisha King.
Great defending there.
Yeah, Abdullahi, it was flying
yeah,
through Myveld.
Superb defending. He waited for him to take the first touch and then gambled on making sure that he could get the second. So in the end, was world-class defending like that.
Myveld will eventually get a break. Onto court steps another big man. It's Joseph Huxter who's just made his way onto court. Here he is. Not bad first attempt. It's 2-1 then.
Just Loughborough there organising the defence. They were trying to match up Joe Huxter physical with Rudisha King, which is really quite interesting for, you know.
Great play by King and then
viewers.
Arujo.
They swapped defensive duties really quickly to match up the physical battle that was just about to happen. So organisation in this game is key.
So a little glimpse of the dancing feet of Rudisha King. That's a ridiculous little bit of technique to do that. Couldn't get around the other side though. You can see he's got a little bit of talent on the ball as soon as he gets it, can't you?
Yeah, he dominates, you know, and individual abilities are really, really good, and if you can get him on the ball and if he can move to get on it in dangerous situations, so not just in situations that, you know, are not too dangerous, but in the dangerous situations is key.
It's a Manchester ball. I think timeout called by Manchester as well. We're going to want to have a bit of a chat about this one. It's not quite been their last sort of 5, 6, 7 minutes of the scoreboard time here. Loughborough have been the better side as this half has gone on. Manchester have come back into it in the last 30 seconds or so. But they could do with just getting a little bit of control back in this game.
Yeah, I think the game started evenly for the first couple of minutes, then Manchester got their goal, and after that goal actually Manchester looked more threatening. You could see, you know, court dominance, was sitting in the attacking half more, and then as time's gone on, Loughborough sort of got a little bit more dominant and started to control the game and control the centre of the court a little bit more and stretched it, you know, at times, and then found those passes through, which has caused Manchester a few problems. So Manchester just need to get back into probably how they started the game, and keep moving the ball and keep trying to dominate Loughborough's structure, if you like. So they're definitely still an open game.
Absolutely there for both teams. Both teams have had spells where they've been on top. At the moment it's probably just about Manchester, but Loughborough have just shaded this half for me so far after a bit of a slow start. Big man Will Rook is back on. So too is Ruben Santos.
We've seen today, you know, probably at times a lack of concentration on set pieces, and I think that's sometimes been a difference, that little bit of not picking up on the second post or getting blocked. It's a key element to the game of futsal. The defenders need to be really, really concentrating on the blocks that are going to come and the different movements.
Which what we saw for the goal that Loughborough conceded, didn't we? That's a clever little move. One-on-one for Ludicio King, but very well defended, and Loughborough can now transition into attack, but that's Abdullahi back there defending. King with a push-off. And that's actually gone Loughborough's way, yeah.
I think
Loughborough bench were fuming about it, but
I think the referee just got his arm made wrong. He knew what he was doing. He just pointed the wrong way by mistake. So sometimes they're human, right? They're human.
George Almeida was going to join us on the court for a second. Oh, chance here. 2-on-1. King with Stapleton. Here's Stapleton. Oh, and he fires wide. I can't help but think he's done 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I think that's the opportunity where, at times in futsal you can overplay. And I think when Reducio's giving that ball slowly, he could have just fired that into the back of the net. I didn't think it needed that extra pass because he's so close. If it goes there and he passes it in the open net, then good. But I think he could have scored. I think with his equality, his power of shot as well, and the pace of the ball, I think a better decision there would have been actually to try and, hit the target, and I think it's a goal.
Yeah, he's got the pace of a shot, but the line of the pass, it was the complete opposite of what he needed for either option. Big moment that maybe for Loughborough to survive. Here's a chance for them to move forward with Huckster, but he's dispossessed. Ruben Santos launches it out. Manchester are really upset about not getting a decision there.
Yeah, getting a bit tasty now. I think the game's becoming a bit more open in these last 6 minutes. No one really dominating possession positionally, having too much of the ball. It sort of seems to be going one end to the other. Not sure that favours either side really, because both like to play some really good futsal.
Good block again from Huckster.
Becoming just that bit scrappy.
Loughborough coach Almeida is...
I think he was calling discipline positionally there.
Yeah, not particularly happy, is he?
No, he's getting frustrated about them being ball all over the place.
Stapleton cut out again by the excellent Huckster so far. He's been impressive, hasn't he? Ruben Santos shepherded by Reducio King, and he's not going to get the decision there, which I will admit is a touch surprising to me. Perhaps the official on that far side thought the ball was already gone.
Oh, that's a
loose one. Will Rook.
Great defending by King in the end. He got back well.
He really has. You can see how strong he is to win the ball there.
He gave a misplaced pass, and I think Kai Bono was out of goal, and he needed to get that ball back, and he did well there. Strength. Manchester just getting the upper hand now in this game. It's sort of floated back that way, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has, and a good time for them as well, with the final 4 minutes and change remaining in the first half. Stapleton's going to have a whack. Huckster there again. Handball. That looked like a handball.
Yeah. Manchester, when Reduces them playing 3-on-1, it really suits them because they're getting that bit more possession higher. He dominates, you can get hold of it, he can have runners off him, so when he does get hold of it, there's a bit more confidence in the team to get past him or get with him.
A little bit overhit on that occasion from Joseph Huckster. Been impressed with him.
Yeah, he's done well. Defensively, he looks strong. And he's made some good little passes as well, actually.
Collier. Stapleton's going to lift one. Ruben Santos can turn and get on the attack. Stapleton, though, stood firm.
Ruben's looked threatening. He's just not quite got his own product. When he gets on it with his left foot, he looks quite threatening, but he just needs to find that end product.
Stapleton had that wonderful chance for Manchester a few moments ago. Collier, what a ball. Stapleton didn't think twice about shooting on that occasion.
Right decision that time.
He's wide of the post, fired into the side.
Just saying here, Manchester here playing 4-0, looking for those gaps and diagonal passes through. And Danny Stapleton being in a great position there. I thought he took the right decision there to shoot. Just not quite on target.
Yeah, he wasn't about to make the same mistake twice, was he?
Good opportunity though, good play by Manchester there to open up the Loughborough defence. Quite an open game with the way they play the 4-0.
Ribeiro flashes one past the post.
But I think it's benefiting them in their tactics at the moment because Loughborough are trying to press and Manchester are finding those passes through, if you like. Danny Stapleton finding some good passes and Giles Collier playing in between the lines.
That shot there from Ruben Santos. Yeah, Ribeiro rather had the shot there. I think Kai Bone was beaten. The pace. If it had just been on target. Here is Kai Bone. Stapleton with the kick in for Manchester. A couple now, good chances to potentially put his side right back into this game. Not been taken so far. Will he get more? Here he is again. No way past Hunter. Score of the first Loughborough goal.
Manchester here just turning the screw again. You know, Jeff trying to get on the ball, try and cause damage. It's a great set piece.
Stapleton, shot blocked. So before he's not going to be able to get on the end of it, but it is another Manchester ball. But yeah, they worked the space there really well,
yeah,
didn't they?
They're working the space really well, giving double options on the ball all the time, which makes it really hard for Loughborough to defend. Choreographed moves from these kick-ins, which is really planned and really orchestrated, which is great.
And Myveld is back on the court, as do before. So well to keep his feet there. Comes to nothing though.
Yeah, it just looked like it was meant to be a set and a shot there because, you know, Danny Stapleton's got a really good right foot and I think he was just setting himself for the shot and Jeff probably playing something different, so a little bit of miscommunication between the two there.
Forward come Loughborough with Ribeiro into Hunter. Easily brought down by Collier. Barnes.
Done well to play out there, Manchester. Great bit of passage of play. Passing through the lines, building the possession. Rotating as a 4. One coming in, one coming round. Trying to look for those little diagonal passes through, which they really renowned for.
Struggling to find anything going towards the end of this first half here at the moment, Manchester.
Yeah, they've definitely upped it since the second goal and looking more threatening and trying to probe a little bit more.
It's cagey, is how I describe it.
Yeah, definitely a cagey one. Tight as we thought it would be.
Both sides are eminently aware of the importance of this fixture to either one of their Super Showdown series. It's a must-win game.
Both interested in using the keepers as decoys from kick-ins, which is causing a bit of the press to not have a good effect, which is great tactics from both sides. Really aggressive pressure here that could be out if they manage to get a pass out.
Turfree.
Closed the door well there, Turfree to that pass coming in diagonally over the top.
And Myveld. A good ball down the line, turning his Hunter, but not past his opposite number ado before. That's a good ball. Ado before is strong. It's a great pullback, but a really, really important foot in by the Loughborough defender, Johnny Langley.
Great by Manchester there, just to open that defence up. Loughborough trying to do
wall pass as well.
Trying to play
it to do before, by the way.
Yes, great strength. I was just saying Manchester there playing the 4-0 and then slicing that diagonal pass through again, and that's caused Loughborough some problems. There it is again from Jordan Edge. He finds them all day and opens up the defence. In the end,
that pass goes back to the edge of the D. That's maybe a goal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he was looking for the edge rather than the second post. I would say their cutbacks to the edge of the D would have been more effective because the keeper couldn't get out as well. But yeah, definitely Manchester here's turning the screw a little bit to create a few more half chances, if you like. Great pass again from
King
Jordan
has
Edge.
pinned the defender. Can he turn? Can he get the shot away? Oh, I love that from the Loughborough defender. Oh, it's absolutely brilliant from Neil Morgan. Have some of that. Celebrating that like a goal.
Great press from Jordan Edge into Reducio King there. You know, the fixo finding the pivot, and then all of a sudden the game's open and it's a 1v1. And we know Reducio King can cause damage. And what he's really good at is when he's got his back to goal, finding that space to face forward against the defender. And all of a sudden the backwards motion becomes a forward motion. It's more threatening. He's really good at finding those moments to face forward.
Ooh,
like that.
Shot whistles across the face of goal as the hooter sounds at the end of the first half. This has been an enthralling battle between two top quality teams. On a knife edge, this one. Manchester 1, Loughborough 2, and you couldn't possibly pick a winner at halfway. Can't take your eyes off this one.
No, it's been good. I think it's ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? It's been, the first few minutes you saw Manchester probably get the goal and then were on top for a few more minutes. Then Loughborough sort of found a foothold in the game, came back into it, then probably dominated to find the second. And then since the second, really, I think Manchester have probably been the more threatening team in terms of looking like scoring. Some great goals.
Well, that was the Manchester goal. It was really, really well finished. A little bit lazy off the set piece from Loughborough. This is a lovely bit of goalkeeping work by Kai Bone. Been some real quality moments for both sides.
I think both young keepers have done really well, actually.
Yeah.
With their distribution and willingness to come and play. You've seen them higher up court, so they're both of them are quite young keepers, and I think they've done really, really well and look confident.
There's been some missed chances in this match as well. For as good as the play's been, and for as cagey as the match has been at times, there's been some moments where you're thinking, actually, this could easily have more goals in it.
Yeah, this was a great goal as well. Just pressing high, receiving the ball. I think there could have been a few more sort of better taking of chances, if you like. And like you say, I think cagey's a good word for it. This was a great pass.
Yeah, this was just a great move, wasn't it? One of the goals of the day, this for me. Beautiful move. And you know it's a good assist when the player who plays the pass celebrates the goal more than the goal scorer, don't you?
Another big opportunity there, I think, for Danny Stapleton, but the pass was great again, and another one of the trying those slice passes.
Yeah, it's been a tight first half. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We're going to take a short break. We will be back with you for the conclusion of our final game of the day from St George's Park. Half time, Manchester 1, Loughborough 2. Second half almost ready to get underway. It's been a great day in the National Futsal Series. The Summer Showdown has begun for the National Series 1, and we'll close it out with the final half of Loughborough versus Manchester. 2-1. Leave those who walk on water in purple.
Big half for both teams this, obviously, but you know, try and get that win is going to be really important for both sides to get off on the front foot, or the right foot should I say, with this group, as we know, tough group to try and get out of.
Manchester driving forward now, playing in the blue from right to left.
Brilliant piece of play there by Jordan Edge again, just dropping the shoulder, going past the presser coming on, and it just opens that game up to be a 4v3. Good start from Manchester.
Araujo with the kick in. As he before with a rare loose touch, but somehow he's brought that back under control. Couldn't possibly tell you how. Edge, King.
Manchester trying to play a 3 in line here.
That's lovely from Araujo.
Brilliant from Araujo there.
Looked like a foul, and referee agrees. He's got such lovely feet, hasn't he, the number 19?
Yeah, brilliant.
He showed it and took it away.
Yeah, drifted down the line, and then with his left foot just cut inside, and the game's open then for even more passes or trying to force that shot in from central areas again.
Edge drives it at goal. Bickerstaff made a bit of a meal of it, but Loughborough can get out with it. It's a great sliding challenge by Reducio King. Lovely turn 2 by Edge, and he's going to win the foul.
Jordan Edge there's done really well to recover, spin on it and get out of trouble and draw the foul, because really great defending. He's playing well at the minute as that backman, just controlling it for Manchester. Again here trying to play 3 in line. Jeff trying to cut through, leave the space for Reducio King for him to get on it, try and get him facing forward and causing the damage that we know he can do.
Not sure we've seen this 4 on the court in the first half, and really dynamic foursome this.
Yeah, very attacking 4, very attack minded, which is great for Manchester, especially when they get into that attacking half.
Ribeiro going for the toe punt finish. Didn't quite get the line right after a great bit of breaking up of the play in the midfield.
Loughborough going into their 2-1-1 press. The first line being really aggressive with that cover and balance on the second line, and then they're just covering player Jan on the back who controls it. What a ball that is.
What a ball. Reducio King. That's a brilliant bit of keeping from Bickerstaff. He'll fall for a do before. That's a penalty all day. Oh, he's given a corner.
Oh, no, it's a penalty.
He has given the penalty. Yeah. It absolutely was. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a brilliant bit of play from first Manchester to fight the ball over the top. The touch from King was brilliant.
Save.
Amazing goalkeeping there. But a do before is definitely tripped there. His right leg is grabbed.
It's a great first save. And I think he just got a little bit excited. Joe Bickerstaff is difficult in those situations, but he probably just needed to stop and make it really difficult for Jeff to go round him, but probably just caught him early on his foot, I think.
Reducio King. 2-2. I think for a second Bickerstaff genuinely thought he'd saved that.
Yeah, I think it hit him like you say, it hits him. He thought he went up and came down, and I don't think he realised he'd gone into the back of the net and come out. So 2-2 there.
It just shows how difficult it is to keep those 6-metre penalties out, doesn't it? Reducio King has just absolutely walloped it down the line.
Manchester here started the half well, like you say, through those 4 players that were on. You know, George and Edge.
Oh, Araujo round Bickerstaff. Is that another penalty? It is. Well, this is amazing. Yellow card's been shown, I think, to Hunter. Maybe a bit of dissent, but this is amazing. It's a carbon copy, this. It is Hunter who fouls him, actually. I thought from our angle it looked like Bickerstaff brought him down, but it is Hunter with the foul, isn't it?
Hunter, yeah, the referee said Hunter fouled him. It wasn't Bickerstaff this time. Within seconds, this game's changed.
Incredible. Played 2 minutes and 7 seconds of this second half, and Manchester are going to go from 2-1 down to 3-2 up if Reducio King can find the target here. He can! Funny old game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is why we enjoy it. You know, we know it can turn quickly, and all of a sudden they've got to get into a position where, you know, they were dominating, controlled, Loughborough were, and then all of a sudden it's changed, you know, through two rash tackles, if you like, in the area.
Yeah,
nothing really.
You can see there's a little bit of a rattling occurring here in Loughborough, and Almeida's brought them together. Timeout is a good time to call it for me.
Yeah.
Just get them back in, get their heads on screwed back on straight. Lot of emotion right now in a couple of these Loughborough players, and they just need to simmer down.
Yeah.
Get their minds back on track.
Yeah, I think so. He's probably just feeling a little bit like, you know, the players are shouting at the referees, complaining, things going against them. It's just about being calm. Lots of time left in this game. Lots of time if you can keep your head. I think that's what will be going through Loughborough's head, and I think Sam Richardson will probably trying to get into them going after that extra goal now, because the next goal, you know, you could kill it really. So, and the four that were on, like you say, Jeff, Reducio, Jordan Edge, I can't remember who else was on with them, but you know, looking really sharp in possession.
Yeah, Manchester have made a change. It's Reducio King who's gone off, and Ovechkin's come on, but Araujo, Aduba 4 and Edge are staying on. I think the important thing for Loughborough to do now is let the first couple of minutes of this half go. There's only so far sort of a righteous anger can take you in sport, and it's not particularly righteous in this instance. I think they were both penalties.
I think they were, and I think also like you say, you got to go calm, clear your head. It's all of a sudden tipped from one side to the other, and it's really important that they stay focused on the task and go back to the processes they were doing, rather than getting pulled into the emotion of those things. You know, these things happen, but at the same time it can become bigger than it is in terms of how much time's left.
And also something to note pretty importantly, that foul count for Loughborough is 17 minutes left, already at 4.
And that's the thing, you know, that's where it could cost even more. And with the attacking players Manchester have on, who are good 1v1, it's a long time to not make a foul. So that's what João will be saying as well. We just can't commit to any more fouls because we've got two away and 2 penalties in the first 2 minutes. So you're against it, really.
And for those uninitiated, you're allowed 5. Any more than that, it's a straight penalty. Team fouls, and Loughborough somehow have to avoid any more. And they've got a long way to go without that.
I think that's why they've dropped as well. So they've dropped just to half court. So I think that's just they were full pressing, and I think they don't want to give fouls away in the press. So they've dropped to half court, which is probably not what they wanted to do, but they've had to drop that to be a bit more of a block. That will hopefully, you know, stop them making bad errors in the pressing decisions. We'll probably go back to that later in the game.
We talked about, didn't we, at the start of the first half, where we said that concentration and the need to be ready right from the gun at the start of a half is so important, because whilst you can't necessarily win a game in the first couple of minutes of a half, you can do something like this which may end up losing you it.
Yeah, sure. And I think that's where
Araujo, chance for Ovechkin, and there's a 2-4, and this match has turned totally on its head.
Yeah, great goal from Manchester there. I think it's Ovechkin down the side. It's done really well. The ball's managed to, again, turning on in the central edge, managed to find that corner, and he's found the second post, I think, to Jeff, who was just waiting for that tap-in.
Wow. You told me 5 minutes ago that the score after 4 minutes of the second half be 4-2. I'd wonder what on earth has gone on. I'm still sort of wondering that. Loughborough are a little bit rattled here. They've made wholesale changes. It's a fresh forerun. I think that will help. Turfree, Santos, Hale is on, who set up that wonderful second goal. Got at the back there Lawson McCarthy as well. Cool heads required. But all of a sudden, from 2-1 in front, this actually now looks a really long way back for Loughborough.
Yeah, it's tough as well with the foul count as 4. It's going to be tough to get the way back, but they've got to try and dominate possession, work their way back into this game. I think the attacking 4 that was on with Jeff and Reducio, who were causing real problems really. They've got to really try and dominate the not so attacking 4 in Manchester's team. But Jordan Edge there is the fix. The Batman is really controlling the court at the moment in terms of out of possession, which Loughborough have got to go and get a goal against.
Shot from McCarthy was well parried. He's teed up Santos from the corner. Turfree under a little bit of pressure coming in from behind him from Scott Thompson, who's on the court now for Manchester. Not seen a huge amount of him in this game. Stapleton's ready to come on as well. Abdullahi already on. Edge, the sole man who stayed on from the start of the second half.
I think we'll see Joe Bickerstaff out a little bit more as the game goes on to try and just force that court dominance and try and get that goal. Great from Lawson McCarthy there, playing the 2, trying to find the open diagonal. Ruben there dropping in the left, but again just probably running into traffic if you like.
This point in the second half, the next goal in this match is absolutely vital, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to be Loughborough's, right? Because I think if not, then I think it's probably dead and buried, which at the minute it's difficult to see coming back from, so it has to be Loughborough's.
Ruben Santos has bought that, shall we say.
Yeah.
Quite clever.
Manchester can just be calm here. Players are low block, players are mid block. Be patient and try and catch Loughborough on the count, and if they're patient, that could happen. Loughborough need to score their next goal, that's for sure, so Manchester can be patient. In a way, manage the clock, manage the game.
Bickerstaff
there it is.
Through.
Yeah, that's that one we're talking about where, Loughborough are going to have to start forcing passes as they go. In a way, it's probably how can Manchester manage the game out.
Clever ball around the corner from Santos to McCarthy. Marshall Hale. Turfree manages to work its way through to Santos. Turfree, side netting.
Great little move by Loughborough. Ruben there trying to get his left foot off. Went through, couldn't quite strike it. Found a little give and go. Spunny was looking for, I think, the heel like Raoni, like we saw earlier, and then a bit of a tight angle there for, I think, Alex Turfree to finish on. This is where Manchester can be patient on the ball, work the ball. Now that Loughborough are probably having to drop because of the foul count. If they just keep working the ball, it's going to work that time. That's been managed well.
It's a really important block from Marshall Hale. Now
more players need to go.
Blocked by Collier. It looked to me like a free kick. I think it has been given.
I think it was just, but I think
it's one of those where it could easily not have been.
Yeah, it could easily have been, but here I think more players have got to go with Ruben to make a 3v2. I don't think he could do much about that, but I think it was a free kick. I don't think the defender there, I think it's Giles Collier couldn't really get out of the way, but in the same sense probably just a free kick. I think that's what the ref was trying to sort out as well. I think he thought it was, but
2-4 on the foul count. Be much happier if you're Manchester about that. Loughborough have done well to not give one away since the fourth one was given.
Yeah.
Been on 4 for a long time.
like we said in the other few games, really just a mad start of the second half that Loughborough look at in that sense. 2 goals, 2 penalties, start and finish of halves, and I think that comes from, do you know what, that comes from lack of competition over the last year, being rusty in those situations. I think we've seen that quite a bit today, so that performance concentration.
I guess it's something we're all really unprepared for at this stage just now. I suppose the only comparison, the point of reference that we'd have is maybe coming back after an off season, those first sort of rusty games in a new season. But that feels like it's magnified tenfold here today.
Yeah, that's it. It's just those mentality things where you can't really get them in training, you can't really get them, playing in friendlies. But it's so important that you stay mentally on it from start to finish, and that means start of minutes. Because before you know it, you've conceded another 2 goals and you're then chasing games.
Well, chance Abdullahi is really well challenged by Ruben Santos.
Good tackle, he had to make that. That would have been a 5th foul, so good tackle there. Manchester again here doing really well with the ball.
Stapleton rifles one, well blocked. Simple block for Marshall Hale, who can actually control it. Biggerstaff's floated one over. Can Santos get on the end of it? No, Kai Bone is there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Ruben's in there if it goes over the top. Ruben Santos, if that had landed safely, he was all on his own. Good defending and good clearing up and sweeper keeping from Kai again. He's done that well today.
Yeah, he's a really talented keeper, isn't he?
Both of these are young keepers doing really well. Kai's done really well today in those extra bits where he's had to come out and dominate his area. He did that in the first half well, and he's done it in the second half really well.
That's lovely feet from Santos, growing into the game now. It's almost you feel like he's just taking on a bit of extra responsibility, haven't he? He's showing for the ball constantly, trying to make things happen.
Yeah, I think he does that well. He's got that individual quality that's really important. He's growing into the game, if you like. It's just trying to really find his end product.
Biggerstaff joining the attack. McCarthy's going to hit one again from that left channel, and again Kai Bone stands tall.
Great save again there from Kai. Just doing the job to make sure he passes it around the post, I think, with his leg.
Turfree, that's clever. How on earth has Loughborough still got that?
He's
done really well there, Marshall Hale.
He's done really well to get something out of that, because it was a nice set piece that didn't really come to anything. But he's done well.
Hale to McCarthy. Santos, no way through to Hale, tried to thread the needle.
Too tight in there to find the pivot.
Manchester again can be patient, can take their time.
I think this spell Loughborough have really got to make count, because in a minute I think you'll see Manchester dominating with their dominant 4 coming back on. It's how can Loughborough get anything out of this moment. I think you'll see Reducio, Jeff, Edgy as a 4 come back on, which they found probably in the game as a second 4 in the second half, which caused Loughborough all sorts of problems.
Yeah, they got all their goals, didn't they? Must say I've been mighty impressed with the second half performance from Manchester so far. On comes Araujo to replace Abdullahi, who's gone off. Been really impressed with Araujo. This is Biggerstaff. Power play move from Loughborough. Santos. No way through. Edgen Dubafur rather, preparing to come back on as well for Manchester. It's a fresh four being prepped for Loughborough too.
It's great defending there by the front two, Giles and Danny Stapleton, to stop Ruben Santos finding that pass through, because he will just drop you the eyes and then try and square it.
Or might be a chance there. Kai Bone was scrambling. Shot caused a little bit of chaos from Marshall Hale. Yeah, corner given. Did get a slight deflection. Not a lot, but enough for the corner.
Did Kai save that then? Did the keeper get a little touch on that? Or did it hit the defender?
Toe from the defender, I think.
Oh, yeah. Just enough, wasn't it?
Santos. It's good for McCarthy. No way past Aruja.
Loughborough keeping the pressure on here. Need to try and make sure that comes into a goal, or at least shots. Joe Bickerstaff, the keeper, joining in. But again, just a bit wasteful in terms of what they're doing.
Yeah, he's a better player than that, Ruben Santos.
Yeah, he's a better player than that. I think sometimes because you've got court dominance and territory, you sort of snap at things when actually they need to keep moving it for those opportunities. So, in a way, having a lot of the ball down there, but not really causing Manchester too many problems.
Zedge, who's back on. Barnes is on too. There's Giles Collier again. Santos. Oh, great goal.
It's a great finish. I was just about to say, I think it was on to slice it and put it into a diagonal pass. But again, he found his left foot. You know, I think we know what capabilities Ruben Santos has with his left foot. Toe punk. Again, just didn't give time to set himself. Bottom corner.
Oh, he's been the man who's really tried to make things happen for Loughborough, almost single-handedly in the last sort of 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got that individual quality that we talk about, you know, that all the good teams have got. You need sometimes when tactically or organisationally you're not quite opening them up. Ruben's the man that looked like he could go past somebody and make the game open. So 4-3 here, still in favour of Manchester with a foul count.
Rook challenged really well by Barnes.
It's a great tackle by Barnes, that.
Is that one that Kai Bone's going to want back, do you think? It was a long way out.
Yeah, I think so. You know, for the saves he has made today, you probably think that one's probably one of the easier ones. But he probably just took him, probably just setting himself, because Ruben took it so early with I think a toe punt, and it's caught him, like I say, off guard really. And right in the corner.
Oh, it was perfectly placed, no question about that. It's a great strike from Ruben Santos.
So Loughborough changed tactics here, going in more of a high press. So like I said before, they might take the gamble a little bit as the game goes on. So sit off for a bit, not make so many fouls, but then in this moment they're going to high press a little bit more.
Oh, brilliant feed from Arujo. Now on the far side is Thompson, post and out.
Great attack by Manchester. And this now with Loughborough pressing a lot higher, means a lot more mistakes defensively probably, which means the game's going to be opened up here tactically a little bit more.
Delightful feet in the midfield from Arujo,
yeah,
wasn't it?
He's got great feet.
Such a good player to watch. Decision goes against Manchester and for Myvald. Booking goes the way of Edge as well.
Yeah, that was late.
And Manchester
great
foul
touch
count
from
is sneaking up as well.
Myvald there.
3 now.
Yeah, it's sneaking up.
Actually, if you're Loughborough now, you're not too fussed at being 4 fouls, 8 minutes left. That's not great, but it's also not terrible now.
Yeah, you want to, like I said before, I think, you know, manage the game so you don't give another one away early and you're on a knife edge. And then as the game clocks, you probably open up a little bit more, so tactically sort of manage yourself back in the game.
Big Joe Bickerstaff's shot there has nearly absolutely decapitated our cameraman. Here's a chance. Thompson. Right, it's a really important little nudge there from Will Rook, who just got round the other side of him. Just put him off. That is a big presence to put you off as well.
Yeah, you just don't want to give any more penalties away, do you? That's the thing. have to be careful in those moments. Cameraman looks all right, I think.
He'll survive.
The physio's not going over to help, that's the only thing I can see. So
Not sure the microphone will mind. Find out for the post-match interview. Here's a do before for Kai Bone.
it's a great ball out. Great pass that is from Scott Thompson to find Jeff. Really worked that pass out.
The referee wants a word with Ribeiro. Love a little touch off from the do before. Arujo. A do before I could watch all day the way he dribbles the ball.
Superb feet.
It's
great individual skill.
It's such a weird mix of. It's a strange thing. His limbs are so long that at times it looks like he's got no coordination whatsoever, but the ball at his feet is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, I think that was probably a needless foul by, I think it was Myerveld there. Loughborough again getting a bit overexcited because he was facing the wrong way, didn't need to give that foul away.
Now you got 6 minutes and 48 seconds to avoid a penalty, which is now a long time.
Yeah, you want to give the fouls away you need to. That last foul, you need it in the locker. It's a great pass.
King, who's back on court.
Manchester managing this well at the moment, keeping the ball well, overloading well. Loughborough so eager to get the ball back, pressing aggressively, but can't really get any foothold back.
A couple of changes come on. Back comes Ruben Santos, and back comes Alex Turfrey as well. Bickerstaff now playing as an auxiliary left winger.
Yeah, looking like they're going to more of a fly keeper mode now. So it looks like Joe Bickerstaff is staying, whereas before he was going back. Look, he's staying now, so they're going into attacking mode.
It's Manchester ball.
So it looks like with the last few minutes, Loughborough really flying. I think Will Rook's getting ready on the bench to actually change for Joe Bickerstaff as well, so get that extra outfield on.
This is Kai Bone talking the extra outfield.
He's out. Can he get there? Ooh, that's a foul, I think.
And a very important one as well. Kai Bone caught in no man's land here. Shot was about to come in. Yeah, you got to make that foul, don't you? Look at Will Rook in his keeper gear.
Yeah, and I've just seen, I think, Sam Richardson, the head coach, put a timeout card in, so he wants a timeout because he knows the fly's going to come.
It's Loughborough now. It's not quite now or never. Not quite all or nothing, but it's not far off.
It's definitely the risk card now. They've played it quite early, probably because they're realising they probably need two.
Yeah, but draw's not helpful to either side. Santos, oh, that whistles wide. Timeout Manchester, 5.5 minutes remaining. A foul sees a Manchester penalty if it's given away by Loughborough. And Loughborough are playing with their keeper outfield.
Yeah,
this is a great finish lined up, isn't it?
Exciting finish. Sometimes we see this fly keeper attack versus defence, and I think by the time you throw the fly, you're always up against it. If you know what I mean, I think it favours a good, strong defence. But the court's quite big here, quite fast. So if they can move the ball well, they might get in. What you'll see is Rookie passing forwards, but you'll see, I think it was Neil Morgan right foot inverted, and Ruben this side. So if they can get him dropped inside on the player to get shots off, and then people on the second post. So let's see if they can work something here to get back in it. But I think what they'll do is try and play down the sides to make Manchester go back and defend, and then go round the other way to try and get a shot off. So if they can do it. And again, doing this in pre-season, if you like, or doing it in training is so much more different psychologically, mentally than doing it in a game. You know, you have to win.
Big Staff is back on.
Yeah, so they'll change him defensively, and then attacking moments they'll switch with Will Rook.
It's going to be a Manchester ball. Got Abdullahi back on. Arujo stayed on. We've still got Thompson and Edge out there as well.
Edge has been a rock for them today in terms of how he's managed the game. He's been on lots of minutes, managed, you know, different personnel in front of him, but really controlled and supported the back, sort of supported at the back, the front three in front of him.
Here comes Will Rook. Shot comes in on snap volley attempt. Will Rook sprints off court to allow Big Steph to come back on.
There's that moments where, you know, go really high and wide, open it up and then look for the top of the D, and he got a strike off, but this is where they've got to keep playing if they're a 4 versus 4, straight into attack versus defence, no danger, and here we go again. And he'll find that one if it's on to do so.
Turfree.
It's difficult for the Manchester defence. They've got to try and pin back that line pass, because otherwise they're going to be sitting back a lot. But if they just keep the ball in front of them like this, it's no danger. It's when it goes down the sides.
Langley and the Loughborough 10, Neil Morgan, basically playing on the corner flags each.
Yeah, there's a lot of space down the wide areas, and they're trying to work that, but
Rook's going to fire one. That looked like it was deflected. Corner is the decision. But I suppose what all that the Loughborough wingers are trying to do is just make the court a little bit bigger, try to drag out Manchester defenders, because actually if they receive the ball in that position, they're not extraordinarily dangerous, because it's difficult to do anything with that position.
yeah, well, it's difficult, but then you've got the cutback, you've got the second post, and you've also got the pressure that's coming out to the ball, so it creates different passing lines. So they've probably got to get the ball there, and that player then has time to pick whether to go back safe, to come back out, because the defender has to defend the space, you know, in front of the ball, so they have to drop behind the ball. But whilst they play in front of them like this, it's not too much of a problem.
Chance. Thompson, can he get the target? Yes, he can!
And then force things, you know, so I was just saying that if you play in front of them like that, it forces things.
That might do it. Scott Thompson with a brilliant finish when he needed it. Turfree's pass picked, and Thompson was on the spot, and he did not pass up the chance.
It's a great finish by Thompson there.
He's made that look really easy, but that's really well played.
It's not easy still to put that in the back of the net. He's still got a job to do. Good finish.
Manchester 5, Loughborough 3, 3 minutes 40. Back underway. Manchester now in such a good position.
I think second half they've been good, Manchester. Whereas I think that Loughborough edged it first half just. I think second half Manchester have managed it really well. I think Jordan Edge there has been sublime, staying on, controlling things, making it very difficult for Loughborough to get anything really.
Rook into the corner. And Morgan.
That's the switch again.
Santos. Brilliant defending. Cheered on by every single Manchester substitute. No way through for Santos. Morgan tries to feed Langley, again blocked out.
Just got to keep moving it from central areas. Try and get it into people like Ruben. Attacking.
That's a brilliant goal.
That's what they've got to do. Down the side, second post, top of D. You know, when it goes into those wide areas, you want your attacking players landing on second post, top of D, and then the player needs to pick the best decision. So here, I can't remember who's the bot player here.
It's Langley with the cross.
John Langley, Neil Morgan, second post. Still not over this.
No, a little way to go. 2 minutes 45. Draw not really useful to either side here. A Loughborough goal now makes this fascinating. Oh, the spin on the ball there. I don't think anyone predicted where that was going.
Loughborough got time if they're patient. You know, they need 1 or 2 more opportunities in this fly. If they force things, I think it could be another goal against. Like that, and the pass needs to be better into those areas, harder, stronger. Manchester pressing here. Don't want Loughborough to get into a clear opportunity.
Can Edge see this out? Yes, he can.
Great defending by Jordan Edge there. Great defending there, just shepherded it out.
Yeah, a little bit of afters afterwards, but that was inevitable with a game with this much on the line.
Yeah.
Those two are fine.
They'll be fine.
Yeah,
Just that
they'll get over
competitive
it.
spirit. Both teams pressing here to try and get the ball back quick.
Yeah, so much on this game.
And Manchester pressing to try and stop Loughborough getting into the fly keeper mode. But they're in now. Power playing, fly, whichever you want to call it.
This is turfy. Here is the fly keeper, Will Rook.
They're defending the wide areas a lot more aggressively now, Manchester, because they don't want that ball to go down the side, which was causing problems.
But that's the
What's
issue.
the save?
When you let Will Rook let fly from the central areas, Kai Bone flying away to his right to keep this out. That's a brilliant stop.
Yeah, and you're completely right. When you want to protect the central areas more, it opens up, the wide areas more, it opens up the central areas. So, what a finish to this game.
1:43 and ticking. Santos.
It's whether Reuben can find one of his diagonal passes without forcing it. So, not straight passes, diagonal passes into the Neil Morgan area.
Santos again. Shots deflected. Neil Morgan's come off. Ribeiro back in. Rook's going to stay on the field here. The court, I should say. But Santos just in front of us here. He's giving everything. Can they force one more opening? Langley. Santos.
They've got to keep working the ball quick, so Manchester tire and then those gaps come. They've got to keep the time going, not forcing things.
Which is what just happened there. Lovely feet from Edge. Can he finish it? No.
Reuben's got to be, really careful here. He's trying to force things a little bit too much. Wait till the opportunity comes and he'll feel it. He'll feel it rather than trying to force it. And if he's going to force it probably more from a diagonal position rather than a central position.
Rook to Myvald. This one going to the wire here in the Summer Showdown. Can Manchester hold on? Loughborough throwing everything at this.
Great head there from Danny Stapleton just to flick it over, because that was a good diagonal pass on, I think, to Ribeiro at the second post. Probably one more chance for either side in this phases.
Santos whistles one just over the bar. Kai Bernard waved this one goodbye. Don't think this was far away.
Just shows you how good a save it was by Kai Bone earlier from Will Rook. It's a great throw out as well. Great weighted.
Contended defender, but he gives it away. Doesn't want to do that. What a tackle by a Duberfort.
Oh, great feet. Transitions on.
Santos, maybe one last chance. 22 seconds on the watch. Free kick. 5 fouls apiece. Next foul brings a penalty. We've got a timeout. 21 seconds
fouls
left.
It's not a timeout. Both teams have had timeout. It's just a 5 foul.
Yeah, apologies. Getting carried away. 20 seconds left. 20.7 to be precise.
It's whether Loughborough have something here in the locker tactically. There's a set play, and then this is all about making the right decision.
That wasn't
the right decision. Yeah. It didn't even make the defenders move.
15 seconds. Rook.
Got to find that down the side pass, I think, again. That's what's going to cause them problems.
Rook lets fly, deflected over the bar. 4 seconds off the corner. That's all they'll have.
Great finish to this game.
Yeah, been a brilliant day. It's a fitting finale. Vivald smashes it. Can he tee it up? No, that's straight out, and I think that will just about drag Manchester kicking and screaming over the line.
That'll be enough.
Manchester do it. What a big win that is for them in Group B of the Summer Showdown. A must-win game for both teams is won by the team in blue, the team from Manchester, who were 2-1 down at half-time. 2 very quick second-half penalties quickly turned the tables. And that was a second half, which I think we'll remember for a little while.
Yeah, I think we've seen the same again, haven't we? In the last game, a bit of moments of madness in start and finishes of halves, which have probably dictated the outcomes of the game, really. So probably a little bit of, individual game management of when they're on court and how they deal with the situations, and which is easy to sit here and say, but with a lack of sort of games and things like that, that really will come into fruition within the scorelines.
So just before we head into our highlights, who's your man of the match?
It's a tough one, but I think for me today, I think Jordan Edge, quietly went about his work, really sort of played a lot of court minutes, dominated games, sat at the back and controlled things in front of him. So really impressive performance today and a couple of really good passes.
A brilliant game that had a little bit of everything. Just before we let you go, Mike, what a brilliant day.
Yeah,
how much you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've loved it. Not been back here for over a year because of COVID, and it's been to see this futsal hall with futsal being played in it again is spectacular, and to see the league, the top tier, get back up and running with all the indoor restrictions. And I know it's been important that we can't play because of COVID, but just to see the game back playing, that these players love to play and the coaches love to play, and I think what a day for the game, and yeah, what a spectacle.
Brilliant second half, fantastic finish to our final game of the day. It is Manchester who gets such an important win over Loughborough. We will hear from our player of the match when we come back. Mike, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll do it all again sometime soon, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
A brilliant game, a really fitting finale to a wonderful day's futsal, and with our man of the match from that last game, Jordan. That was fast, it was frenetic. What was that like to be a part of?
That was it was intense, a very intense game. First game back to play Loughborough, we know they're a very intense side, so we knew we had a lot to do before we even kicked off. So it was a big mental game, so as much as physical. So
You had a lot to do at half time as well, going in 2-1 down at the break, and then all of a sudden within 3 minutes at the start of the second half, the match turned on its head. What was said at half time to change the way you guys played?
oh, yeah, we put a lot on our shoulders for this game. Like it's 14, 15 months out. It's big to come to St George's, play Loughborough. We had to calm ourselves down. We knew there was another 20 minutes. The game of futsal's very long. Like a half of futsal, you can do anything. And like we've shown, 2 goals in 2 minutes. Yeah, it was a good performance. But the boys did amazing. Like at half time, they didn't lose their heads. They stayed calm. It was great.
And from a personal perspective, obviously given man of the match, you were surprised when I told you that. Now, you said to me first half you weren't pleased with. What changed in the second half for you?
No, personally for me, the first half wasn't good enough. Like I made personally mistakes. We made mistakes as a team as well, but we knew we had to do better. Like as a team, like and on our personal levels as well. Like it weren't great, but we knew, like I said, the second half, like we just treated it as a new game. Like forgot about the first half. That's what we had to do, but it was good. We got the result in the end, and that's all we care for right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just finally, before I let you go, how nice has it been to be back? Because we've gone so long without this game in this country now. We're back with the Summer Showdown. This group that you're in, Group B, is a shark tank. No bad games at all. How nice is it to be a part of?
No, it's amazing. Like we all love to be back. We love playing with one another. Like getting back on court and doing what we like doing. It's amazing. Our group is. It's amazing. We find it great to be in this group. Like every week's going to be a challenge, and whoever gets through this group is going to be deserving to go on to the final. So to win the first game's great. Helvetia is going to be a tough game, winning 8-1 before, but we know we've got it in us to beat them again, like we did last year. So we're going to see how it is.
Best luck. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Those of you still with us here on the live stream, thank you so much for being with us here at St George's Park. We've loved having you. It's time to end our coverage from today's play. We will see you next week. We're back at the Walsall campus at the University of Wolverhampton, where the Summer Showdown will continue. We will see you then.